Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Golden Tears Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. If there was one thing Izuku Midoriya was good at, it was crying. Well, he was good at a couple of things actually. He was good at running, for one. Mostly running away from things. He was also good at dodging things, yeah. On a not quite so touchy note, he was also pretty good at organizing. He was a decent singer, not that he actually sang much. He was pretty good at writing as well, to which his many rows of analysis notebooks attested. Washing dishes was also a well-developed skill. But crying was, well, it was a natural Midoriya trait, but he felt like took it to whole new levels sometimes. It usually came hand in hand with the running and dodging, but was not always necessarily attached. Crying was probably the skill he had the most practice with, at any rate, a fact he was rather ashamed of at times. Despite his tears' insistence on gushing forth any time his emotions surged, he did his best to keep a lid on it. In public, at least. Izuku slowly pulled off his shirt, hissing as the fabric scraped against raw skin. He dropped it on the bathroom floor, ignoring it as he began to examine his new collection of injuries. They were particularly bad today. Raw, bruised ribs. A scattering of small burns on his arms and shoulders, a larger one on his left collarbone. A scrape sat proudly on one freckled cheek, like a crown on his collection. His eyes burned as he looked up at his reflection in the water-splashed bathroom mirror. There were dark, bruised bags beneath his eyes, grime smeared on his face, and his already untamed green curls were in explosive disarray. He was a mess. A total mess. It would be hard to hide it this time. He turned the sink on to full blast. Misty particles swirled in the air as he crouched, rummaging around the cabinet beneath in search of the first aid kit. After grabbing it, he sat down heavily, leaning his back against the cool wall of the tub. He probably shouldn't leave the sink running like this, but it was the best way to ensure that nobody hurt him. The hard lump in his throat made it hard to breathe as he applied the burn cream with shaking hands. He flinched at first contact, biting his lower lip in instinctive anticipation of pain. After a second he heaved a shaky sigh, some of the tension leaving his shoulders as the cool cream soothed his burning skin. Unfortunately, there were no creams, pills, or ointments for the ache in his chest. He had to pause in the middle of his self-treatment, the famous Midoriya tears finally escaping down his cheeks alongside a wet, jolting sniff. It was always like a dam breaking. He could hold it back for a while, but as soon as the first shudder came, as soon as the pain in his chest shot down his arms and tingled in his fingertips, the wall broke, and he couldn't hold back the flood. Kacchan and his friends had caught him on his way home from school today. He'd been muttering about a recent villain fight during class, which had earned him a stern reprimand from his teacher and snickers from his classmates. At some point during his mutterings he must have said something about a hero, heroes, or his desire to be one, because that was the subject of the taunting and mocking statements Kacchan and his friends had thrown at him as they herded him into an alley after school. They'd gotten a little carried away. Usually he didn't have this many bruises and scrapes. Or burns. They usually just scattered his things and shoved him around a bit, which they did, but not exclusively. After appending the contents of his backpack all over the grimy pavement and shoving him against the wall, Kacchan had knocked him down and kicked him in the ribs. The others had added their own well-aimed kicks for good measure, laughing and strampling his papers and notebooks while he held back tears. They finally quit when a salaryman walking past had slowed down and given them suspicious looks. But he didn't step in. Didn't come to see if Izuku was okay. He just watched until the others began sauntering off, and then hurried on his way. That had hurt too. Izuku bit his fist in an effort to keep quiet. Mom should be home any time now, and he'd hate to make her worry after a long day at work, or at all, for that matter. And besides, if she knew he was crying, she'd ask him why, and even if he lied it would only take a hop, skip, and a jump for her to come up with theories, worryingly close to the mark theories, about what might have caused it. He was amazed he'd been able to fool her all these years at all. A wave of guilt smacked him, adding to the flow of tears. He shouldn't have lied to her. He shouldn't be lying to her. He was such a horrible son. But how could he tell her? How could he admit that for years and years he'd been bullied and hurt? That he hadn't confided in her? That Kacchan wasn't really his friend anymore? He bit his fist harder, almost breaking through the skin. And if he said anything about this, about what Kacchan and his friends did to him, he'd ruin Kacchan's chance at being a hero. And he couldn't do that. Kacchan was the best. And even if he wasn't so much now, he had been Izuku's friend once, before his quirk came in, and Izuku's didn't. He couldn't say anything. He wouldn't be able to live with himself knowing he was the reason Kacchan couldn't achieve his dream. Kacchan was so strong, so gifted, and he had the coolest quirk. He had to be a hero. Izuku would give anything to be one too. Heathy in a ragged breath, opening his tear-blurred eyes to stare down at his feet. There had never been a quirkless hero before. And everyone seemed to think there never would be one. But they had to be wrong, right? Sure, there was no precedent and quirklessness was rare these days, but there had to be others like him out there, dreaming of a future everyone told them was out of their reach. Others like him striving to become a hero. He took another breath, scrubbing violently at his eyes to stem the flow of tears. Gritting his teeth, he finished tending his bruises and scrapes, then repacked the first aid kit and clambered to his feet. The water rushing from the faucet was nearly scalding by now. The steam rising through the air felt good on his puffy eyes and stuffed-up nose. He grabbed a washcloth from the cabinet, soaked it, and began slowly scrubbing his face. The swelling around his eyes was going down, and the water was hot enough that it reddened the rest of his face. Now if Mom asked him, he could say the redness was from washing. With one last glance in the mirror, he shut the water off. The sudden silence rushed in his ears and he resisted the urge to shake his head. Carefully, so as not to irritate his injuries, he pulled on one of his plain t-shirts, the one that said, "T-shirt," on the front. The sleeves weren't quite long enough to cover all the bruises and he made a mental note to put on a hoodie the first chance he got. He ran his still damp hands through his curls as an afterthought before opening the door. He stepped cautiously out into the hall, glancing first toward the living room, then toward the apartment door. Looked like all his precautions were unnecessary. He sighed, the sound shuddering wetly in his chest as he dragged himself to his room. He paused in the doorway, gazing dully at the many All Might posters grinning down at him from every wall. Despite the pain and the unpleasant swirl of emotions in his head, he felt the corner of his mouth quirk upwards ever so slightly. This was one of the many reasons All Might was his favorite hero. No matter what happened, he was always smiling, grinning as if to say, everything's gonna be okay. Izuku closed his sore eyes and felt himself smile sadly. Maybe one day he'd get to meet the man. Maybe somehow, someday, Izuku could be a hero like him. Smiling unwaveringly, bringing people hope. His feet took him deeper into his room as the door swung partially shut behind him. On most days he would take this time to organize his notes, to straighten up his backpack, and get ready for the next day. But he was just so tired. And everything hurt so much, it wouldn't hurt to just sit down for a bit. He tossed his uniform shirt at the dirty clothes bin, not watching to see whether it made it or not, grabbed his bright yellow hoodie from the back of his office chair and pulled it on, then absently scooped up one of his All Might action figures and collapsed sideways onto his neatly made bed. He gazed shiny-eyed at the little man, moving his arms, absent-mindedly arranging him into different poses. "Izuku? Dinner is ready." Izuku sat up with a snort, wincing and blinking blearily as he mumbled, "I wasn't asleep." His All Might action figure slid off the bed and hit the floor with a thunk. It took a few seconds before brain activity kicked in, and when it did he glanced over to see his mother's face peering at him through the doorway. She frowned slightly. "Izuku, baby, are you feeling all right? You usually don't fall asleep this time of day." "Yeah, I'm okay," he said as he got to his feet. "Guess I just had a long day." He nearly tripped over his All Might action figure as he shuffled over to the door. "Are you sure? I'd hate for you to get sick. Maybe you should take some vitamins," Izuku Midoriya worried, peering up into his eyes. Her gaze darted from his eyes down to the scrape on his cheek. Her worry lines deepened. "What happened to your face?" Izuku ruffled the hair on the back of his head, I'm fine, Mum. Seriously. I, tripped on my shoelace on my way home. And I'm a bit tired. That's all. As if on cue, he yawed, hoping against hope that he'd been asleep long enough for the telltale signs of tears to have dissipated. He must have been, because after another moment of searching his face, she nodded slightly. You should make sure to keep your shoes tied, baby, she said as she led him to the kitchen. I don't want you falling down all the time. Izuku didn't really notice what she had actually cooked. Every time he moved his arm, the collar of his shirt rasped against his burn and he resisted the urge to wince. He just picked at his plate, eating mechanically, not tasting it as he tried and failed to listen to his mom tell him about her day. Every once in a while he'd noticed a sudden silence, and look up to see her watching him expectantly, the ever-present worry lines around her eyes creasing. He was such a bad son, making her worry like that. If only he were stronger, or had a quirk, so she wouldn't have to worry so much about him all the time. Then there would be a moment of lag before she'd repeat the question, and he'd dredge up a tired reply, doing his best to sound moderately cheerful. He felt like he'd done pretty good covering it up. She'd be making a lot bigger fuss over him if she really suspected anything. But then again, the pain in his ribs and the burns were pretty distracting, so he could have missed something. At any rate, he was relieved when dinner was finally over and he finished helping clean up the kitchen, took a shower, and crawled into bed. But despite his overwhelming exhaustion and desperate need to sink into oblivion, Izuku found himself unable to sleep. He stared at the ceiling for what felt like hours, trying desperately to ignore the pain and to quiet his mind. He tried rolling over, but gave up when the collar of his nightshirt rasped against the burn on his collarbone. The burn? Nope. You don't need to, you already did. His thoughts became a jumble as the razor-sharp memories he'd been suppressing steamrolled his brain. He pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes and grit his teeth. He needed to stop thinking about it. It wouldn't do him any good to. His body convulsed with a silent sob, sending shooting pains through his aching ribs. The pain only added a layer of frustration to his emotions, and before long he found himself on his stomach with his face smashed into his pillow, gripping the edges of it so tightly his hands shook. He couldn't stand it. Why couldn't he keep his stupid emotions in check? He was such a coward, always running away, and on the rare occasions he did try to fight, he couldn't even block a punch. A particularly violent sob tore from his throat, loud enough that the pillow barely muffled it. In the back of his mind he remembered that he needed to be quiet, but everything hurt so much and he just couldn't, especially with Kacchan and his friend's words echoing in his head. Maybe Kacchan was right. Maybe it really was hopeless. Maybe he'd never be a hero. He shuddered as the thought crossed his mind. Admitting that thought, even in the privacy of his own mind, felt like a punch in the guts. All his dreams, everything he'd ever wanted, everything he'd ever strived for his entire life rested on being a hero. And now. He pulled away from the pillow to scrub his watery eyes. Now his pillowcase was soaked. Of course he had to do that. Of course. He couldn't even have a breakdown without making something worse. His jaw clenched in a mix of tears and frustration as he sat up, still shuddering with tears as he glared down at his pillow. His heart skipped a beat. It was hard to tell in the darkness, but he didn't think tears would have darkened it quite that much. He reached for his face with shaking hands. Was his nose bloody? Surely that was it, right? Shoot. Now his mom would have to try to wash the bloodstains out. Izuku mentally kicked himself. He wiped at his nose. It was a little runny, but not nearly wet enough to have caused that much staining. He explored further, heart rate accelerating as something warm and wet came off on his fingertips. There was something all over his face. It was warm and wet and kind of thick. Blood. Definitely blood. A lot of it. And it wasn't coming from his nose. Izuku leapt to his feet and stumbled across the room, nearly tripping over his office chair before fumbling desperately along the wall in search of the light switch. He struggled for a moment, feeling more tears gush from his eyes when he finally found it and flipped it on. The sudden brightness was blinding. He blinked rapidly, his breath coming in sharp, ragged gasps as he stumbled back to his bed, eyes glued to his pillow, dreading what he'd see. For a second he stood there at the edge of his bed, staring dumbly down at it. His mind was simply refusing to work, all thoughts crashing in a jumbled wreck. His eyes grew wider and wider the longer he stared. What? That wasn't blood. Blood was red. Right? Wasn't it? What the hell? His hands flew to his face. It wasn't blood. But that thought couldn't have been less comforting at the moment. It wasn't blood, wasn't tear stains, wasn't even snot. What was it? How did it get there? Where did it come from? A strangled, keening sound escaped from his throat. What the hell? What the hell? He scrubbed his still-watering eyes with clenched fists, jerking them backwards and staring with horror as the strange golden substance dripped down his hands. His vision began tunneling as his body forgot to breathe. What was happening? He turned and ran to the door, ears ringing, his hand slipping on the doorknob as he fumbled to open it. He had just staggered into the dark hallway when his thoughts finally caught up to him. Wait. Izuku froze in the dark hallway, standing framed in the square of light pouring from his open door. In an instant he was oblivious to his panic, to his hammering heartbeat, to everything. All he could do was stare at the glistening gold substance coating his hands. He became acutely aware of the feeling of it drying on his skin and on his face. It felt odd and yet, somehow, completely natural. He turned his hands over, watching a few drops forming on the edges of his hand before dropping onto the hardwood floor by his feet. This had to be. His mother's bedroom door burst open with a bang, making him jump. Her face was alight with panic as she hurried into the hall, clutching a baseball bat in her shaking hands. Izuku! She squeaked. What happened? What's wrong? What's that stuff all over your face? Izuku's eyes felt big enough to swallow the moon as he dropped his gaze from her frightened face to his gold-coated hands. He whispered in a choked voice. Mom, I think. He looked up into her eyes, fresh, hot tears beginning to stream from his own as a smile stretched across his face. Mom, I think I have a quirk. Izuku couldn't suppress the smile that stretched across his face as he sat at the table while his mom bustled about the kitchen making tea. He'd never imagined it was possible to have this much energy at 1 a.m, but here he was. He was just vibrating with energy. He brushed his fingertips across his freckled cheeks, feeling the gold flake off as it dried, and his irrepressible grin cracked it. This couldn't be happening though, could it? It was just too weird. Too impossible. There was no way he could just randomly develop a quirk so late into life, right? And it was such a weird quirk too. Dread suddenly swept over him. Oh no. This was a dream, wasn't it? This was just his imagination trying to give him comfort after the horrible day he'd had or something. He turned toward the kitchen, opening his mouth to ask his mom if it was just a dream when the collar of his nightshirt rubbed against his recently acquired burn. It hurt. Badly. So it was real, then? He wasn't dreaming? No, Izuku, you're not dreaming, Inko said quietly, setting out teacups and pouring him a drink with a soft smile on her face. He must have said that out loud. He stared down at his steaming cup of tea. It was real. This was real. I didn't think it was possible to develop a quirk this old. He burst out, gesturing randomly, feeling the grin crawl back onto his gold-coated face. Flakes sloughed off with the movement, the tiny sparkles falling slowly through the air and landing in his tea. He didn't even notice. I'd always hoped that it was possible. I always dreamed that one day I might get one. And then I did. I got one. Sure, it's kind of a weird one and I don't really know what it even is, but still. I have a quirk. I just can't believe it. I'm not quirkless, Mom. I'm not quirkless. His eyes blurred with tears, but this time from elation. He could feel the streaks of gold spilling down his cheeks. This was real. He wasn't just a useless Deku anymore. I know, Izu. It's just wonderful. Inko said, tears glistening in her eyes as she rested her hand on Izuku's. They sat that way for a while, Izuku lost in his own mind, dripping gold all over his pajamas, only tethered to reality by his mom's warm hand. He couldn't care less that his ribs hurt, didn't even notice the hot pain from the burn Kacchan had given him, didn't even care that he'd been beaten up earlier that day. His mind was just a jumble of happiness and disbelief. After a while, the feeling of his mom's soft fingers rubbing circles on the back of his hand brought him back down to earth. Izuku pulled his sleeve tight with his free hand and rubbed his eyes with the back of his arm. He hiccuped slightly, shaking his head. I don't even know what my quirk is good for, but I just can't believe. I wonder if that's just the color, or if it's actually something completely different. Is it actually gold? That could be useful, like I could, make things with it. Not anything major or even, useful, but I can make something. He mopped his face with his sleeve as his mom squeezed his hand harder. I wonder if I can increase the output? Or maybe even change the type of metal. If it is metal, anyway. I wonder if what I'm crying about has some effect on it? Or maybe what emotion I'm feeling. His fingers twitched, itching for his notebook. He had a quirk of his own to analyze. No one could accuse him of being a creepy stalker this time. Sure, he'd probably still get made fun of for such a weird and undoubtedly weak quirk, but any quirk at all was a step up from where he had been. Inko clasped her precious son's hand in both of her own, rubbing it gently. She watched, teary-eyed herself as brilliant gold streaks poured down his freckled face. A quirk, her boy had a quirk. Little Izuku had a quirk. And it was so beautiful, opaque, shimmering gold backed against his forest green hair and eyes. But she didn't particularly care what his was, or how it looked. She couldn't recall the last time she'd seen him so happy, and she wanted nothing more than to see that wide, uncontrolled smile on his face every day for the rest of eternity. But there was something growing slowly inside of her, a small inkling of dread coiled in the pit of her stomach, keeping her smile small. She hated herself for worrying about it, about the thing he'd always dreamed of and she herself by extension. But in the back of her mind she knew that it wasn't going to be all he thought it would be. Obviously, it wasn't the kind of quirk that could make him a hero. She was also ashamed of her relief about that, but even so. If his tears were actually gold. Inko shuddered. She looked up from his hand as he started muttering to himself, already picking apart his power. That rare, precious grin would be the death of her. She needed to talk to him. She needed to tell him about her concerns. It wasn't just her normal worry this time. This time she knew. Despite the fact that he insisted that everything was fine, she was suspicious that he wasn't treated well at school. Whether it was the students or the teachers or both, she didn't know. It couldn't be too bad though, or Izuku would have told her about it. She hoped. The main thing was that she knew he struggled because people knew he was quirkless, and they treated him differently for it. She was even suspicious that that was the reason Hisashi had been so keen to take a job overseas. She had felt so guilty about that her whole life, even though she knew it wasn't her fault, or Izuku's, or anyone else's. And if he was being treated badly, and he suddenly turned up with a quirk that could produce a valuable substance, then they might start being nice to him. Conditioning him. Using him even. And if she tried to stop it, Izuku might think she was trying to keep him from having friends and then he would be angry with her and then what would she do? Calm down. She needed to calm down. None if that had happened yet. It was all in her head. In fact, it might not ever happen, but it probably would. She noticed then that Izuku's sleeve was soaked with gold, and paused her gentle massaging for a moment to pull a box of tissues from the end table beside the couch, catching it neatly in her hand and handing it to Izuku. He took it gratefully, wadding up a handful and pressing it to his eyes. She needed to make a plan. She needed to talk to him. But it could wait. She could wait until tomorrow. For now, her Izuku was happy. How could she take that away from him? And so she just smiled, her eyelashes heavy, pushing back the conversation she was already rehearsing in her mind. She would wait until tomorrow. Then she would tell him. She had what was left of the night to prepare herself. Izuku was buzzing with energy despite his poor night's sleep. He'd ended up falling asleep on the couch in the early hours of the morning, watching cat videos on his mom's phone while she sat beside him. When he'd awoken that morning to the sound of the running shower, he'd been exhausted. Until he remembered he had a quirk. After that, it was as if gravity couldn't pull him down. Even the talk he'd had with his mother over breakfast barely put a damper on it. Izuku, I need to talk to you about something. She had said, setting her chopsticks down on her plate and folding her hands. He glanced up from his egg, still chewing, then sat up straight. There was something in her eyes that warned against half-hearted listening. She set her neatly folded hands on the table, dropping her gaze with a sigh. I know you're happy about finally having a quirk, Izuku, and I am too, but, she wrung her hands, I don't want you to tell anyone about it. Not yet, at least. But, Izuku started, a protest rising in his throat. But he stopped. It was completely unheard of to randomly develop a quirk, especially at his age. It would sound suspicious. Very suspicious, actually. They'd all think he'd been holding out on them all these years. And the kids at school, the teachers especially, wouldn't believe him at all, not unless he showed them, and the idea of crying in front of everyone. Well, he didn't want to think about that. He'd already been embarrassed in front of them enough in all his years at Aldra. But still, if they knew he wasn't quirkless, they'd stop hurting him, wouldn't they? Sure, the kids with weaker quirks got picked on a lot, but they weren't actively singled out. Not like him. Having a quirk could change his life. He could even find a use for his power, whatever it really was. Maybe he could help people with it, somehow. He wouldn't be a useless Deku anymore. Izuku. He met his mother's unusually firm gaze. Can you do that for me? Izuku swallowed. Then, after a moment of silence, he nodded. I can do that, Mom. Her shoulders relaxed along with the worry lines around her eyes. Thank you, baby. She smiled and picked up her chopsticks. You'd better hurry, you don't want to be late for school. And he wasn't. It was like his elation had infected his walking speed. He was there in what felt like seconds, and he didn't even remember walking there, he was so lost in his thoughts. A quirk. He really had a quirk. He barely noticed himself unpacking his books at his desk, hardly registered the kid with the long fingers kicking his leg as he headed for his own desk. He didn't even hear the snickers and taunting of a few of his meaner classmates. He didn't see Kacchan come in, sneer at him, and wait for a reaction that never came. He didn't notice his teacher calling for silence and beginning the lesson. All he could do was sit there and suppress a smile, fingers twitching, resisting the urge to reach up and feel beneath his eyes. His quirk, it felt wonderful to think that, must not have any visible indicators. He'd looked in the mirror this morning and hadn't seen anything except a few small golden flakes among his freckles that refused to scrub off. And no one had commented on him looking funny, so his face must be unchanged. Well, not that it would change unless he had a mutation quirk, but it obviously wasn't one anyway. He'd thought that maybe his eyes would change color, but they were the same green as always. He wasn't sure whether he was disappointed or relieved about that. And was it really gold? It had to be, right? So cool. Maybe one day when he's older, if he really needs some money, he could sell his tears. Okay, so that sounded a little weird. Or who knows, maybe he could make jewelry or something. Not that making and selling jewelry sounded very fun. But what else could it possibly be useful for? Yeah, now that he thought about it, well, the thought had crossed his mind briefly last night, but he had been just too overwhelmed to really think about it, but his quirk was pretty much useless. He sagged slightly in his chair, absent-mindedly tapping his pencil eraser against his rather scorched desk. A useless quirk. Of course he would have a useless quirk. That was what he was, after all, just a useless Deku. He clenched his jaw and sat up. What was he thinking? At least he had a quirk now. Sure, maybe it was mostly useless. Maybe it was weird, but it was his, and he shouldn't be complaining about it. Not after spending his whole life before now completely devoid of power. And besides, people always told him he couldn't be a hero because he was quirkless. So maybe, even with a quirk with no practical use, he could at least check the box. After all, there were a lot of heroes out there with what were often considered weak quirks, and they focused more on hand-to-hand fighting. Heroes like Eraserhead and that sidekick Bubble Girl were like that. Neither of their quirks were immediately combat useful, but both heroes were great in hand-to-hand fighting. Well, maybe Eraserhead wasn't the best example. His quirk was extremely useful, what was he thinking? But Bubble Girl fit almost perfectly. All she used her quirk for was to pop bubbles in her opponent's faces to give her an advantage during fights. Okay, so that was more than he had, but still. Maybe his dream wasn't so unattainable after all? And if his quirk couldn't help him, he'd have to prepare in other ways. He should probably learn some boxing or street fighting of some kind. Maybe even use some kind of weapon like a bow staff or gun, like Eraserhead used a capture weapon. He glanced down at himself, noticing briefly that his shirt was still rumpled from yesterday's incident. He gave his cuff a tug, frowning down at his arm. First of all, he needed to get stronger. How could he expect to save anyone and take on villains with skinny noodle arms? He'd have looked up some workouts after school. Or maybe even join a gym. He felt his smile returning as the teacher walked past, lazily tossing a worksheet onto his desk. He needed to focus. If he was going to become a hero, he needed to focus and learn. This was his last year of middle school, so getting into a hero school next year would be his make-it-or-break-it moment. He hoped he'd be good enough to make it to UA. All Might had gone to school there, and it had always been his dream to go there too. They were undeniably the greatest hero school in the country. They had produced Japan's #1 hero after all, and many of their students had gone on to be top 10 pros. And if he was going to become the greatest hero, he had to go there. Time starts now. You have 20 minutes. The teacher said as he sat down behind his desk. Izuku panicked as the sound of scratching pencils filled the room. What were they doing? He hadn't been paying attention at all. He quickly oriented his worksheet, peering down at it anxiously. Just a brief quiz on common English phrases. Nothing hard, especially since he'd learned English after his father went to work in America. He sighed in relief, picking up his pencil and scribbling away, oblivious to the side-eye glances from his classmates and Kacchan's seething silence. Izuku gripped the edges of his lunch tray hard enough to hurt as he turned to face the cafeteria seating area. This was always one of the day's greatest hurdles, and he often found himself nearly stress-paralyzed when faced with finding a seat. He wondered if this is what heroes felt like when facing down villains. He nearly laughed, managing to catch himself just in time and ended up snorting instead. Comparing a room full of obnoxious middle schoolers to villains? He really was crazy, wasn't he? After drawing in a deep, steadying breath, he ducked his head and stepped out into the line of fire, using the most chaotic bursts of laughing and activity as cover to dart between tables on his way to the nearly empty corner of the room. When he was younger, he used to pretend he was all might, dodging blows and explosions on his way to reach a victim trapped under the rubble. It had been a long time since he'd last done that, though. He'd learned that he needed to be vigilant, to make himself as unassuming and small as possible in order to avoid altercations. Today, however, as he made his way across the room, he was starting to feel almost bold. Was that what this was? He could feel a shaky, determined smile wobble onto his face as he used a rather tall girl with tiger mutation quirk as a shield to sneak past the table where the kid with boulders for hair was eating. Somehow, against all laws of probability, he made it past unnoticed. His confidence boosted. In the back of his mind, a voice was worrying at him, telling him to be more careful, and it was right, but this feeling of confidence was addictive. Izuku couldn't remember the last time he'd felt like this, like he was in control, like he could do things. He ended up taking a much riskier route than usual, cutting his normal time nearly in half. His only hiccup was when he accidentally made eye contact with Kacchan, but fortunately his old friend was 2 tables away and pretty much blocked in by his lackeys. He resisted the urge to pump a fist in victory when he reached an empty table up against the far wall, setting his tray down and slinging his backpack, which he had learned to keep with him at all times, onto the bench beside him. He dropped onto the seat, picked up his chopsticks, said a quick prayer, and began shoveling rice into his mouth. For the first time in years, he felt happy, sitting there alone with his meal. He had a quirk. He had aced his math test earlier, and had made it across the cafeteria unscathed. Completely unscathed. It was almost too good to be true, and he half wondered when the other shoe was going to drop. Because it had to, right? He mentally shook himself. Maybe it probably would, but for now he should just enjoy his good fortune. After all, this giddy feeling and hard-to-control smile didn't just come around every day. Or at all, actually. Izuku froze, a chopstick load of rice halfway to his mouth. Everything was going so suspiciously well. Could his quirk have something to do with luck? Wasn't the color gold associated with luck in some old European legend? He shivered, popping the rice in his mouth. A luck quirk? Could that really be? It probably wasn't, but wouldn't that be cool? Imagine what he could do with that power. He could do anything. He really could be a hero with a quirk like that. Hey, Izuku, calm down, he told himself. Don't get excited. All you know is that you cry gold. That's it. We'll just have to do some testing. Don't get your hopes up, okay? But all his rationales couldn't quite keep the small spark of excitement from growing in his chest. He knew he was only setting himself up for disappointment, but, well, he could hope, couldn't he? He finished his meal quickly. This had become a habit over the years. Lingering in the cafeteria, or anywhere for that matter, was always risky. He was just about to pack up and make his way back across the room when he stopped. No one had bothered him yet, and if he headed to class too soon, he'd probably get cornered or picked on anyway. He sat back down, pushing his tray to the side. After doing a quick scan to ensure nobody was headed his way, he unlocked his phone. He sat there for a moment before opening his browser and searching for workout tips. If he did in fact have a luck quirk, he might not even need this, but he was determined to be as prepared as possible. It would be dumb not to. Most of the results at the top of the page were just gym membership websites, but he wasn't sure if he was ready for that yet. Plus it would cost money, and he didn't have a lot to throw around. And there was no way he was going to ask Mom to pay for it. She worked hard enough for their meager income. He scrolled down, glancing around every once in a while, until he found a promising link. He clicked on it and scanned a few lines. He was 3 websites in and felt like a plan was beginning to solidify in his head when he happened to glance at the clock in the corner of his screen. His stomach lurched. Lunch was almost over already. He needed to get out of here. He scrambled to his feet, pocketing his phone, nearly dropping it in the process, and swinging his backpack onto his shoulders. He winced as it rubbed his burn, then grabbed his tray and faced the room. Oh no! Students were standing up, milling around, chatting, taking their trays to the counter and generally heading out of the room. Crap. He should have paid better attention. There was no way he could get out unnoticed now. He swallowed painfully, steeling himself before plunging forward. He had taken about 3 steps when the thought struck him. This could be his first test to see if he really did have a luck quirk. After another moment of hesitation, he squared his shoulders, shook his head slightly, and strode into the crowd. He sidestepped, sliding between a couple of students, weaving his way through the crowd somehow, impossibly, without being called out, tripped, or with any food in his hair. With each step he took, he felt his confidence growing. Could this really be? Was this really happening? Another smile was splitting his face as he set his tray on top of the stack and turned toward the door. He had almost made it through lunch break completely unscathed. This was unbelievable. Maybe fortune really did favor the bold, huh? An unnaturally hot hand landed on his shoulder. Oi, Deku! Kacchan growled behind him, his fingers digging into his shoulder as he spun him around. Izuku's smile vanished. Oh, hi Kacchan. Izuku stuttered. The taller boy's lips parted in an angry snarl as his cronies pulled up behind him. I noticed you looking over at me, nerd. What's with that, huh? Izuku flailed his hands, all former confidence completely squashed. I didn't mean to. It was just an accident. Oh, I see. Kacchan loomed taller, red eyes glinting dangerously. You think you're too good for me, is that it? Too good to even look me in the eyes, huh? His fingers dug deeper, his palm even hotter, shoving Izuku backwards as the others laughed and jeered. Izuku's eyes stung as he tried to pull away. However, there was a spark of anger glinting beneath his fear now, a small glint at first, but growing rapidly into something hot and ugly. No matter what he said, Kacchan always twisted his words. He always read into things wrong, and on purpose, it seemed. He never listened. You know that's not true. Let go of me. He reached up and grabbed the taller boy's thumb and fingers, yanking them backwards as hard as he could. To his immense surprise, Kacchan folded with a yelp, as if he was levered downwards by Izuku's odd grip on his arm. Both were too shocked to react for a second. Even the other boys stood wide-eyed and speechless, their eyes bulging as if Izuku had suddenly sprouted a second head. What had he just, did he? What the hell, you dumb nerd? Kacchan snarled as he ripped his hand free and leapt to his feet. He massaged his wrist for a second, red eyes flashing with rage. How dare you! Small explosions were now forming in his palms. You're gonna pay for. Izuku was out the doors and halfway down the hall before Kacchan could finish his sentence. Okay, so this was the true test now. If he survived the school day, he definitely had a luck quirk. Inko was up to her elbows in warm, soapy water, a slight crease in her brows as she scrubbed the gold from Izuku's pajama top. His pillowcase was beyond help, and she had decided spending money on a new one was preferable to trying to salvage it. She pulled the sleeve taut, scrubbing with a vengeance for a few seconds before stopping. She sighed, watching as the beautiful gold substance swirled in the kitchen sink. She had taken the day off of work. She was just too rattled after last night's excitement. She had hoped Izuku would stay home from school as well, but the advent of his quirk seemed to have lit a fire underneath him. Hopefully he would remember to keep it a secret. Of course he would. What was she thinking? He had told her he would, and Izuku always kept his word. He was such a good boy. She didn't deserve him. Her fingers were as wrinkled as prunes by the time she managed to get at least most of the gold out of his shirt, and she unplugging the drain with another sigh as she wrung the excess water out of the soft fabric. The sink gargled itself empty, a few streaks of gold adorning the bottom. It was an unusually cold spring day, so she ended up hanging the wet nightshirt on the curtain rod in the bathroom instead of on the balcony. That task done, she walked back into the living room, pausing in the middle of it and glancing around at the usual disarray. She just couldn't believe it. Izuku actually had a quirk, and after all these years. All these years of watching him put on a brave face, hold back tears, and face the world without one. He had done such an amazing job. She was so proud of him. And now he had one. She wouldn't have to pause outside his door at night, listening to him cry himself to sleep, knowing there was nothing she could say or do to help him. Yesterday's Inko would have been guiltily relieved that he had developed a weak quirk instead of a flashy, dangerous one that could make him a hero. But now, she very much wished the opposite. She had no doubt that, even if this hadn't happened, he would have still tried to become a hero, but, oh, any quirk would have been better than this. And now she'd have to decide whether to tell Hisashi about it or not. She knew he'd left them, even though the company sending him overseas was his excuse. And if he was still the man of 10 years ago, she didn't know if she cared for the idea of him coming home and being around Izuku now that he had something potentially valuable to offer. Potentially valuable. That's what she was going to do. Putting these thoughts aside, she grabbed a knife from the cutlery drawer and hurried to the table where they'd sat last night. There were several drops of the stuff on it, and she wasted no time in scraping them off, taking care not to scratch the table. She slipped the gold drops into a plastic bag, collected her jacket and purse, and headed out the door. The train ride to the jeweler's was longer than she liked, but this was the place where she'd had her grandmother's earrings repaired a few years back, and she had been impressed with their service. Plus, she felt better about being seen going to and from a jewelry store in the good part of town where ruffians were less likely to notice. A small chime sounded as she pushed open the door of the quiet, elegant shop. She clutched her purse in both hands. She always felt out of place at well-to-do establishments like this. A tall, slender young man in a modest gray suit looked up from his task behind the main counter. "Hello, ma'am, how can I help you?" he asked, his eyes kindly. The only odd thing about him was that his hair seemed to be made entirely out of silvery leaves. If Izuku was with her, he'd already be mumbling about all the things the man might be able to do with his quirk. "Oh, well," she walked over to him, digging out the plastic bag and holding it out to him. "I have something here which I think is gold, but I'm not sure. Is there a way you could test it?" The young man smiled, taking the bag from her. "Of course, ma'am. Many customers bring in old pieces of jewelry for us to test, although," he paused for a minute as he fished out one of the golden drops, "I don't think I've ever tested an unworked piece of metal before." "Oh, I'm so sorry, will that be a problem?" Inko worried, wringing her hands. "Not to worry, ma'am." He laughed. "It's no problem at all. Let me get my boss, her quirk is well suited for this." He set the bag down in front of her, then ducked out of sight behind a doorway. Inko took his moment of absence to glance around. Crisp, gray walls and sharp, white light, crystal-clear display cases showcasing extravagant pieces of jewelry, things she could never even dream of buying, not even with a year's pay. But she would much rather buy Izuku hero merchandise anyway. The young man returned, holding the door open for a much shorter silver-haired, middle-aged woman in a platinum-gray skirt suit. "The lady has some pieces of what she believes are gold to be tested, mother," he said, gesturing to the plastic bag resting on the glass table in front of Inko. She was his mother, then? The resemblance was striking, although he must have inherited his stature and his quirk from his father. Along with his cheeriness, if his mother's icy composure was anything to judge by. She didn't even acknowledge Inko as she settled a pair of black horn-rimmed glasses on her nose and picked up one of the gold drops, wrinkling her nose almost disdainfully at the little plastic bag. The young man gave Inko an apologetic smile. The icy women stared, unmoving, at the drop of gold, balancing it on the tip of her fingers which, Inko now noticed, had an odd, shimmering quality about them. The woman frowned, transferring it to her other hand, holding it for a moment, then switching back. Her fierce eyebrows began to rise, astonishment overtaking her features. She tested each drop in turn, finally taking off her glasses and turning to face Inko. "Madam, these pieces are indeed gold. I was doubtful as they felt slightly odd to me at first," she said in a crisp foreign accent. Her son gave Inko a thumbs up. "However, this is by far the purest gold I have ever tested, even greater than 6/9 fine." Inko had no idea what that meant. But judging by the way the young man's jaw dropped, it must be important. "Mother, that's impossible," he exclaimed, eyeing the drops of gold. What exactly does that mean?" Inko asked quickly, worried about falling too far behind. 6/9 fine at the purest gold ever produced, or at least known to be produced. The young man explained while his mother retested a drop. "What you have, ma'am, is even purer than that. Even purer than the purest gold in the world." Inko's heart pounded. It was ironically fitting for her baby's tears to be the purest in the world, but, oh, Izuku. This was bad. This was very bad. She was suddenly very grateful that she was the only customer in the store. She didn't want anybody overhearing this. "Madam," the woman cleared her throat, adjusting her glasses. "I would be very happy to purchase these from you." No, I'm sorry, but they're not for sale." Inko snatched up the bag of drops and shoved them in her purse. She eyed the silvery jewelers, suddenly wary. Thank you for your help, but I really need to be going. I need to start on dinner." "Thanks for dropping in, ma'am." The young man called after her as she hurried from the store. The ride home was nerve-wracking. She knew there was no possible way for anyone to know, but she couldn't stop her imagination from painting everyone she saw as a stalker and thief. "Oh, Izuku, what are we going to do?" Izuku was 99% sure he most definitely did not have a luck quirk. After the incident at lunch, he'd basically been running from Kacchan the whole day, darting from class to class, barely avoiding getting beaten into the floor. Which he did in the end anyway. What had he been thinking? Taking on Kacchan like that? He was such an idiot. Such a dolt. And of course, he had paid for it. His stomach was now a model of dark bruises. His already sore ribs were now in horrible agony. Walking without a limp was nearly impossible. He had also thrown up after a particularly hard punch to the gut, which was both extremely unpleasant and deeply humiliating. Especially when one of the teachers, who had seen the whole thing, yelled at him for it and made him clean it all up while Kacchan's friends laughed. But he didn't really have the brain space to dwell on that injustice right now. It had been freeing, somehow, for a moment. That instant when Kacchan's arm folded and he dropped to one knee, it was as if something in Izuku's world had changed. Like he had unlocked a new ability in a game, learning that he actually had an option other than to run away or take the beating. He could actually do something about it, even though he was smaller and weaker. Had that been an option this whole time? He was also proud of the fact that his eyes hadn't done anything more than water. Okay, he had almost cried in the middle of vomit thing, but he had remembered what his mom had said about keeping his quirk a secret. And how could he do that if he broke down in front of everyone? All in all, his day had been a 50-50 split between uncommonly good and over-the-top bad. So there was still a chance he had a luck quirk and that it had a time limit, but at this point he kind of felt like he was clinging on to a desperate hope instead of actually being rational about it. In the end, he was just thankful that the day was over and that tomorrow was Saturday. He had a weekend to recover. And a quirk to analyze. A smile tried to quirk at his lips, but it just wasn't strong enough to force itself onto his face. Of course he was excited to have his own quirk, and of course he was excited to analyze it, but everything just hurts so bad. The walk home felt like it took forever, and he was completely spent by the time he reached the apartment building and climbed the steps to their level. He didn't even search the news for villain fights on his way home. He pushed open the apartment door and shuffled wearily inside. A wave of delicious scent wafted over him and he paused for a moment, taking in the comforting atmosphere. "I'm home, Mom," he called as he crouched to untie his shoes. The effort of bending down hurt like crazy. "Welcome home, baby." Her voice floated from the kitchen, almost drowned out by the clanking of dishes. "Dinner's almost ready." Izuku stopped off in his room, dumping his backpack on the floor beside his bed. Taking off his school clothes was a painful endeavor, and he had to bite his fist to stifle a cry of pain when he pulled his undershirt off. He squeezed his eyes shut, tears of pain leaking from the corners as he tried to still his shaking. Finally, he forced himself to examine his bruised stomach. It was a mess. He really didn't want to have to do this again, so he skipped the shirt altogether and pulled on his overlarge all-might hoodie instead. He'd much rather only have to take off one top, and this offered much more coverage than a t-shirt. After pulling on a pair of dark gray sweatpants, he wandered out into the hall, following the delicious smell to the kitchen. "Hi, Mom," he said, sitting gingerly at the kitchen table. "Hi, Izuku baby," she replied, dishing something out onto plates, her back to him. "How was school today?" He shifted into a more comfortable position, propping his chin in his hands. "It was really good at first, but it just sort of went all wrong after lunch." "Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that," she said, turned to him then, a plate of food in her hands. "I guess it's a good thing I made Kacchan then." Izuku couldn't help the smile that stretched across his face. Izuku glanced over at his alarm clock. It was almost midnight. He grunted, closing his internet browser on his phone and maneuvering himself into a sitting position. He plugged his phone in and turned off his lamp. He'd been searching random things since he went to bed, trying to figure out what he had done to Kacchan and if he could replicate it. According to what he'd read, he had done something similar to a wrist lock, only much cruder. There were all sorts of things like what he had done, all revolving around control and manipulation instead of raw strength. It was perfect. Something combat-like that he actually had a chance at being able to do. Of course, it would work even better if he was stronger, but he needed on his strength anyway, so that was fine. There was one in particular where you grabbed your opponent's fingers just like he had, bend them back, catch your opponent's elbow and force their whole arm upwards, which would unbalance them and force them to the floor. He had done that, but the point was that he had actually done it. And he could learn to do it better, in case he needed to do it again. He pulled his comforter up to his chin and closed his eyes, reaching up with one hand to touch the skin beneath them. He had fully expected to cry tonight, which would have given him the opportunity to examine his quirk in more detail, but he hadn't. His mom had made him feel so much better over the course of the evening, and his curiosity about what he'd done to Kacchan had completely overridden the thoughts of his bad afternoon. But Izuku wasn't complaining. And he didn't cry at all that night. Izuku stretched, feeling his shoulders loosen. The cold wind blew his already wild hair back and forth, locks of dark green curls slapping him in the face every so often, but he couldn't bring himself to be annoyed. After all, the sun was out, he was out of the house, and the air was clean and fresh, blowing in from the sea. "Aren't you cold without a coat, Izuku baby?" Inko worried, her voice muffled from the scarf the lower half of her face was buried in. Izuku smiled, the air instantly chilling his teeth and making him snap his mouth shut again. Weirdly enough, he was barely cold at all, especially considering he had left the house in nothing but his signature red sneakers, a pair of dark jeans, and his oversized all-might hoodie. "No, I actually feel great." he answered, slowing his pace a little so she could keep up. He couldn't remember when exactly he'd gotten taller than her, but he certainly wasn't complaining. She hunched her shoulders as if trying to hide deeper inside of her thick coat. Well, as long as you're sure. I would hate for you to catch a cold. He nodded as they rounded the corner and turned into a shopline street. It was busy despite the cold wind, people of all ages and with all different quirks shuffling along in oversized coats or darting from shop to shop, desperate to get out of the wind. The last few days had been spent in the house or at school, with Izuku madly trying to come to grips with the fact that he had a quirk like a real actual quirk, and Mom telling him about how she'd taken his tears to be tested and that they were real actual gold, and he just couldn't believe it, and all his mental mood swings from elation to confusion to disappointment and then back to elation and then back and forth and over and over. And then today he'd looked in the mirror, wondering how he'd managed to leave flecks of gold on his face even after vigorous scrubbing, only to realize with a shock that his quirk had developed a tell. His freckles had turned gold-colored, just like his tears. He'd freaked out over it, and finally Mom had enough told him he was acting like he had cabin fever and had forced him to go on a walk. He hadn't wanted to go out. The idea of running into any of his classmates was nauseating, plus the fact that he looked like he had glitter sprinkled across his cheeks was slightly embarrassing. And then the realization had stuck him that he looked like he had glitter on his face. Permanent glitter. That would never come off. Everyone at school would see. Everyone would pick on him for it, and then Kacchan would ask him why it was there, and then he'd be coming to school every day like that, and he would get suspicious and figure out he had a quirk, and then Mom had herded him out the door, hushing his borderline hysterical ramblings, and told him she had a plan. He'd immediately quieted, caught completely off guard and overwhelmed with curiosity. She didn't tell him what it was, though, despite him practically begging to know. She just hushed him, saying she'd explain when they got there. That had made him less than a little nervous. So now they were here, in this little shopline street. He could try to pretend otherwise, but going for a walk really had made him feel better. The sunlight and crisp wind was strangely invigorating and at the same time, calming. Mom crossed the narrow street, glancing around as she went. He followed out of habit, having already become distracted by the myriad of amazing quirks around him. There was a young woman, probably in her 20s, who had a pair of dusty brown wings on her back. Could she control her feathers individually like hawks could, or were they solid, more like an actual bird's wings than his? They were attached lower on her back than hawks as well. Did that improve her balance during flight, since she didn't have a tail? Oh, and there was a little boy over there who looked like he was levitating a bouncing ball. Did he have some sort of gravity manipulation, or could he control objects? If so, what was his limit? Could he only lift small things like that ball or maybe a teacup, or did he have the power to hold up a building? Imagine the kind of herd he'd make. He caught himself, realizing he was muttering when he almost ran into a mother and her daughter. "Oh, I'm so sorry," he blurted, face heating up. "I should really try to watch where I'm going." "Yeah, you should," the woman said, frowning at him, taking her daughter's hand and walking purposefully around him. The little girl, who looked like an exact carbon copy of her mother, resisted, staring up into Izuku's eyes with an intense look of wonderment. Izuku gave her an awkward smile, unsure what to do. Hello. I love your sparkles," she practically shouted, pointing a round little finger at his face. "My." He reached up to touch his face, remembering his golden freckles. Thank you." She gave him a wide grin and finally let her mother lead her away. He stood still for a moment, still vaguely lost, then hurried to catch up with his own mom. She was waiting for him several feet ahead, hiding a smile in her scarf. He said, still trying to figure out if he should be feeling embarrassed or maybe flattered. Where were we going?" "This way. We're almost there," she said, still smiling. "That little girl was so nice. And she liked your sparkles too." "Mom." He flushed again, shoving his hands into his hoodie pocket. They're not sparkles." "I don't know, baby," she giggled. "They look pretty sparkly to me." Izuku was about to argue when it struck him. Mom was teasing him. And in a good way. He couldn't remember the last time she'd teased him, or made casual jokes with him, or anything like that. She'd always been so worried and distant because of it. And if the price for this change was sparkliness, maybe he could deal with it? Actually, scratch that. He definitely couldn't deal with this. Mom, is this a makeup store? He blurted, staring in horror as the small, very, very girly shop she had just led him into. She gave him a small smile. Yes, baby. It's a makeup store. Izuku stared in horror. Everything was in shades of pink and purple, most of it glittery. Rows and shelves of little girly things and his face reddened again. What are we doing in a makeup store? I mean, obviously it's normal for you to be in here, but me? Why am I here? I shouldn't be here. Mom unwound her scarf from around her neck. Well, Izuku baby, you said you didn't want the boys at school making fun of your sparkles, and this was the best thing I could think of. Unless you want to wear some sort of mask every day for the rest of school. They're not sparkles. He mumbled, trying to disappear into the collar of his hoodie. Makeup? Makeup? No, this was horrible. He couldn't. Couldn't he wear a mask though? Surely that would be better than this? No, that wouldn't work. Someone would just rip it off his face the second he showed up with it. They'd probably think he had messed up his mouth or something and want to show the whole school only to find out he had sparkles. Not sparkles. They're definitely not sparkles. And if they found out about his gold freckles, they'd figure out the rest. They had to, right? They're not dumb enough to somehow think he just randomly put glitter on his face just for kicks. Actually, they might. They already though he was stupid and useless. But Kacchan would know. So he couldn't wear a mask. And he couldn't risk going without anything. He gave a shaky sigh, trying his best to swallow his shame as he followed Mom to the counter. Hello, what can I do for you two fine people today? The woman asked. She didn't have any immediately noticeable quirk tells for him to distract himself with. However, her long, dark hair was pulled into an extremely tight, shockingly smooth bun on the top of her head. Just looking at it was enough to give Izuku a headache. There was also an overpoweringly sweet aroma in the air, but he didn't know if that was her perfume or just the smell of the shop. Whatever it was, he could swear it was slowly killing him. Along with his shame. It was all working in tandem. Well, Mom began, I need something to cover up my son's freckles. He doesn't want to be made fun of at school. Sparkles, huh? She leaned forward, squinting, making Izuku lean away from her. Oh, but why would you want to cover them up? They're so pretty. And they go perfectly with your eyes. Such a handsome, sparkly young man. He was definitely dying now. Isn't he just? Mom giggled. Mom. He groaned, burying his burning face in his hands. It's nothing to be ashamed of, sweetie. The woman laughed, then turned her attention back to Mom. So, are you thinking foundation or a spot fixer? His sparkles aren't terribly noticeable unless you look, or the light catches them. Oh, I really don't know. I don't know much about makeup. Mom replied, wringing her hands. Not to worry. That's what I'm here for after all. The next half hour or so was pure agony. Most of the time he had no clue what was going on or what they were even saying, but he was terrified of falling behind for fear of what would happen to him. He fell behind anyway, though, despite his best efforts. All he could do was follow them around, keep his head down, and suffer through having literal makeup tested on his skin. It was, well. He felt shell-shocked when they finally stepped back out onto the cold, breezy street, armed now with a couple tubes of makeup and, most horrifyingly, sort of knowing what they were and how to actually use them. What just happened to me? He asked, staring numbly into empty space. Mom just laughed. You'll live, Izuku baby. Besides, this is to help you, remember? He ran a hand through his hair. I know, but just here. He handed her the shimmering pink plastic bag of shamefulness. Can you at least carry it? Please? Of course I can. She took it from him and the two headed off down the sidewalk. Izuku was so rattled that even geeking out over the quirks of the people around him couldn't break him out of it. He just walked along beside her, hunched like an emotional teen, which he supposed he was, actually. It was only when Mom came to a sudden stop that he looked up. They had just reached the corner of the street, and there didn't seem to be any reason why she had stopped moving. Confused, he looked at her. There was a slight frown on her face. "What is it, Mom?" he asked, a tingle of worry in his chest. Had he missed something while he was busy sulking? Was it important? "Oh no, what?" "I was just thinking, baby," she said, rubbing her hands together for warmth and breaking off his thought spiral. "We never really celebrated. Well, you know what, would you like to go out to eat? It would also be to make up for your traumatic experience just now." Izuku's eyes widened. "I'd love to. But really it's no big deal, and you already spent a bunch of money on that makeup, so you really don't have to." She shushed him, and once again he was floored by the hesitant smile on her face. "It's okay. I want to take you out to eat. If it makes you feel better, I can call it an early birthday present. Does that sound good?" He rubbed the back of his neck, shivering slightly as a gust of wind hit him. Yeah, that sounds good to me." Mom nodded, and with that, they turned around and headed back down the street. Katsuki shoved his hands in his pockets and scowled as he followed the old hag down the blustery street. Why'd they have to be out here? It was too cold for this. And besides, he was hungry. "Oh, stop sulking, Katsuki." Mitsuki slapped the back of his head, making him snarl. "If you'd stop blowing up your own backpack, we wouldn't have to be here at all. Hit me again and I'll blow your face off. Stop being such a brat." The other people on the sidewalk scurried out of the way of the pair of fighting blondes, eyeing them with obvious fear. That suited him just fine. The extras had better stay out of his path anyway. His eyebrows furrowed so hard it almost hurt as they strode into a nice little store. He growled. The niceness of it was making him even more angry. If it wasn't for that stupid Deku, he wouldn't have to be here at all. Ever since the nerd had gotten lucky with that oh-so-clever little move, he'd been acting out. Thinking he was better than he was. Not knowing his place anymore. Looking down on him with those annoying eyes. Stupid annoying Deku. And then today, the stupid nerd had given him the slip. He was due for a good thrashing, and then like an absolute coward he'd run away. That was the only thing he could do without screwing it up, running. Coward. "Well, Katsuki?" the hag snapped. He glanced up at her, realizing he'd missed something. "Well, what?" he snapped back. "Which backpack do you want?" she repeated with an annoyed huff. He glared in the direction she was pointing. A small assortment of backpacks hung from pegs on the aisle wall, all nondescript, monochromatic types with straps and buckles hanging everywhere. He crossed his arms. "I don't like any of them." Mitsuki rolled her eyes. "Well, I'm not buying you good ones anymore if you're just gonna blow them up every other week. Now which one do you want?" "The black one," he muttered, sinking into his beige scarf as the hag plucked the black backpack off the wall and headed to the checkout. The store was cold. Winter was cold. Why did it have to be cold? He hated the cold. The only thing that could make it worse would be seeing Deku walk by, perfectly comfortable and wearing something hero-themed, that stupid grin on his stupid face that Katsuki wanted to punch out of existence. No, that wouldn't be the worst. The worst would be the nerd enjoying the cold, wearing something hero-themed, grinning idiotically, taking notes on people's quirks and talking about being a hero and looking down on him with those stupid annoying eyes. It was even Deku's fault he was here. If the nerd hadn't gotten lucky today, he wouldn't have been so sad that he accidentally exploded his own backpack on the way home from school. Deku was nothing more than a pebble on Katsuki's path, so why did he keep getting in his shoe? In the middle of that thought, he stepped back out into the street, glowering as a blast of wind hit him. "Are we finally done?" he complained. The hag huffed in irritation. "Yes, Katsuki, we're done. Now don't blow anything else up between here and home." He stomped after her, too cold and angry to argue. Like the backpack thing was even his fault. But would she listen? No. Would she understand if she even did listen? Hell no. He didn't know what could have possibly compelled him to look up, but when he did, his lips curled back into a snarl. Deku and Auntie Inko were sitting in a window booth at a ramen shop across the street. And Deku was smiling and wearing a stupid All Might hoodie on top of it. Literally the specific things he had listed. Stupid death. Katsuki felt his lips curl. That nerd better learn his place, and learn it quick. Or he was in for a world of pain. Izuku examined his reflection in the mirror. It was pretty early in the morning. Mom wasn't even up yet. He'd had a nightmare about. Well, he couldn't actually remember now, but he hadn't been able to go back to sleep afterwards. The first thing he'd done other than stare dully at the blinking green numbers on his alarm clock for half an hour was open his phone. Bright white light had seared his retinas, and even after the adaptive screen brightness had kicked in, his vision was just too blurry to make anything out. He'd wanted to do more research about wrist locks and to see if he could find any information on quirks similar to his, but he had more than enough time to do that later. So instead, he was here, in the bathroom, squinting at his reflection. Should he try to get some practice concealing his freckles? He probably should, but, well, he knew the theory of how to do it, but he didn't really feel comfortable trying on his own. Plus, he'd probably end up wasting a bunch of the stuff, and he really didn't want to do that. He could ask Mom to help him once she woke up. Yeah. That's what he'd do. Instead, after a moment's hesitation, he pulled his nightshirt off. He winced, but nothing hurt nearly as bad as it used to. The bruises on his stomach were fading fast, thankfully. But that burn on his collarbone. A sigh escaped him, and he clapped his hands over his mouth, listening to the silence. Oh, what was he thinking? A sigh wouldn't wake Mom up, especially since he was 2 rooms away. He turned back to studying his reflection, ignoring the burns and bruises. There were his gold freckles. Was that his only tell? Hopefully. How would he hide it if his eyes or something changed? He wasn't quite comfortable with the idea of colored contacts. Putting something onto his actual eyeball? No thanks. The edge of the sink was shockingly cold against his abs as he leaned forward, coming nose to nose with the glass, holding his breath to keep from fogging it up. He wanted to see his quirk in action again, but to do that, he had to cry, and he wasn't sad right now. Just a bit. Well, irritable and bleary. What if he focused on feeling sad? That didn't sound very appealing. He'd have to relive memories of things he would really rather forget. And he'd spent too much time these last 10 years crying in the bathroom in the middle of the night anyway. But maybe if he wasn't crying because of the pain or loneliness, it wouldn't be so bad. Like, couldn't some people cry on command? Like toddlers did to try and manipulate their parents? Could he teach himself to do that? That sounded kind of lame. What about chopping up an onion? That would make too much noise, though. Would it still be gold if his eyes watered? Or did it have to be tears generated specifically from the act of crying? He should try to test that sometime. Or now, if he could manage it. He scrubbed tiredly at his eyes with his fists. Then, against his better judgment, he shot a quick glance at the light bulb. Nope, he should definitely not do that. Definitely not. Nope. He felt his eyes water, which was the point even if the plan was idiotic, and he leaned forward again, trying to see his reflection past the superimposed image of the light bulb in his vision. By the time he could see again, however, his eyes were completely dry. So much for that, he muttered to himself. With a sigh, he pulled his shirt back on and switched the light off, making a mental note never to try and activate his quirk by potentially damaging his vision again. He was such an idiot. He shuffled out into the dark hallway. Was it really here that, barely over a week ago, he had discovered his quirk? Felt so surreal now. He shook his head and slipped back into his bedroom. Well, what now? The smart thing to do would be to go back to sleep, since it was a school day and that meant lots of stress and running and potentially injuries. He glanced at his clock. It was 5:30. He'd be getting up in about an hour anyway. Well, now was as good as ever to start his get fit for UA plan, which he had meant to start days ago but had become too distracted to actually begin. Over the course of the week, whenever his mind wasn't occupied with his new quirk, the advent of his quirk tell, or survival, he'd been putting together a plan. Lots of stretching would be in order, that was for sure. Since he didn't have the strongest build, nor a combative quirk, flexibility and limberness would be traits he couldn't do without. After that, workouts to increase his overall strength since, once again, he'd be fighting quirkless, and he needed every advantage he could get. He turned on his lamp with a soft click, then sat on the edge of his bed, phone in hand. He scrolled back through the websites he'd read through before, refreshing his memory. Okay, so he really needed to focus on his core strength, but really, well, he needed to work on everything. Man, he should have probably been spending his free afternoons getting stronger instead of geeking out over new heroes and their quirks all these years. He shook his head and turned off his phone. It was too late to change the past, but he'd better get to work now if he actually wanted a chance at this. After all, the UA entrance exam couldn't just be a written test like a normal school's, right? They were scouting for future heroes, so they would probably want to at least see what their potential future students could actually do. Which meant Izuku had better be able to do something. Izuku's nose and cheeks felt weird. Really weird. Was this what girls went through every day? If so, they had his eternal sympathy. Mom tilted her head, examining his face. She'd spent the last 15 minutes blotting out his sparkles, freckles, doing her best to make them look like they used to. Brown dots scattered over his skin. She tilted her head the other way, her dark green bangs shifting with gravity. Well, she said, you'll do, but we should try to get more practice at this. If anyone looks too closely, they might notice something is different. It's also hard to make it look right when your face is bright red. Sorry, Mom, he stammered. This was just super embarrassing. Not that anybody but Mom would ever know, but still. And remember, Mom said as he got to his feet, grabbing his backpack off the floor. Try not to touch your face too much, you don't want to rub it off. He nodded, swallowing. Rub it off? He hadn't even thought of that. Mom smiled at him, the lines around her eyes crinkling. Then, to his surprise, she reached around him and pulled him into a hug. Izuku went ramrod stiff. Years of touching pain had ingrained the unfortunate response of freezing on contact. Definitely not the best survival method. But this wasn't Kacchan, or anybody from school. This was Mom, and even though they hadn't been the closest, this past week had been opening his eyes to how much she really loved him. Gold almost ruined his artificial freckles as he hugged her back. Have a good day at school, baby, she murmured as she released him. His smile wobbled slightly. I'll try. He closed the door and headed down the stairs, a small smile quirking at his lips. Maybe today would be okay after all. His morning stretching and workout routine had actually made him feel really good, honestly, especially the stretching. His arms did feel a bit like jello, but that was just an indicator that he was doing what he needed to do, right? He'd been pretty disappointed in himself over the fact that he could barely manage 3 consecutive sit-ups, and don't even get him started on the push-ups. However, the workouts for his legs were surprisingly manageable. At first, he was sure he was doing them wrong because there was no way a weakling like him could do them so effortlessly, but after watching a couple of videos, he was forced to believe that he might actually have a little bit of strength built up in his legs. Probably from all the running he was forced to do. Running. He was good at running. The realization had him with the force of a freight train. He was good at something. Well, other than crying and washing dishes and creeping people out with his notebooks, but still. There was something that would be useful for hero work that he could actually do. Izuku stumbled over the last step, barely managing to stop himself from face-planting on the floor. Not good. It might have messed up his face disguise. He was refusing to call it makeup. That was worse than calling his freckles sparkles. Way worse. So much worse it was crazy. Finally he reached the street. It was pretty cold. There was frost on everything, but at least there was no wind. The walk to school would have been absolutely miserable if there had been. He took a deep breath of cold air, fortifying himself for the day ahead. Then he took off down the sidewalk, his backpack bouncing. There was only one way to go, and that was forward. Jin Konoha waved goodbye to the young couple who had just purchased a very expensive diamond engagement ring. It wasn't his place to judge, especially considering he was the one who sold them the ring in the first place, but he just didn't understand why someone would spend so much money on an engagement ring. Why not save your money for the actual wedding ring? It was far more important after all. He ran his long, pale fingers over his hair, smoothing the silvery leaves into place. It was odd that Mother hadn't overseen the transaction. He had only been working here for a month, so he would have thought she'd want to keep an eye on him while selling pieces of jewelry that cost millions of yen. Unless she was finally starting to loosen up, but even the idea of that felt like it was bordering on the insane. Jin couldn't for the life of him understand why father had married her. And where was she, anyway? Frowning, Jin pushed through the door to the back rooms, listening carefully. Everyone always assumed, when they learned his mother was Russian, that she would be tall, strong, and with a warm, hearty disposition, but Yelena was the shortest in the family and could actually have been carved from ice. It was an odd juxtaposition, but he was used to her cold demeanor. He followed a very faint rustling sound to the testing room, finally finding her sitting with her back to him, focusing intently on whatever she had in her hands. "I just sold a ring, Mother," Jin declared, hoping his atrocious lack of specifics would get a rise out of her. It didn't. That was most unusual. He frowned in confusion, walking up beside her. "What have you got there?" "Wait," he stiffened in shock. "Is that one of that nice green-haired lady's gold pieces?" His mother gave him a sharp glare at his outburst. "Yes." Why do you have that?" "She said she wasn't selling." "Don't tell me you stole it from her." Jin couldn't believe it. Sure, she was cold and she often ignored people's boundaries, feelings, and everything else, but to steal? How could she? Had she done this before? She gave him an even harsher glare. "I did not steal this. It fell from her bag in her haste to leave, and I did not realize it until after she was gone." But, he stammered, the gears in his brain grinding to a standstill, "but it's been over a week. Why didn't you try to return it? It belongs to her." She turned back to the strangely shaped drop of gold. "If I am not mistaken, you failed to ask for her name, correct?" Yes. "Do you know where she lives then?" "No." "How, then, do you propose we return it to her? We do not know her name, who she is, where she's from, nor where to find her." Heavy silence fell, his anger dissipating. "I am sorry, Mother." "You are forgiven. If she returns, we will give it to her, but judging by her reaction, I do not think she will." She turned the gold over in her shimmering fingers, her sharp gray eyebrows furrowing. Jin turned his attention to the gold, ashamed of his outburst. Had he really just accused his own mother of theft? He stood in silence for a while, wondering if it would be best if he returned to the front, but now that his initial panic had worn off, curiosity was beginning to grip him. "You said it was the purest gold in the world?" he asked quietly. She nodded, still frowning, transferring the drop to her other hand. "Or at least I thought. When I tested it that day, I was absolutely certain of my proclamation. However, testing it again, something about it is off." "Off?" he repeated, sitting on the stool beside her. "How so?" It was odd of her to second-guess herself, and even more so to use common terms like off. She huffed in irritation, though not at him, he realized. "It's not that it is low quality, I would have detected that straight away. It's not as pure, however, as I first believed. No, there is something odd about it that somehow managed to trick my quirk. I tested it traditionally just now, and it is indeed high quality, very pure gold, but there is something unnatural about it." "Unnatural?" Jin muttered, digesting her words. "Trick your quirk? How? What do you mean?" "I mean," she said, setting the drop down in a round glass container, "that there may be something going on here that we do not want any part of. Whether someone is adding some chemical to the gold, or using a quirk to tamper with it, I do not know. But I think we should not even try to contact that woman, even to return it to her." Jin ran a hand through his hair again, his face pale. "She seemed so nice." "I'm not saying that she was some criminal," his mother corrected sharply. "She acted like she had no idea what the gold even was, but you noticed the way her eyes filled with fear when I told her it was so pure? Perhaps she knew something, and she was hoping it wasn't true? To be honest, I don't know what to think of it." Jin swallowed slightly. Who would have thought that a nice little woman asking to have a piece of gold tested could be connected to something potentially, well? "What should we do?" he asked her. She turned to face him, sliding the glass lid onto the container. "I am going to take this to the police." Tsukachi glanced down at the little piece of gold sitting inside the glass container on his desk. He felt winded. Mrs. Konoha would have made a formidable hero, or villain. The thought was enough to make him shudder. He sighed heavily, propping his elbows on the paper-strewn desk and rubbing the corners of his eyes. This was weird, and he'd seen and heard his share of weird things. Or maybe it was just Mrs. Konoha that made it feel that way. Everything she had said was true, from her description of the little round, green-haired woman that had brought the gold, to her sharp-tongued explanation of her own quirk and what she'd found inside of the gold, what she thought of it, the lot. He'd tried explaining to her that yes, of course, if any evidence for any wrongdoings involving the gold came up, they would look into it, but without any more evidence they really had no reason to, but she had been rather insistent. He supposed that, yes, if someone was tampering with, or potentially worse, counterfeiting gold, they would have a case, but as it was. The smell of strong, dark coffee reached his nose seconds before Aizawa shoved a steaming mug in his face. Tsukachi looked up at the ragged hero, thanking him with a mumble and taking the offered drink. Aizawa dropped into another chair, steadying his own mug before wheeling himself closer to the detective. "Hard day?" he asked, his voice gravely and slow. Tsukachi glanced at his friend's face again. His eyes looked more bloodshot than usual, there was grime in his tangled black hair, and a dark bruise growing on his left cheekbone. He didn't know why he was surprised the hero came here instead of heading home. "And it's only 10 in the morning, he chuckled dryly, massaging his forehead with his thumb and first finger. He sipped his coffee, trying to block out the sounds of the station as his headache began to spread. "But what do I have to complain about? It looks like you had a rough shift." Aizawa mumbled, tilting his head back and chugging his coffee like some sort of madman. "Another trigger user." "Ah, crap," Tsukachi muttered. "I thought we had that mess cleaned up." "So did I, but I'm pretty sure there's a Yakuza or two here in Mizudafu selling the stuff." Tsukachi resisted the urge to groan and beat his head against the desk. First a robbery, then a couple of villain attacks, now Yakuza and Trigger, and this darn piece of gold. He gestured helplessly to the glass container. Aizawa frowned at it, blinking tiredly. "I only heard the tail end of your conversation with that woman, but it does sound interesting. She said there were quirk traces in it. Something like that? Or an unknown chemical, although she pretty much disproved that theory herself during our conversation." He took another swig of his coffee, resisting the urge to make a face. They pretty much stocked this stuff specifically for Eraserhead, but maybe they should spare the funds to invest in a better brand. Aizawa rolled his chair a little closer, and Tsukachi took the cue and handed him the container. He watched as the hero removed the lid, set it carefully in his lap, and picked up the gold piece. He turned it over a couple of times. "It looks completely normal, other than its shape. It almost looks like it melted and dripped on something," he mumbled, setting it back in the container and handing it back to Tsukachi. "My thoughts exactly." He nodded, setting it back on his desk. "Anyway, it's low priority right now, although I'll have to take it to a forensics lab for further testing, if anything just to keep that woman off my back. But for now, paperwork. And for you who sleep." Aizawa glanced over at the stack of papers on his own desk. Sounds like a plan." He deadpanned before getting up and striding out of the station, mug still in his hand. Izuku couldn't believe it. He just couldn't believe it. Nobody noticed anything wrong with his face. Nobody said anything about it, nobody even stared at it. He must look normal. It had worked. It really worked. He didn't know why he was so surprised, but he was. He hadn't expected it to work. It was just his luck, you know? He would have walked into class, Kacchan would have glared at him and then said, "Oi, what's on your face, you dimmin' nerd?" Or even worse if he had somehow rubbed it off on his way to school, and then Kacchan would have said the same thing, only about his gold freckles, and then it would have all just gone to heck. But it hadn't. Well, Kacchan had sent him a murderous glare, but he hadn't said anything about, looked at, or in any way really acknowledged his face. Which was good, even though it kind of hurt, since Kacchan had been his friend once. Although, as the day progressed, Izuku was starting to get a bit, nervous. His classmates were acting like normal, ignoring him, whispering about him, laughing at him and trying to trip him, respectively, but Kacchan, he was acting kind of weird. He hadn't spoken to him at all, not even to make fun of him. He hadn't chased him down or beat him up, But whenever Izuku glanced around, there he was, looking murderous and shooting glares his way. When he was hurrying to grab things from his locker before someone could grab him, Kacchan was standing in the middle of the hall, turning slowly to face him. When he hid in his usual spot in the back of the cafeteria at lunch, he looked up from his food to see Kacchan in the middle of the chaos, giving him a snarl. When he headed to class, head ducked to try and avoid attention, he could feel eyes on his back and turned to see Kacchan, about 10 feet back, surrounded by his lackeys. Wherever he went, Kacchan was there. It was terrifying. And then, when he saw two of Kacchan's friends glance back at him, grin, and do a high five, it clicked. Kacchan was implementing terror tactics. It was working. He was having a hard time focusing on his schoolwork, having a hard time doing anything as he waited for the other shoe to drop. Because it was going to. It always did. The question was when and why. Why had Kacchan decided to do it this way? It was out of character, which made it even more terrifying. Finally, after a long, tense, stressed-out day, he glanced at the clock. 5 more minutes. It had been a whole day without incident, major incident, so if it was going to happen, it would happen now. He began discreetly slipping his things into his backpack. Textbooks, notebooks, pencil case. He tucked his phone inside the extra shirt he always kept with him in case the one he was wearing got badly damaged and he needed to change before he got home so Mom wouldn't get suspicious. Slowly, as quietly as he could, he zipped the pockets and snapped the latches closed, wincing at the sound. He glanced up, but it seemed like nobody had noticed, not even the teacher. He would probably have stopped the lesson to give him a stern reprimand for disturbing everyone if he had. Izuku felt a flare of anger. So Kacchan's constant habit of exploding pencils during class didn't disturb them at all, but his every move did? The clock was counting down as the teacher rambled on, but Izuku wasn't paying attention anymore. He began to tense, one hand gripping the straps on his backpack with white knuckles. If he got caught and they did something to mess up his face disguise, it was over. He couldn't risk that. He promised Mom he'd keep it a secret, no matter how hard it might be. 10, 9, 8. He counted the seconds down in his head, eyes glancing from the clock, to Kacchan, to the door. What was the optimal strategy here? 7, 6. To bolt and be the first one out the door? Or should he wait for a couple seconds and try to get lost in the crush of students? Which would be better? 5, 4, 3. He gripped his backpack tighter. Boto. He just had to run. The instant he could. 2. What? The bell rang and Izuku leapt from his desk as the others started climbing to their feet or stuffing their books in their bags. He darted through the maze of desks and threw the door open before anyone could say a word. He's getting away, Bakugo. Oh no. That was Fingers. So they did have a plan. Oi, get back here, you demon nerd. Kacchan yelled the famous words, but Izuku didn't look back. He just ran. He skidded around the corner, nearly losing his balance, and he tried to avoid knocking into a couple of startled second years emerging from their classroom. He managed to keep ahead of his pursuer despite his heavy backpack and burning lungs and people who kept getting in the way. He did have a lot of practice at it, though, but this time felt different somehow. Bakugo was gaining ground by the time Izuku slid around the final corner. A couple of girls were just leaving, the front doors swinging slowly closed behind them. He'd get caught if he had to stop and open them again. Breath coming in gasps, he put on a burst of speed, grabbing the edge of the door and flinging it open, hurtling past the trio of yelping girls and taking off down the street as fast as his legs would carry him. Which wasn't fast enough. He could hear Kacchan behind him, letting off small explosions to propel him forward. He couldn't mock that. He was going to get caught. Izuku's legs were absolutely on fire. He may be a good runner, but even he couldn't outpace an explosion-propelled, murderous teenager, no matter how hard he tried. He resisted the urge to scream as Kacchan slammed into him, driving him into the pavement. The rough surface dug into his face, and he could feel the warm, sticky sensation of blood on his skin. At least it would cover his freckles. Heart pounding, he tried to SEK in some much-needed oxygen, but a pair of scaldingly hot hands pressed down on his back, Kacchan's entire body weight behind them. Izuku couldn't breathe. Did you really think you could outrun me, Deku? He spat the nickname like it was poison. You seriously think I'm that weak? Izuku wanted to say no. He wanted to tell Kacchan that he knew he was strong, that he had always been the strongest, but he couldn't. Mercifully, Kacchan eased off as his lackeys caught up with them, panting and wiping sweating brows. You caught him. Nice. He was really moving for a second. Too bad for him, he's such a weakling. Can't believe he thought he could get away. Stupid quirkless piece of. Kacchan hauled Izuku to his feet with a growl, scowling as Izuku gasped for air. They drag him back towards the school, ducking into an alley. The alley. They took him here a lot. It was a perfect spot, a dead end with a large dumpster blocking most of the view from the road. An alley with no way out. Izuku was trying desperately not to cry as Kacchan released his death grip, kicking him to the ground. Still gasping, he shuffled away from them, eyes darting from face to leering face as his back hit the grimy wall. Kacchan, please. Kacchan, Kacchan, Kacchan. Kacchan snarled, always begging Kacchan, don't. Kacchan, please. Stupid, worthless Deku. He took a step closer, small explosions popping in his hands. Izuku's eyes zeroed in on them, his heart jumping in anticipation of the burns. He hugged his backpack, which had fallen off at some point, to his chest, fingernails digging into the skin of his opposite hand in an attempt to keep the tears at bay. What had he done? He hadn't been talking about being a hero as much at school. He hadn't been trying to hang out with Kacchan, hadn't done anything. What's been going on with you, huh? You've been acting weird lately. Kacchan paused for a second. Well, weirder than normal, which is saying something for you. His lackeys laughed like he'd just cracked a hilarious joke. Is it because of that little move you pulled in the cafeteria, huh? He demanded, leaning closer, pupils narrowing to dots. You looking down on me? You think I'm weak, huh? Izuku managed to climb to his feet despite his shaking legs. His vision was beginning to blur. He needed to get out of here before he lost it. He couldn't let them see. Answer me, damn it. Kacchan roared, reaching for him with a sparking palm. Izuku felt the first tear escape. He ducked his head, grabbing his backpack by the straps and swinging it with all the strength he could muster. It connected with a sickening crunch, but he couldn't see what he'd hit. He couldn't see anything. He could feel the tears coming now, blurring his vision and streaming down his face, and the only thought in his head was that he had to get out of here now. Whoa! What the? Did he just hit Baku? Gritting his teeth, he swung again, ignoring the voice screaming in his head to stop. He hit someone else, heard the cry of pain, and swung again. Someone swore and jumped backwards, making him miss, the momentum of his heavy backpack spinning him on the spot. His eyes widened slightly upon a realization. There was nobody blocking the exit. He dropped his backpack and took off running. He couldn't afford to be weighed down. He was crying. He had to run. He held a sleeve to his face in a desperate attempt to conceal his tears as he turned onto the road and ran for home, ignoring the burning, ignoring the way his pulse was beating in his head, ignoring everything as he ran, and ran and ran. Suddenly, something was in his way and he couldn't run, slamming into the thing at force and knocking it over, him going down with it. Something painfully hard dug into his stomach. Whoa, dude! A startled voice cried. He glanced up in horror, barely able to see whoever it was he had hit through his tears. All he could see was dark hair, sharp teeth, and startled red eyes. Red eyes. A keening sound escaped Izuku's feet as he scrambled to his feet. Dude, are you okay? Do you need help? The guy asked, getting to his feet as well. He was staring directly into Izuku's eyes. His eyes. Where the gold was coming from. Dude, for real, you're scaring me. Do you need me to call somebody? You look hurt. Izuku shoved past him, running as fast as he could. Wait! The guy called, but he didn't listen. He just ran. Kirishima was having a bad day. He felt awful. Why hadn't he moved? Why hadn't he done something? Those girls needed help, and he couldn't move. At least that girl Ashido had done something and everyone was okay, but how could he hope to be a hero if he couldn't act when people needed him to? He stared miserably down at his hands, hardening and unhardening them. This quirk, what was it even good for? It wasn't flashy or cool, it was a shield, and how could he shield people if he couldn't make himself move in front of them? His thoughts were beginning to stray to some pretty dark places when something rammed into him. He hardened on instinct as he hit the ground, something, or someone, landing on top of him. What the? He looked up as the culprit scrambled off, his heart leaping into his throat. It was a kid around his age, or maybe a bit younger, judging by his size, but that wasn't the issue. The issue was that he was trembling violently, had blood on his face, and was crying. A lot. Whoa, dude. The words slipped out before he could stop himself. That was probably not the best thing to say to someone who was in trouble. Oh man, he was in trouble, wasn't he? The kid whined in what sounded like terror and scrambled away from him. Kirishima leapt to his feet, holding his hands up placatingly. Dude, are you okay? Do you need help? He asked. He couldn't stand back and let something bad happen. Not again. This kid, he looked like he needed saving. The kid didn't answer. He just stood there, frozen, eyes wide with, well, terror. Wait, what was up with his tears? It looked like gold. Dude, for real, you're scaring me. Do you need me to call somebody? You look hurt. The kid ran past him, wiping the blood and whatever the heck that gold stuff was off of his face. He couldn't let this happen. He glanced the way the kid had come, but didn't see anybody that looked like a pursuer. Taking a breath, he took off after the green-haired kid. Wait, it's okay. He shouted. How was the kid so fast? Was it his quirk? Or was Kirishima just an abysmal runner? Come back. I can help you. It's okay. Just when he was beginning to think he wasn't going to be able to catch him, that he was going to fail again, the kid collapsed in a heap on the ground. A spike of fear stabbed his stomach and he put on a final burst of speed, slowing and dropping to his knees beside him. He hovered uncertainly, unsure of what to do. The kid had curled into a ball, his arms around his head, breathing in a very alarmingly ragged and shallow way. Oh crap, was he having a panic attack? How did you handle that? He glanced around, but the few people nearby were either ignoring them or sending slightly concerned glances their way. What the heck? Why wasn't anybody helping? Were they waiting for a hero to show up and take care of it? The kid choked on a particularly violent sob, regaining Kirishima's undivided attention. It's alright, dude. You're fine, okay? You're okay, he said, placing his hand on the kid's back and rubbing slowly. You're alright. Nobody's hurting you. Just breath, okay? Yeah, just focus on that. Okay, the kid whispered, trembling beneath Kirishima's hand. Kirishima didn't know what came over him then, but for some reason he had never felt more protective and angry in his entire life. Izuku knew he should be very worried right now. After all, this guy was literally watching him cry, like he was actually seeing his quirk in action right now. He tried to run, tried to disappear and be forgotten, but then his chest was abruptly racked with pain and he felt like he couldn't get enough air in his lungs. The world had gone all sideways, his vision lagging like a bad video game as he collapsed, the smell of concrete in his nose. He was hyperventilating by the time the guy, whoever he was, caught up with him, but he couldn't hear what he was saying over the roaring in his head. He just hit Kacchan with his backpack. Oh man, he just hit Kacchan. And one of his friends. He attacked them. For real. They were going to kill him. They would catch him and kill him and nobody would find his body and then mom would be all alone. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no. He became gradually aware of a hand on his back, warm and rubbing, along with a voice. He didn't recognize it. At first it only fueled his terror, but slowly, he began to distinguish the words. All right. Nobody's hurting you. Just breath, okay? Yeah, just focus on that. The voice said, the hand on his back switching from rubbing to uncertain patting. Breathe. Yeah, that was a good idea. Okay. He whispered, sking a shuddering breath through his teeth. The hand switched back to rubbing. He wasn't sure how long he lay there, his arms around his head in an attempt to ward off the kicks and explosions that would inevitably come. But they didn't. The only thing touching him was the hand on his back. He must have laid there. For a long time, the wind chilling him, the hard concrete beneath him digging into his bony areas, his limbs gradually going numb. Eventually his breathing began to even out, the tears streaming copiously from his eyes finally slowing. He lay there for another few seconds, feeling much too tired to deal with whatever was going to happen when he sat up. No doubt he'd have to pick himself up and run, or worse, try to explain himself. He didn't want to do it. He wanted someone to wrap him in a blanket and carry him home and make him some hot tea to drink while he watched hero fights on TV. But no one was going to do that. He had to take care of himself. Pick himself up. It's what a hero would do, isn't it? With a final shuddering breath, he uncurled, slowly stretching out and pushing himself into a sitting position. Everything was stiff, and his face hurt and his whole body just felt unwell. Hey there dude, the guy said hesitantly, and Izuku looked up at him from beneath his messy green curls, hoping they would help hide the gold dripping off his stinging face. The guy was about his own age, with mid-length dark hair, red eyes, shark-like teeth, his quirk, and a little scar on one eye. Are you okay, man? The guy asked, looking genuinely concerned, which would have been something to analyze in and of itself if he wasn't so afraid right now. Izuku ducked his head, trying to hide inside the collar of his school uniform. I'm fine. I'm so sorry for bothering you, I didn't mean to. Dude, you literally just had a panic attack. Also you've got blood on your face. How is that fine? He exclaimed, running his hands through his hair. And also what the hell man? Who did this to you? Izuku climbed unsteadily to his feet, tense, the other guy following suit. He put a rough, blocky hand on Izuku's shoulder, making him flinch. Dude, seriously, who do I need to call? And nobody, Izuku said, waving him off. Please don't call anybody. It's just, I freaked out and I guess I skinned my face at some point. Speaking of which, the taller boy started, peering at Izuku's eyes. What's this gold stuff? Is it your quirk? Is that why whoever it was beat you up? Nobody beat me up. He insisted with a flail of his hands, then curled in on himself, hiding his face in his arms. Yeah, the gold stuff is my quirk, but please don't tell anyone about it. Please, I will pay you cash money if you'll swear. The other guy held up his hands. Whoa, dude, no way. How could I hope to call myself a hero if I took hush money? Not happening, dude, but, don't worry, I promise you I won't tell a soul. Cross my heart and hope to die. He drew an X across his chest. Izuku gave him a pained look. This wasn't good. From his experience, people never kept their promises, not unless they had a lot to lose over it. And this guy had no stakes in this. But what choice did Izuku have? He could threaten him, but what was threatening about a trembling kid with gold all over his face and shirt? No, there was nothing he could do except hope and pray. He kept it to himself, and try to disappear as soon as possible. Wait, did he just say hero? Izuku immediately wanted to ask him about that, about his quirk and what hero school he was going for and what his hero name was going to be, but the words wouldn't come, and the sound of his backpack cracking against Kacchan's skull wouldn't stop echoing in his own. A shudder rippled through him. No, stop. Stay in the now. Focus on this. Figure this out, and then figure out the rest. One problem at a time. He let out a shaky breath. Okay, just let me get my... He reached behind him, heart dropping as his hand closed up empty air. Oh no. Oh no. He shot a glance over his shoulder in panic, needing visual confirmation of what he already knew was true. Oh no. He'd left his backpack back there. His homework, books, hero analysis notebook, even his phone was in there. He tangled his fists in his hair. First the stressful, fear-filled day, then the hitting Kacchan while almost spilling his secret, then some random stranger sees his quirk, and now his backpack. Could the day actually get any worse? What's the matter, dude? The guy asked, making Izuku jump. You're not hurt anywhere else, are you? I left my backpack. He blurted before he could think better of it, glancing down the street in the direction of Aldera. Had Kacchan really not followed him? Had Izuku actually hurt him? Those books were heavy after all. Oh man, he was going to be in so much trouble. So much trouble. Was he going to get expelled? He couldn't put Mom through that. He was so useless. She'd be so disappointed in him. Your backpack? Important stuff, huh? The guy asked, following his Izuku's gaze. He clenched and unclenched his fists for a few seconds, a thoughtful look on his face. He straightened. How dangerous was the guy? Izuku wiped his face with his sleeve, biting his lip at the pain. He won't be there anymore. He never sticks around long. And not that there was anybody to begin with. The guy gave him an incredulous look. Dude, it's all right, you know. And you don't have to come if you don't want to. I'll come, Izuku murmured, eyes on the ground. There was a thin layer of gold, tainted with blood, by his feet. Great. I have to come. He clenched his fists. To borrow the guy's words, how could he hope to become a hero if he couldn't even bring himself to do something as small as this? This guy was seriously offering to go and look for his backpack, even though he didn't know where to even look and seemed to be under the impression that he'd been beat up by somebody dangerous. Well, Kacchan was dangerous, but not like that. It was already bad enough that he'd knocked the guy over and made him feel obligated to help him through a panic attack. Great. A panic attack. So how could he sit back and let this guy literally go looking for his backpack? A sharp-toothed grin split the guy's face. All right, dude. That's pretty manly of you. Izuku met his gaze, fingering his sticky face. You think so? Yeah. Now, do you mind leading the way? I don't actually know where you came from. He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Izuku took a steadying breath and headed back down the sidewalk, keeping his head down. This was probably a very, very bad idea. For all he knew, this guy took one glance at his tears and decided to cash in. What if he was trying to trap him? But if that was the case, why was he having him lead the way? Maybe he was unfamiliar with the area and was using Izuku to lead him to a nice, secluded spot? None of it was making sense. Why had he helped him? Why was he doing this? Maybe he should just run for it while he had the chance. He'd have to come up with a story before he got home, and he'd have to be able to outrun this guy, but he was starting to feel really tired from all the stress and, well, running, but, did you say you were going to be a hero? He resisted the urge to clamp his hands over his mouth as the quiet words escaped unbidden. The guy smiled, though it was a little wobbly and uncertain. I'm going to try, but I haven't got the flashiest quirk, plus, well, I haven't got the most heroic spirit, I guess. His shoulders slumped. Izuku peeked around the corner of a building before scurrying forward. What makes you say that? He asked. If he could keep the guy talking, maybe he would be distracted enough that Izuku could give him the slip after they found whatever was left of his backpack. And hopefully not the other way around. The guy grimaced. I'd rather not say. It's still a pretty sore topic. It only happened this afternoon, anyway. Kirishima wasn't sure what had gotten into him. Maybe he was just trying to compensate for his extremely unmanly failure that afternoon. At any rate, he'd wandered pretty far from his regular path before Green Boy had ran into him, so he would be very late getting home anyway, even if he didn't go with him to find his lost backpack. It might even be dark by the time he got back. Mom and Dad were going to be so worried. He should have texted them. He followed the shorter boy around a corner, noticing the way his narrow shoulders were tensed and his whole body radiated nervous energy, like he was ready to run for it at the drop of a pin. Man, who beat him up? He'd like to get his hands on him and just... Okay, so that wasn't a very chivalrous or manly thing to think, but still. The two made small talk the whole time, though it seemed that neither of them were really listening to the other. Kirishima kept scanning the area for anyone shifty-looking, but it was mostly school kids and their parents, nobody suspicious. They rounded another corner, and Kirishima caught sight of a school building farther down the street. The little guy tensed even more, if that were even possible, and began slowing almost imperceptibly the closer they got. An alley yawned to one side of them and the kid froze, glancing around before darting inside. Ah man, he muttered, coming to a halt behind the drafty, dingy alley's dumpster. A bright yellow backpack, very grime-smeared, was lying in a heap on the filthy ground, its contents spread violently around. The kid gave a shaky sigh and began gathering up his trashed belongings. Kirishima looked around one more time before helping out. The alley was textbook mugging territory. For real. A complete cliché. Poor kid. He picked up a suspiciously singed notebook, flipping it closed and reading the messily scribbled note on the front. Hero analysis for my future, he read, the kid's head snapping up. So you're going for heroics too, dude? The kid gave a small nod as he shoved a couple of textbooks into his backpack. Yeah. It's always been my dream. Kirishima handed him the notebook and a handful of pencils he'd picked up. That's awesome, dude. What school? Maybe we're going to the same place. I was going to try for you, he said as he zipped the bag shut and slung it onto his back, grimacing slightly as he did so. Me too, Kirishima exclaimed with probably too much enthusiasm. I'll look forward to it, man. See you there. The kid gave a wobbly smile. Anyway, thanks a bunch, and I'm really sorry for bothering you. He dropped into a bow, his backpack falling forward and threatening to overbalance him. No problem, dude, Kirishima said, returning his bow with a slightly less flexible one. Are you good walking home? I mean, back where we met wasn't the nicest part of town and all. No. I'm good really. He insisted, wiping more of the gold stuff off his face. Good luck with being a hero. You too, dude, he said, making finger guns at him. It was only when the kid reached the alley entrance when the thought struck him. Wait a second, dude, he called, jogging slightly to catch up. The kid tensed and turned back to him with wide eyes. I totally forgot to get your name, dude. I'm Kirishima Ijiro, by the way. His grinned, which was probably not the best move when your mouth is full of shark teeth and you're smiling at a scared kid who just got mugged and had a panic attack. He touched his face again. Deku? Deku? Nice to meet you. The kid was halfway down the street by the time Kirishima stepped out of the alleyway, before he could even finish his sentence. He watched until the kid ran out of sight, then shoved his hands in his pockets against the dropping temperature and headed home. Definitely an odd name. Or maybe a nickname. That was probably it. Kirishima turned in the opposite direction, walking a few feet before taking off running. If he could learn to run half as well as Deku, he'd have a foot in it, UA, for sure. That was a good idea, actually, running. It would really help with hero work. He smiled as the first drops of rain splattered across his face. Izuku stood in the hallway, dripping wet from the rain that had chosen to pour from the heavens during his mad dash for home. Mom gave a soft gasp, and he looked up past his dripping curls to see her standing in front of him, hands clasped over her mouth and tears in her eyes. Oh, Izuku, she whispered, her voice trembling. What happened? Are you okay? Oh, baby. She rushed forward and wrapped her arms around him, heedless of the water soaking his clothes. What happened, baby? You've got G-gold everywhere. There's blood on you. Oh, Izuku. Did the makeup not work? Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. He let his head fall forward onto her shoulder. The makeup was perfect, Mom. And I'm okay. Really? You don't look okay. You look like you got run over by a truck. She cried, pulling back but keeping a firm grip on his upper arms. What happened? No. First let's get you out of those clothes and get you cleaned up, okay? Shaky determination shone in her eyes, making Izuku feel both proud and kind of like a loser. All day, other people had been doing things for him, or to him, in Kacchan's case. First that Kirishima guy offering to get his backpack and now Mom having to be the strong one. His jaw clenched briefly, but he didn't have the energy for much self-loathing. His shoulders slumped. Yeah, that sounds good. Izuku sat on a stool by the sink, dressed in a pair of fresh, clean pajamas. He was tired, okay? His curls damp but no longer plastered to his head as Mom dabbed at the raw scrape on his face with a warm washcloth. It stung, but he didn't make a sound. He could at least do that much. Mom retreated to the sink, rinsing out the rag and warming it again before she continued dabbing. Oh, Izuku, she finally said, switching to the other cheek to work on some of the dried gold. She bit her lip. Did anybody see? No, he sighed, not meeting her gaze. Some of my classmates almost saw, and that's kind of why I freaked out and I ended up falling and scraping my face. She gave him a sharp frown. It's an awfully deep scrape for having just fallen down, baby. He hunched his shoulders. He didn't want to lie to her. He really didn't want to, but what else could he do? If he told the truth, he could ruin Kacchan's future, make things even harder on himself, and end up with a huge headache of a mess. Well, maybe he could mostly tell the truth? With a heavy breath, he launched into a messy, hole-riddled retelling of his day, leaving out Kacchan as best he could, though not excluding the fact that he was being picked on, leaning into how his quirk was almost exposed and into the part about leaving his backpack and about that Kirishima guy helping him. Despite not wanting to, he also told her about the panic attack and how Kirishima saw his tears up close and personal. Luckily, her concern about the panic attack in Kirishima was enough to keep her from delving too deeply into the fight, although it was obvious she hadn't forgotten about it. Finally, after his face was free of gold, concealer, and blood, with his scraped cheek disinfected and bandaged with gauze, Izuku moved to the couch, flopping down with an exhausted grunt. What a day! He watched the show on TV with half-closed eyes, a pre-Quirk era anime about a blind, deaf, unfeeling boy who fought monsters despite his crippling curse and prosthetic limbs, his mind wandering over the day's unfortunate series of events and coming up with horrible, vivid imaginings of what the future would bring. It was going to be horrible. Mom was going to talk to his teachers about the fight, then she'd realize something was going on because of the way they'd talk about him, and Kacchan and the others would want revenge. He shuddered and covered his face with his hands. He still couldn't believe he'd hit Kacchan. Like actually, for real. Smashed him over the head with his backpack. Maybe he should have told Mom the whole story. He was going to be coming home from school with worse injuries than this from now on, that was for sure, and he'd have a really hard time explaining that away. Slowly, he uncovered his eyes, brows beetling as he stared at the ceiling. Or would he? He'd fought back. Declared war, basically, even though it was an accident. For better or worse, he wasn't just a punching bag anymore. Or didn't have to be, at least. His mind flashed back to that afternoon, not so long ago, in the cafeteria, when he'd accidentally wrist-locked Kacchan. First, a wrist lock. Now open attack. Well, defense actually, but he had a feeling nobody else would see it that way except Mom. And he didn't have to become an instigator. He could be a shield, not a spear, although maybe he could be a shield with sharpened edges. And for that, he needed to get stronger. A lot stronger. He shivered again, ignoring the TV entirely along with the delicious smell of what was no doubt Kacchan cooking in the kitchen. Was he really going to do this? This was not a smart idea, but keeping his head down and trying to disappear probably wasn't going to work anymore. But still, fighting back? Against Kacchan? He was probably in for a lot of detentions, not to mention burns, concussions, and, well. He sat up, shaking his head. He was going to be a hero, and this was the first step. There was no need to be rash about it or take Kacchan and the others head-on or anything if he could help it. He could be smart about the whole thing. That didn't make it any less terrifying. Ijiro sat on the edge of his bed, thinking. Now, he knew he wasn't the best thinker, and definitely not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but that didn't mean he shouldn't at least try. First, the incident with the giant villain that afternoon, then his run-in with, what did he call himself? Oh, right, Deku, and then that hologram recording of Crimson Riot that had fallen out of that book he'd just tossed. Across the room in frustration. It was all starting to come together, slowly in his head. Everyone he'd run into today had needed help in one form or another, and his quirk, as boring as hardening might be, made him the perfect shield. Or will make him the perfect shield. I need to train, he said to his empty room. Train his quirk, train his mind, train his body, train everything. And if he could learn to run like Deku, he could jump into action faster, a quick, flashing shield that would always make it in time to save, so that no one who stood behind him would ever have to bleed. Someone dependable. A hero like Crimson Riot. He'd have to thank Deku when they both made it to UA. Kacchan glared at his desk, palms sparking. His head felt like crap, and there was a very, very dark and tender bruise spreading across his temple. He gnashed his teeth. Stupid freaking Deku. Who did he think he was, taking a swing at him like that? Like he was more than just a pebble, huh? Like he thought he was actually something? Like he thought he could actually be a hero? Gimme a break. He seethed internally, hissing as his skull throbbed. And then the nerd had gotten away, scot-free, the rest of those extras too cowardly to do anything but watch, catching flies in their gaping mouths. Stupid extras. Stupid death. It was almost a shame that those extras were smart enough to keep it quiet. He could practically feel them, sending each other nervous glances behind his back. He was itching for an excuse to pound them, but he might not get away with it like he did with Deku. They may be extras, but at least they had quirks, crappy as they were. And they knew their place, most importantly. And the stupid nerd hadn't even shown up today. Coward. If he wanted to be a hero, he shouldn't hide at home like a scared little bunny. There was a hiss and a bang as his pencil, gripped tightly in his fist, exploded, a shower of wood splinters bursting outward. Teach ignored it, continuing on with his droll history lesson. Katsuki glared around, ignoring the way it made his skull throb, daring anyone to send him a frown, a look, anything, any reason to pound them into the tile. But nobody did. Usually that would have made him smirk and raise his chin, but today it only made him scowl deeper. Stupid death. Izuku stirred the thin layer of gold in the bottom of a bowl with the tip of a toothpick. It was solidifying a bit quicker than he had expected. Well, actually he should have expected it, since even in its liquid form his tears weren't as hot as real molten gold. Or were they? Had his quirk done something to his eyes and skin to keep the tears from burning him? Or was it just that the tears themselves, as a product of his quirk, could stay in liquid form in lower temperatures? He frowned, propping his head in his hand while he traced swirls in the viscous gold. Strangely enough, even after close to 2 months, he had barely discovered anything about his quirk. It was proving remarkable difficult to analyze. He had all kinds of theories and possibilities, but he didn't have any way to test them. He had thought his own quirk, one in his own body, would be the easiest one to work on. But no. Most of his theories he had no way to even test. He had tried heating it up, but he hadn't learned anything from that. To get it as hot as he needed, the pan would just melt, and that was assuming their stove could produce that much heat in the first place. And he couldn't take it somewhere and have someone look at it and run the tests for him, because then they'd ask him where he got it from and he'd have to come up with some sort of lie, and he was sick of lying to people and he wasn't even good with coming up with lies. He shook his head, messy green curls spilling into his line of vision. It was so frustrating. He could look at someone else's quirk and waves of understanding and ideas would literally flood him, but with his own quirk? It was like he was standing in a desert next to a little puddle. He wondered if that was due to his quirk's nature or the fact that it was his, not someone else's. Speaking of quirks, it had been bothering him ever since his panic attack that he never asked what that Kirishima guy's quirk was. He knew it shouldn't bother him, but it had just been driving him up the wall. His only tell was his teeth, but he didn't seem very shark-like in any other respect, and he just couldn't analyze it with so little information. He'd kind of hoped he'd run into him again, but he hadn't. It was probably for the best anyway, since he had seen Izuku's quirk. He glanced down at the gold again, which was now just thick enough for the toothpick to stand on its own. He got to his feet with a sigh, stretching his legs. It wasn't going to do him any good sitting around here being gloomy and frustrated and annoyed with himself. "Mom? I'm going to go for a run," he called as he made his way across the living room. "Be careful, baby," she called back from the kitchen. "Try to be back in time for breakfast." "Okay," Izuku said. He paused by the bathroom door, considering concealing his freckles before going out, but really, who was going to notice? And he didn't like wearing the stuff anyway. He could put it on later. Shrugging to himself, he slipped into his room, grabbing a hoodie from his closet and pulling it on. The burn Kacchan had given him was completely healed now, well, except for the scarring. It didn't look like that was ever going away. The scrape on his face had left a very slight mark as well, but that one was fading slowly, fresh gold freckles emerging on his healing skin. Izuku pulled his chunky red shoes on with more force than necessary. He'd never be able to let his mom see him without a shirt. He couldn't wear tank tops anymore either. Kacchan had gotten a few minutes of enjoyment, and Izuku was left with something that would probably haunt him the rest of his life. His vision blurred as he stepped out into the hallway, and he paused, frantically wiping his eyes with his sleeve. It wouldn't do having someone see his tears, no matter how angry or frustrated he was. He blinked, looking around the hallway. It was lit, albeit dimly, but for some reason he felt like he couldn't see very well. Did his tears affect his vision? That would make sense, although he hoped it wasn't true. He headed for the stairs, pushing thoughts of his fight with Kacchan from his brain by distracting himself with his quirk. It seemed like his tears must have some effect on his ability to see, as he found himself squinting as he made his way down the stairs, footsteps echoing hollowly in the empty stairwell. By the time he reached lobby on the ground floor, however, his vision was back normal. So it must not actually damage his vision, just obstruct his view, which made sense since his tears were opaque now. A cool breeze hit him as he stepped out onto the early morning street. Just the faintest gold light was beginning to streak across the horizon. He shivered, did a couple of stretches, and took off running. His stamina had been increasing rapidly since he'd started his get ready for be strong enough to face Kacchan if necessary fitness regime. His strength too, although that might just be his imagination since he'd only been doing this for 2 months. Every exhale released a puff of steam into the air as he ran down the sidewalk, cool air streaming around his neck and through his hair. Running was probably his best skill right now, since he'd actually had to practice it almost every day since he was 4, but he still found himself amazed every time he reached one of his target destinations in what felt like no time at all. Today, his destination was Takoba Beach. According to the internet, it used to be a really nice place, but over time it had become a literal dump. He'd first discovered it about 6 years ago when he'd been trying to tag along with Kacchan and his friends, but had forgotten about it until he went for a run a few days after the fight. But he wasn't going to think about that right now. Interestingly enough, even though it seemed like the perfect place for homeless, delinquents, and drug dealers to gather, every time he'd gone, it was always completely deserted. It did smell pretty awful, a combination of rotting garbage and dead fish, but after a few minutes you started to adjust to it. Kind of. Izuku slowed to a stop at the edge of the refuse heaps, bracing his hands on his knees and catching his breath. Against all logic, he really liked this place. It kind of felt like it was his, somehow, since no one else was ever there. It was a safe place, if you ignored the broken glass, rusty metal edges, and teetering piles of broken and worthless things that could fall on you at the slightest gust of wind. Izuku laughed, a clear sound that carried in the crisp air. Kacchan would think it was fitting, one more piece of garbage in the dump. But enough of that. Having caught his breath, he began clambering his way over the tops of broken chairs, appliances, literally everything you could imagine. After about 10 or so feet, he dropped onto a patch of sand where a natural path had formed between the heaps of discarded junk. Over the past few weeks, he had been clearing some of the garbage, making a little hollow deep in the maze. It was pretty fun, actually, plus it got him out of the house more. The exercise was good for him as well. He could already feel the difference it was making. He felt healthier and, interestingly enough, happier too. He reached his little hollow. Most of the sand was clear, for the most part, of small, sharp objects. The garbage walls were pretty sturdy too. The only thing left before he could expand was a huge refrigerator lying on its side that he could barely budge. He crossed his arms, looking down at the huge appliance. It was a nice place to sit, actually, and he'd spend a lot of time on it. So he kinda liked it for that reason, but it was becoming increasingly irksome. He couldn't call this area cleared until he moved it, but he couldn't. Not yet. He wasn't strong enough. The fridge had slowly become a symbol of his progress toward becoming a hero. When he was able to move it, he'd know he was stronger. That he was making progress. He'd been focusing on his strength for the most part. Learning more of those control maneuvers was something he really knew he should invest in, but he didn't have anyone to practice with. Well, he had Mom, but the maneuvers hurt, and he couldn't stand to use them on her. Izuku crouched in the damp sand, anchoring himself as best he could as he threw his weight against the fridge. Despite his impressive grunting and groaning, the fridge barely moved. Maybe an inch or two, but that was it. Grah! He growled, shoving himself back to his feet, damp sand kicking against his pant legs. The sound of the breeze blowing above the garbage maze, he was well protected from it inside his hollow, sounded haunting, like ghosts or ghouls or something like that, if you believed in that sort of thing. Maybe that was why no one ever came here. He frowned down at the fridge, then glanced up. The sky was rapidly lightening. He should probably head back. Breakfast would be ready soon, if it wasn't already, and he needed to get his freckles concealed before heading to school. Embarrassing as it was, he had gotten pretty good with makeup. Signing, he picked his way back across the rubble, and upon reaching the pavement he paused to empty as much sand from his shoes as he could, then took off running for home. There were more people out and about now that the sun was up. This was why he preferred running at night. Multiple times he found himself slowing down or having to practically dodge people whose eyes were glued to their phones or were too bleary to pay attention to anything. Plus, Izuku had a tendency to get distracted by people's quirks and not watch where he was going either. Case in point, he almost plowed into a very, very large man with enormous horns twisting from his bald head as he emerged from his doorway. "Oh, sorry, sir," he called back to him, picking up his pace a little. The man glared at him for a second before apparently deciding that one small, green-haired kid wasn't worth the bother. He was panting heavily, a deep burning in his lungs, by the time he made it back to the apartment building. Several people passed him on the way up the steps, and he had to force himself not to stare at their amazing quirks. One woman had scales. They didn't look like fish scales, and they were kind of gray in color. Dinosaur? Or was it a dragon quirk like the pro hero Ryukyu? That would be so cool. If it was a dragon quirk, could she do other dragon-related things like breath fire? Did she have claws? He hadn't noticed. He pushed open the door to his apartment, kicking off his shoes in the doorway and hurrying to the kitchen. "Sorry, Mom. I got a bit distracted," he said as he slid to a seat in front of a single plate. He clapped his hands together, said a prayer, and dug in. "That's all right, baby. Just remember to be careful out there. I was getting worried. There are a lot of wells out in the early morning," she said, emerging from her bedroom, still dressed in her apron and home clothes. He noticed. He swallowed a mouthful of egg and rice. "No work today?" She sat down across from him with a small huff. "They're having trouble with the plumbing at the office, so I'm not going in for another hour or two. I'll have to work late, so I'll make you dinner and put it in the fridge before I go." "Thanks," he said, hurrying through his meal. When he finished, Mom took his plate despite his protests and sent him off to take a quick shower before he left for school. School had become kind of a gray zone for him these days. He definitely didn't like it, was even afraid of it, though not as much as he used to be. Things had been changing gradually since that day in the cafeteria, and even more so since the fight. Well, Kacchan still picked on him as badly as ever, even more so even his lackeys as well, but really only when Kacchan was spearheading it. But after he'd armbarred the kid with the finger quirk in the hallway one day after he insulted Mom, something about how she must be genetically flawed and horrified at herself for producing a quirkless, useless Deku, the other kids had started mostly leaving him alone. Although yes, he had gotten detention for that, but nevertheless, Izuku had been pleased with himself. That didn't stop them from doing things to his desk, though. He frowned, trying to ignore the offensive profanity scrawled across his desk in Sharpie ink. He didn't recognize the handwriting, not that it really mattered. Even if he knew for a fact who'd done it, he'd be the one getting in trouble for it anyway. He pushed his backpack under his desk, trying to ignore the snickering as he pulled out a couple of notebooks, covering up as much of the writing as he could. The word quirkless caught his eye before he opened his latest hero analysis notebook. He smiled to himself, becoming hyper-aware of the concealer on his cheeks and nose. Now that was one thing they had wrong. Oh, shoot, he'd left that bowl of gold sitting on the counter. Now Mom would have to clean it up for him. Darn it. He already felt bad enough from all the times he'd found her scrubbing gold out of or off of things. And then she would always shoo him away with a smile. With a smile. Like she was happy to clean up his mess. Like she loved him. He ducked his head, trying to suppress a smile. Their relationship had been not quite right since he'd been diagnosed quirkless all those years ago. He'd thought it was because she was disappointed in him, but these last few months had shown him otherwise. She wasn't disappointed. She was worried for him. And him developing a quirk had somehow broken the barriers and shown him the truth. She didn't love him less because he was powerless, and she didn't love him any more now that he had one. She just loved him. That was all. She was still worried, of course, but somehow less so now. The feeling of being watched made him snap back to reality. He glanced around, eyes landing on a glaring Kacchan before the taller boy huffed and turned away, propping his feet up on his desk. Izuku felt a shiver of fear, then mentally shook himself. He could deal with Kacchan. He'd have to, if they were both going to become heroes. Katsuki glared at the nerd, trying to instill some terror in his tiny brain, but the idiot had spaced out. His eyes had taken on that infuriatingly blank quality he'd become all too familiar with over the years. He ought to go slap him. Or make an explosion go off in his face. As if sensing Katsuki's thoughts, Deku's eyes snapped into focus and he glanced toward him, an unreadable expression on his face. He ground his teeth. Stupid Deku. He was probably sitting over there analyzing something like he knew it all. Looking down on him, proud. Although, it was odd that the nerd hadn't given him a placating smile or ducked his head or anything. The realization hit him like a truck. Deku wasn't reacting like he was supposed to. He was supposed to hunch up like an idiot, or try to smile, or something, but instead his was just sitting there, hands folded, face blank, staring straight at him. Bruh. Stupid Deku. What was up with him? Did he think just because he landed a lucky hit with his diamond backpack he was suddenly tough? That he should magically be respected? Did the nerd think he was weak? He gave Deku a final snarl before slouching and kicking his feet up on the desk. Whatever. The nerd might think he was all that and more since he'd done that stupid thing in the cafeteria and made him look like an idiot, but he wasn't. He'd put him in his place later. Maybe when he wasn't armed with his backpack. He growled at that weak thought, making the extra beside him tense up. He wasn't afraid of no backpack. He could blast that thing into next week, along with stupid Deku's sorry hide. And he hoped he was imagining the feeling of eyes on the back of his head. Izuku's forehead was pressed against his desk. The teacher was in the middle of a lecture about how they were all third years now and would be graduating middle school in a little under a year, and Izuku was just waiting for Kacchan or the teacher to comment on Izuku's ambition of going to UA. It was coming. He could feel it. And it was lunch PRD after this. How could the timing be any worse? The speaker system opened with a painful ringing sound, making him flinch. Will Midoriya Izuku please report to the principal's office? He sat up hard enough to give himself whiplash. What? His mind kicked into overdrive, trying to think what he could have possibly done. But he hadn't done anything. Unless this was about the graffiti on his desk, but he didn't think they'd call him for that in the middle of class. He looked up to see the whole class watching him, a sea of amused and/or condescending faces. Even the teacher was giving him an annoyed look. His face burned. He scrambled out of his seat and fumbled for his backpack, mumbling an apology as he was chased out of the room by their unfriendly gazes. Man, what had he done? What had he done? Or maybe he hadn't done anything. They just decided they didn't want to bother with a quirkless kid anymore and they were going to throw him out. But he only had a year left. Wouldn't it be easier to let him finish than just throw him out now? Or maybe this was for hitting Kacchan over the head. But that was almost 2 months ago. And he thought his old friend would have too much pride to tell anyone about that. But what if he had? He was their prized student and future hero alumni after all, and it seemed like something they'd do, get him in trouble for something he hadn't even meant to do. The empty hall seemed to stretch endlessly ahead of him as he trudged toward his inevitable doom. No matter what was going to happen, it wouldn't be good. Maybe he'd have a reason to use his quirk again tonight. Izuku didn't know what he was expecting when he pushed the door to the principal's office open, but it certainly wasn't a police officer and a pro hero, sitting like naughty children in front of the principal's desk. He froze, unbreathing, wide eyes darting from the officer, to the principal, to the hero, Kamui Woods. Kamui Woods. What the hell? What the hell? What was happening? The officer stood, snatching the hat from his head and giving Izuku a slight bow. I presume you are Midoriya Izuku? Izuku forced himself to breath, but he couldn't seem to form words, so he nodded, completely unaware of the intense stare the principal was sending his way. What did a police officer and Kamui Woods want with him? He was a nobody. Did someone frame him for something? Was his attack on Kacchan that big of a deal? Good, the officer continued, his expression subdued, his grip on his hat white-knuckled. Please, have a seat, young man. Openly trembling, Izuku slid his backpack from his shoulders and sat hesitantly on the edge of the offered seat. His back was ramrod straight, his chest tight, his head buzzing with fear and confusion. What was going on? Why was this happening? Why was a hero here? If he had been in less of a panic, he might have noticed Kamui Wood's stiff posture, how he was picking at the wood grain on his fingers, not meeting Izuku's eyes. The policeman sat as well, clearing his throat, brushing imaginary dust off of his spotless hat. Young man, are you aware that there was a villain attack in Yuzudafu's business district this morning? He said, his voice low and even. Izuku forced himself to breath, though his voice came out as an embarrassing squeak as he replied, "Why, sir, I saw the headline on the news." Villain attack? What did that have to do with? His ears were beginning to ring. Oh no, don't have a panic attack. Not now, this is not a good time for this. Kamui Wood straightened even more, sitting up taller but still not looking up. I was one of the heroes on the scene during the attack, he said, voice low and slightly wavering. Izuku's full attention snapped onto the hero. On scene? Was he okay? The hero squirmed under Izuku's gaze. During the attack there were some casualties. Izuku stopped breathing. Finally, Kamui Woods looked up, meeting Izuku's gaze with shiny eyes. Your mother was there. I couldn't save her. I'm so sorry. Izuku's world shattered. The fragments fell, slowly, tinkling like glass, sharp edges dipped in blood. Izuku's heart stopped. A shock rippled down his spine. Sound faded to muffled ringing. All feeling stopped. He stared, unseeing, into the hero's eyes. Your mother? I couldn't save her. I'm so sorry. He was on his feet now, swaying unsteadily, hands clenched so tightly his fingernails dug into his palms. He could hear himself skiing in ragged, heaving breaths, feel the policeman's hand gripping his shoulder tightly enough to hurt. The man's face wrinkled in concern, his mouth was moving, but there was no sound. Only a loud ringing drowning out Izuku's broken thoughts. A shuddering wave of tingling pain washed through his body, pooling in his fingertips, burning. He couldn't breath. The hero climbed to his feet as well, gesturing with his hands. He was saying something, eyes moist. But Izuku couldn't hear him. His eyes burned. And he did the only thing he could do. He ran. The world around him flashed by in lagging, broken images, refracted in the shards of Izuku's shattered world. The door of the principal's office, the afternoon light bouncing off the floor. And the lockers. Flashing windows. Pounding footsteps. Ragged breaths. Pounding heart. Burning eyes. No, it wasn't true. It wasn't true. It couldn't be true. Mom was fine. She had been fine this morning, she would be fine tonight. She was fine. He was fine. Everybody was fine. This wasn't real. Midoriya, stop. A voice rang out behind him, slicing through the muffled, ringing silence that had wrapped around his brain. He heaved a dry sob, pressing the heels of his hands to his eyes as he slammed open the doors, bursting out into the sunlight. He felt dizzy. But it was fine. He was fine. He just had to make sure nobody saw him cry. Mom wanted to keep it a secret. He pulled his hands away and checked his palms, no gold. He was okay. Everyone was okay. He ran faster. Midoriya. Something hard snagged his arm and he tripped, his knees connecting with the pavement with a sharp crack. Kid. The voice was beside him now. I'm sorry, kid. I'm so sorry. Hands grasped his shoulders, gentle yet firm as he curled in on himself, his face close enough to the grimy pavement that the smell of it filled his nose. He couldn't see, nobody could see, he couldn't cry, he couldn't. Mom. Kid. Footsteps pounded up behind them, the instigators slowing to a stop on Izuku's other side. He crouched in the edge of Izuku's blurred vision. Blue. The police officer. Kid. Izuku dug his fingernails into his arms until he felt hot, sticky blood form beneath his sleeves, his whole body shaking, desperately holding back the gold threatening to spill down his face. He would not cry. He couldn't. Just breath. can hold and a, can hold and a. There you go. I know you're scared right now, but we need you to come with us, okay? We need you to come to the police station with us. The officer said, placing a hand on Izuku's back. Izuku shook his head, squeezing his eyes shut. But he didn't want to go anywhere. He wanted to go home. Yeah, home. But they probably knew where he lived, and Kamui Woods could run him down easily. The world slipped back into blurred unreality. At some point he was in a car, his backpack beside him. He was suspicious later that the hero had carried him there, then at a police station, which was lit with painfully white light. A number of officers attempted to speak to him, but he could barely breath, let alone answer. They asked him questions about his relatives, he didn't have any, then about his father. He was pretty sure he managed to tell them that Dad was in America and his name was Hisashi, but he wasn't sure afterwards. He wasn't sure of anything now. Sometime during his horrifying, shattered nightmare, a sharply dressed woman arrived. Even in his numb, shocked, half-aware state, she set off alarm bells in his head. His eyes never left her as she spoke to the officer that had brought him here, as she not so graciously refused an offered cup of coffee, and finally made her way over to his somewhat secluded corner. She crouched next to him, offering what was probably supposed to be a comforting smile. "Hi there, Izuku," she said, her straight-cut brown hair obscuring part of her face. "I am Yamatsu Shikome from Child Protective Services. Are you doing okay, sweetie?" "Child Protective?" He buried his face in the top of his backpack, bow rising in his throat, trembling uncontrollably. "Child Protective Services? No, this can't be happening. He can't. The statistics, quirkless children never survive foster care. What about my dad?" He whispered. He knew next to nothing about his father, other than he was of average height, had a fire-breathing quirk, and supposedly had an unhealthy gambling habit, but surely he was better than foster care. Anything would be better than that. "Oh, Mom." The woman gave him an even wider smile, all teeth, and for a horrifying second Izuku wanted nothing more than to claw her face off. Why was she smiling? There was nothing good about this. Nothing. Mom was dead and this woman was trying to send him to his death too. Why are you doing this to me?" He whispered before he could stop himself, his voice choked. This was a nightmare, it had to be. A horrible, lucid nightmare, the worst he'd ever had, worse than any nightmare about Kacchan's explosions, or drowning, or being torn apart by dogs, or watching people die but being unable to help them. But maybe he'd wake up soon. He'd wake up and it would all be fine and he'd be at home and Mom would be there and it would all be okay. It'll all be okay? But somewhere, deep inside, he knew it wouldn't be. His life was over. His world was gone. He heaved a ragged sob, pressing his face into his backpack so hard it hurt. There was a slight dampness around his burning eyes, growing slowly as his emotions fought for release. If only he were stronger, like Kacchan, then maybe this wouldn't hurt so much. Aizawa glanced across the hectic room, exhausted from another all-night. His dry, tired eyes zoned in on the small, green-haired kid curled up in an office chair, sobbing. It looked like, as a rather off-putting woman half-heartedly attempted to comfort him. Must be related to the attack that morning. Poor kid, that he thought, brows furrowed, a small, almost ignorable pang of sadness in his usually unfeeling chest. He shook his head and took a swig of his coffee, adjusting his capture weapon as he left the station. He had tonight off, but maybe he'd go on patrol anyway. Maybe he'd find one of the villains who were involved in the attack. Maybe he'd punch a little harder than usual tonight. Shinso rubbed his eyes, his chapped knuckles protesting at the contact. He was in the middle of a horrendous cold, but his captors, as he called them, didn't even allow him to cough. He had tried explaining to them many times over that his quirk didn't work that way, but they wouldn't listen. Didn't care. Couldn't see past the little words, mind control, printed in red ink on his documentation. At any rate, making even the slightest sound was forbidden, be it humming, coughing, or, heaven forbid, speaking. It was exhausting, suppressing his every sound. He didn't know how much more of this he could take. Not that he had any choice. Feeling another cough rising, he clapped his hands over his mouth, chest heaving as he tried to repress it. He couldn't, not entirely, but hopefully the sounds of the other kids watching TV downstairs drowned out any noise he was making. A weary, soundless sigh escaped him. This was hell. Life was hell. Actually, hell would be offended at the comparison. But there was nothing he could do. No one was going to adopt a kid with a villain's quirk, and running away wasn't an option. Not anymore, not for him. He tried. A lot. And it never worked. He even got mugged once. That was fun. It was the only time he'd ever seriously used his quirk on someone the way everyone thought he would use it on them given the slightest chance. It was the only time since he was 4 years old that he was glad he had this curse of a quirk. So now he was stuck here, in hell, waiting for something to change, for some kind of, well, rescue or something. His only real hope now was resting on his half-baked plan of getting into you, even if he didn't make the hero course, but he had to. He had to, just to prove everyone wrong about him. It was still his ticket to a better life. Hell, at this point, if it weren't for his burning desire to prove everyone wrong about him, he probably would turn villain, just to get out of here. He flipped over onto his stomach and pressed his face into his badly worn pillow, a particularly violent cough vibrating in his sore throat. He really needed some cough medication, but that stuff was for the good kids, not the villain kids. Really, why were these people fostering children anyway? They didn't like them, certainly didn't care for them properly, but there was a house full of them. He hugged his pillow tighter, brows furrowing. It'll end one day. I'll be a pro-hero with my own home, my own life, and I can kick the crap out of anyone I want to. These people will come crawling, sking up to me, wanting money or something, and I can slam the door in their freaking faces and be like. He'd save that kind of language for that glorious, delicious, juicy day. His bedroom door burst open, making him jump out of his skin. He whipped around to see his foster father. He hated that name. He was no father of Shinso's, standing there, filling the entire doorway with his vast bulk, scowling so deeply his dark, thick eyebrows pretty much swallowed up his eyes, the edge of his downturned mouth reaching clear to his chin. Shinso's heart leapt to his throat. What had he done? Had he heard him coughing? Had one of the others blamed him for something again? Crap. Shinso, you have a roommate for the night. His name is Midoriya. Give him one of your t-shirts or something to sleep in. He rumbled, spitting Shinso's name with distaste before stepping sideways, all but tossing a smallish, green-haired boy into his drafty, worn-down room. The kid's eyes were wide with infectious fear, his whole body shaking as he flinched away from the man. Another high-strung, traumatized freak to wake him up during his precious few hours of sleep. As if this hellhole couldn't get any worse. There's only one bed, you know, he snapped internally as the man sent both him and the other kid distasteful glares before slamming the door shut and stomping back down the stairs. Shinso propped his head up on one arm, staring at the skinny kid with his signature bored, unfriendly gaze. Even if he was the hated one, this was still his room, his bed, and these were his t-shirts, so Homeboy could just SCK it up. Homeboy did SCK it up, much to Shinso's surprise. He didn't look up once as he stumbled over to the corner and dropped to the hardwood floor, curling up around his obnoxiously yellow backpack. He was still shaking, and now that it was silent again, he could hear the kid's muffled sobs. His first reaction was annoyance. Of course he was crying. Crying, everyone crying. He used to cry too, but crying was useless. It didn't solve anything, so what was the point? However, after a few minutes, a little bit of chagrin crept into his head. Judging by the kid's demeanor, this could very well be his first time in this hell. Poor guy. And that didn't sound like your usual crying either. Those sobs were the real deal. The big ones. The, I'm so scared and I have nothing and nobody, how did this happen, sobs. Shinso could, unfortunately, relate. He'd cried like that too when Mom and Dad. Shinso rolled onto his back and stared up at the ceiling. He lived in the attic, and this was more of a Western-style house, so the roof rose into a peak right above his head. He still hadn't decided whether he liked that fact or not. At least it was more interesting than a regular bedroom ceiling. Another sob made Shinso turn his head and eye the new kid. He stared for a long time, watching the way he curled up, so practiced, and the way he held onto his backpack like it was all he had in the world. Probably was. He hated this feeling of sympathy welling up inside him. Really, what was he supposed to do? It was dog-eat-dog here, and this was reality. Sobbing, broken kids came through all the time, having lost everything, needing comfort only to be thrown out and forgotten forever. And besides, it was really freaking cold in here, and he only had 2 blankets and a pillow, and even that wasn't enough. But, well, homeboy didn't even have that much. Exasperated with himself, Shinso dragged his lanky, aching body to his feet, tugging the top blanket off of his mattress. He balled it up in his arms, crossed the room, and awkwardly, half-dumped, half-draped it over the kid. There, he muttered internally, "That's all you get, okay?" The kid grabbed hold of the blanket and drew it tightly around himself, head and all, becoming a dark, misshapen lump in the corner of the drafty room. He didn't thank him, though, just continued to cry those broken, gut-wrenching sobs. Shinso briefly wondered what exactly had happened to him. Too sick to care, he flopped back onto his own bed, burying himself in his blanket in an attempt to keep warm, unable to sleep as usual, listening to the broken sound of a shattered soul. Izuku had held on as long as he could, holding back the tears, guarding his secret. Unfortunately, shock-induced numbness didn't last forever. He wanted to scream. He wanted to tear his hair out. He wanted to rage like Kacchan. He wanted a destructive quirk like his so he could blow something up. He kinda wanted to strangle someone, which was a bit horrifying, and for the first time in his life, he felt like he kind of understood why some villains did what they did. But mostly he wanted to hug someone. He'd even settle for hugging Kacchan right about now. But there was no one to hug. Nobody. He wanted Mom. He wanted her so bad he could puke, but she was... And then he had been taken to this strange house full of colorless, unhappy people. Complete strangers who don't care about anyone or anything. The Child Protective Services woman had brought him to what felt like the last stop before death, smiling at him and telling him he was going to be okay. And then she had told the man and woman, the foster parents, that he was quirkless. They had smiled, fake, plastered-on smiles, full of lies, just like the brown-haired woman's, and waved as she left. Then the huge man had snagged his arm, dragged him upstairs, and threw him into a frigid, drafty room with a pale, sick, lavender-haired kid. Left him to die alone, where he couldn't scream, couldn't sob, couldn't rage at the world. They would hurt him if he did. He knew they would. He wanted to die. Then something soft, heavy, and slightly warm landed on him. He flinched violently before realizing what it was. A blanket. Out of the corner of his tear-blurred eye, he saw the kid, Shinso, the man had said, giving him a blank-eyed look before heading back to his bed. A blanket. For him. It only made him sob worse. Somehow, even though in that moment, that blanket was the most comforting thing in the entire world. He was stiff, really stiff, when he woke up. And for a brief moment he was more confused than he had ever been in his life. He didn't recognize the room or anything in it. And... was he still in his school uniform? His shoes were still on as well. Why was he on the floor? Where was he? What? He whipped around, eyes darting from one unfamiliar object to another, arms tightening around his backpack. Fear roiled in his stomach. Where the heck was he? His eyes landed on the Western-style bed on the far side of the cold, drafty room. A shock of purple hair stuck up at odd angles out of the cat-print blanket mounded in the center of it, and one pale hand hung over the edge. He remembered now. He remembered. And he wished he hadn't. But he did, and now he was terrified. He should have burst into tears immediately after the memories hit. After all, he was a Midoriya, and he had cried about things recently that felt so trivial now, compared to this, the worst thing that could have possibly happened. But a deep, cold numbness had enveloped him. It was as if the unfamiliarity of his surroundings somehow blunted the sharp edges of his new reality. If he had woken up in his own room, knowing that Mom wouldn't be outside his door, knocking, waking him up for school, and never would again. It would come back, he knew, the horror and pain. But right now, even though visual confirmation was literally surrounding him, touching him, he could swear that none of it was real. It was all in his head, or he was misunderstanding something. He'd go home later. Later? Please, let me go home later. The mound of blankets shifted and a face emerged, indigo eyes blinking tiredly before training on Izuku's. They stared at each other, one wide-eyed, the others barely open, for what would have been a comically long time if not for everything. He gave a violent cough, and slowly, the kid disentangled himself from his blanket cocoon and sat up, a plain, gray, overlarge long-sleeve shirt hanging from his shoulders like a burial gown. His hair stuck up in odd angles, and the dark bags beneath his eyes stood out in stark contrast to his dangerously pale skin. He blinked slowly, then his eyes snapped into focus, zeroing in on Izuku's face. His eyebrows rose in astonishment. Oh! Oh man! The gold! Izuku reached up and touched the smooth, hard coating on his lower face. Oh no! Mom, I'm so sorry. Mom! His eyes burned, an intense heat cutting through his cold numbness. No 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 no! He couldn't afford to break down right now. He had to keep it together. Had to keep it together. It was too dangerous, too dangerous. He yanked his hands away from his face as something touched his shoulder. He flinched, realizing he was hyperventilating, and glanced up to see the pale kid crouching beside him, a slender-fingered hand resting hesitantly on Izuku's shoulder. His expression seemed bored, but, well, he acted like he cared. Sorry, Izuku whispered, drawing his knees to his chest and hiding his face. I'm sorry. The guy, Shinso, gave his shoulder a pat, but remained silent. Please don't say anything about this. Izuku picked his head back up and gestured to his gold-coated face. He could feel it starting to crack from the movement. The urge to pick at it was intense. Shinso said nothing. After a few moments, he glanced up and met Shinso's gaze. The pale boy's mouth was a thin line, pressed tightly. Closed as if to stop himself from speaking. He gestured vaguely with his free hand, sign language it looked like, but unfortunately Izuku couldn't understand it. Shinso apparently realized this and got to his feet, shuffling across the hard floor to the rickety desk, the only other piece of furniture in the room aside from the bed and a single wooden chair. He snatched a notebook and cheap pen from the desk and returned, sitting cross-legged beside Izuku, tucking his bare feet awkwardly into his too short pant legs in an attempt to keep them warm. He flipped the notebook open, and Izuku caught a glimpse of lines of tightly packed handwriting that wasted no room, words, as small as he could write them, crammed into every space. He probably didn't get new notebooks very often. Not like Izuku, who could afford to use as many as he wanted. Or used to, anyway. The numbness barrier barely permitted his eyes to do much more than burn and blur his vision as Shinso arrived at a mostly blank page, scribbling something in tiny, jerky moves at the top of the page, then held it out for Izuku to read. Can't speak. Bad quirk. Oh, he whispered, hugging himself, watching as he scribbled another line. Won't tell about your quirk. Promise. Izuku's brows furrowed in misery and he dropped his head to his knees. He would like to believe that. He really would. But now he didn't trust anyone, no matter how much he wanted to. He hated being helpless like this, having no choice but to put his trust in people he didn't even know. First Kirishima, now Shinso, with no way of knowing whether they would keep their word. The numbness lapsed slightly as his thoughts swung around to his mother, and everything she had done since his quirk came in. She was the only person he had ever really put his trust in after Kacchan had turned on him, all those years ago. He didn't even realize his fingernails were raking burning tracks along his neck until Shinso's cold hands pried them away. Izuku flinched away from him, ripping his hands from his grasp, his eyes squeezed shut. Keep it together. Keep it together. Tibit. Something bumped his knee, and he cracked his eyes open to see the notebook. A third line was scribbled beneath the others. Want to wash that off? He nodded. Yes, he would. Izuku had changed out of his school uniform top in exchange for the black long sleeve he kept in his backpack, seeing as his uniform had telltale traces of gold all over it now, as well as crusty blood in the sleeves from where he had clawed his arms yesterday, and there was nothing more important in his mind right now than keeping his secret. Shinso had raised an eyebrow at his scars, but hadn't commented, instead scrubbing as much gold off of the backpack as he could while Izuku had painstakingly removed it from his face, scrubbing his skin raw with the effort. Unfortunately, he didn't have any concealer in his backpack. He had been too afraid that Kacchan would find it, but now he didn't care anymore. He just didn't care. He wanted to go home, have Kacchan, sit on the couch and watch hero fights with Mom, even though she wasn't even the slightest bit interested in them, and he could insist that she pick whatever she wanted and she would call him Izuku baby and not bother to change the channel. But no. It seemed like it was somehow both eternity and no time at all before he found himself shivering on the doorstep, hugging his backpack as the Child Protective Services woman ushered him into a waiting car and shut the door behind him, chattering away with a pasted-on smile. She turned to the foster parents and handed them a clipboard. It almost felt like he was being sold off. He glanced up as the woman gave them a cheery goodbye and caught a glimpse of Shino's face, a practiced look of boredom on it, watching from the semi-darkness inside the house. Izuku gave him a small wave. The pale boy's eyes widened in surprise and he hesitantly returned the gesture just as the car pulled away. Shinso could have choked in surprise when Gold Boy waved at him. He didn't think anyone had told him about his brainwashing quirk, but the way the others acted around him should have clued him in, plus he had told him via notebook that he had a bad quirk. So why was he waving? Shinso was the least likable guy ever. He wasn't very nice or friendly, and he had no idea what had possessed him to help Gold Boy cover up his quirk. Maybe it was the shock of seeing it, or maybe that weird, illogical kinship that came with wanting to hide one's power. So why was he waving? The car started moving, and before he could stop himself, he raised his hand and waved back. It was the least he could do. After all, when Gold Boy was scrubbing the stuff off his face, even though he was clearly in survival mode and in a hazy headspace, he had told Shinso not to be ashamed of his quirk. No one had ever told him that before. The airport was quiet. It was a bit on the dark side as well, the mid-morning light obscured by dark, heavy clouds, rain pouring down on the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. A small number of people stood around Izuku and the Child Protective Services woman, waiting for their respective travelers to disembark. The Izuku of yesterday morning would have been excitedly peering around, mumbling under his breath about all of their no-doubt awesome quirks. But the Izuku of today stared blankly down at the polished floor, hands in his pockets, his shoulders slumped beneath the weight of a collapsing world. The image of hopelessness, incarnate. The people around him gave him sad and concerned glances, but he was oblivious to their sympathy. Slowly at first and then in a swelling tide, luggage-toting travelers spilled into view on the floor above, filing slowly onto the escalators. A few were chatting quietly, their voices eerily silent, a product of the immense space of the all-but-empty airport. In fact, the whole world seemed silent and hushed, and he was glad of that. It felt like all it took was a single sound, a bark of laughter, anything, to break his thin, crack-filled wall of holding it together and send him screaming. The quiet horde enveloped them, sounds growing slightly louder as greetings and subdued laughter filled the air. He felt the woman beside him stand up straighter and glance around. Footsteps approached, and Izuku caught a faint hint of smoke. "Midoriya Hisashi?" she asked, her tone vaguely condescending. "That's me." His voice was completely unfamiliar, deep and tinged with an American accent. Not that Izuku had actually expected to remember what his father's voice sounded like, but it was still a bit of a dull shock. His curiosity was not enough to override his gloom, however, and he didn't look up. "May I see your ID?" the woman asked. There was a rustling of fabric, the click of fingernails on plastic. "Very good. Now, I just need you to fill out these forms," she said. The familiar sound of the clipboard changing hands. It had only been a day, and already Izuku felt that that sound would be engraved into his memory for the rest of his life. Hisashi sighed, the sound quickly followed by the sharp scratching of a pen and the rustling of paper. The clipboard changed hands again. "All right, very good. He's all yours, Mr. Midoriya. Goodbye, sweetie, I hope you feel better soon." She rustled his hair and it was all he could do not to flinch away. The sharp click of her heels echoed quietly, then she was gone. Finally, Izuku stood there in silence, his downcast eyes glued to the floor. He didn't look up, didn't move, didn't do anything but listen to the hushed sounds of the people around them. Dad didn't move either. Izuku, he finally said, breaking the silence. Izuku shifted slightly, but otherwise didn't respond. Another beat of silence. You hungry? He asked. Izuku shook his head. He was very hungry. Actually, he hadn't eaten since yesterday morning, but he didn't know if he could stomach anything right now. Well, I am, and it'll do you good to eat. Let's go. He shouldered his bag, walked away, not looking back, and finally Izuku followed, practically dragging his feet along. From the back, Dad looked really ordinary. He was about average height, average musculature. He wore a plain white shirt and a pair of black jeans, which wasn't the most common, but he supposed it must be overseas, and his hair was an average length, a bit straighter than Izuku's and a paler green as well, almost pea green. When they reached the doors, he finally looked back, checking if Izuku had actually followed. His face was pretty plain as well, much like Izuku's own. The main difference was his much squarer features, and his eyes were a dull gray as opposed to Izuku's vibrant green. He didn't have freckles either, and the first signs of wrinkles were beginning to show around his eyes. He gave Izuku a brief nod before striding out through the automatic doors, Izuku hastening to follow. He had to remind himself that this was the best option. He may be aloof, a total stranger, even, but surely he was better than that place he had been last night, or anywhere that world could lead to. Rain poured down on their heads all the way to the nearest train station, attempting valiantly to flatten Izuku's incorrigible curls. After purchasing tickets and boarding, Hisashi dropped into an empty seat, and Izuku sat hesitantly beside him, once again setting his gaze on his shoes and not looking up. He shifted slightly as the train took off, wiping beads of rainwater from his backpack. There was still a bit of gold in one of the seams. He touched his cheek. No one seemed to have noticed his freckles yet. That was good. Maybe he could make it home before Dad noticed. Not that he cared, most likely. He dug out his phone at one point, desperate for a distraction. He made it about 2 recent hero fights in before something made him think of Mom, and he quickly shut it off. The train ride felt like it took forever. He didn't even notice when they stopped. He was so lost in his mind, and only clued in when Dad grabbed his shoulder. Come on, kid, he said, his American accent making a few other passengers glance their way. Izuku grunted and climbed wearily to his feet, following him back out into the rain, shivering against the wet and the cold. A few minutes later, he found himself in a booth in an American-style diner. It was vaguely familiar. He must have come here once with Mom. Good morning, you two, may I take your order? A young woman asked them, clicking a pen and holding a notepad at the ready, her long, elf-like ears flicking backwards. Was that her whole quirk? Was her hearing enhanced? Were those earplugs in her ears, or hearing aids? Or, he didn't have the energy to speculate right now. Yes, thank you, I'll have. It's been a while since I spoke this language. I'll have. Izuku zoned out, trying to ignore the clanking of dishes and just, well, everything. Was it too much to ask to just go home? Well, Dad had flown all the way from America last night. Of course he was hungry and probably tired, but so was he, and he just wanted to go home. The whole place, the whole world, really felt all wrong. Like what he was seeing was accurate, but it was all fake somehow. It was all broken. People were smiling, but there wasn't any happiness. It wasn't real, or Izuku wasn't a part of it anymore. Breakfast went by in a sluggish torrent of half-received information and half-hearted, existence. Dad tried to get him to eat some, pancakes, and he did manage a few bites, but he just couldn't. He couldn't. Everything was all wrong, and he wasn't even sure if this was real. How could any of this, last night, in that cold, gray house with Shinso, and now here with this stranger who was apparently his father, how could any of this be real? How could this be happening? He should be getting ready for school. Actually, he should be at school right now. And yet he somehow couldn't bring himself to really care. Eventually, after what felt like eternity, Izuku was trudging up the stairs to the apartment, digging his key out of the liner of his backpack, Dad climbing up behind him. The woman with the dragon scales passed them on her way down, no doubt heading for work, for her unchanged, still intact life. Hopefully she was happy. Hopefully no one she knew died in yesterday's attack. Slowly, with trembling hands, Izuku unlocked the apartment door and pushed it open. It was cold and dark inside. "I'm home, Mom," he whispered, a hard lump in his throat and gold in his eyes. Izuku took a step forward, then another, into the dark entryway. His whole body felt weak and shaky, like he could collapse any second, and he wiped his eyes with his palms before any gold could spill free. He had to keep it together just a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. It was so quiet in here, so quiet, the only sound that of the pouring rain pattering metallically on the windowsill outside. No dishes clanking, no sounds of delicious food frying. It was empty. Empty and dark. He crept into the living room as Dad closed and locked the door behind him. He glanced around, some small part of him hoping, praying, begging that he'd see her, that she was still here, that this had all been a nightmare. This was the last chance, the very last chance for all of this to have been a huge mistake, a monstrous misunderstanding. She had to be here. She had to, but she wasn't. He stared, dead-eyed, at the rumpled throw blanket on the couch, at the half-empty mug of cold tea on the coffee table, the last signs of her presence. Some of the last things she'd ever touched. "I forgot how small this place was," Dad muttered, coming up behind him. Izuku shuddered at his voice, wrapping his arms around himself and focusing on the pain of his fingers digging into the already sore patches on his arms. Dad pushed past him, gazing around, taking in everything with an unbothered expression. After a quick inspection of the living room, he moved on to the kitchen. Izuku didn't follow. He couldn't follow. It was getting hard to breathe again, and his head was feeling light. Here, in his own, familiar home, the one place that had always felt safe, a place where he could be himself, where he didn't have to worry about anything. This was where it hit him. And it hit him like a runaway train. Mom was dead. She was gone. Forever. He clapped his hands over his mouth and swallowed hard. What was going to happen now? What was this stranger, his father, going to do with him? Was he going to take him to America? Was he going to have to leave? Forever? Or was this just a formality before he was tossed back into that cold, gray house with Shinso? What was going to happen to him? Izuku whirled around and stumbled back to the hallway, shoving past his half-closed bedroom door and slamming it behind him. The dam finally broke. He collapsed on his hands and knees on the hard floor and heaved a violent sob, eyes burning, hot tears spilling down his face. They dripped onto the floor, a bright gold rain splashing on the dark wood. It would have been beautiful if it wasn't a product of this deep, gnawing agony. He choked on the lump in his throat, grabbing fistfuls of his hair and pulling at it. A high-pitched keening sound escaped his throat, followed out by another choking, ragged sob. The gold came heavier, changing from a drip to a trickle. At some point he staggered to his feet and, vision so blurry he could barely see, snatched the pillow off of his bed and collapsed on the floor again, hugging it to his chest, unaware of the world around him, hot gold pooling on the floor beneath his head. He couldn't stand this. "Mom." A dull roaring filled his ears, replacing the silence. Every uneven, heaving breath tore at his lungs, pain slowly spreading through his ribs at the constant heaving. The sobs were occasionally interspersed with violent, hacking coughs when he happened to inhale some of the copious amounts of gold streaming from his eyes. After a while he dragged himself back to his knees, the hair on one side of his head dripping with tears, and dragged himself over to his desk, collapsing beneath it, leaving a trail of gold across the floor behind him like the blood of an injured man. The only witnesses to his suffering were the many posters of All Might lining the walls, smiles unhindered, gazing down on his broken world. Hisashi pulled the small fridge open, a breath of cold air wafting against him. He heard Izuku's breathing switch from just enough intake to live to breath all of it all at once right now, followed the sound of him stumbling from the room and slamming a door behind him. The muffled sound of sobbing floated through the silence soon after. He frowned, eyes landing on a bright yellow post-it note stuck to a plastic bin of food in the fridge. He plucked it off, turning it toward the fridge's light to read. "Love you, Izuku baby. Don't wait up for me." He gave a breathy, mirthless laugh, mind landing on no particular emotion as he stuck the note back in place and closed the fridge. "Don't wait up for you, huh? Looks like he'd be waiting a long time. He thought, rubbing his chin, then chuckling again. What the heck, Inko? Now why'd you have to go and get yourself killed, huh? Seemed like you were doing real good, and now I've got to figure out what to do about all this. Gotta get you in the ground, get rid of all your junk, figure out what to do with your son. He crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly to examine the mixture of drawings and photos stuck to the refrigerator door with colorful magnets. There was a picture of a much younger Inko, all slim and pretty like he remembered. Her, and a very small Izuku in an all-might onesie, playing some game. Another one, much more recent, of Izuku poring over a pile of notebooks, completely oblivious to the camera, golden sunlight illuminating his wild hair like a halo. The lighting made it look like he had glitter on his face. He snorted at that. Izuku was in every photo, Inko in a few along with him. There were no pictures of him, but that wasn't surprising. He'd made it pretty clear he wanted nothing to do with them when he'd left, and it looked like Inko felt the same way. What am I supposed to do with a quirkless brat I don't even know? He turned away from the pictures, taking in the small, neat kitchen. He'd forgotten how organized Inko had been, that is. All the dishes in order, everything clean and put away. He rifled through a couple of drawers out of mere curiosity, trying to ignore the sounds of the kids' broken sobbing. He should probably go in there and try to be of some comfort, it's what any decent person would do. But honestly, he wasn't exactly the cream of the human race. The kid probably resented him anyway, and Hisashi had never been good with kids. Not that he really cared to be. He headed back out to the living room and picked his bag up off the floor, then strode into Inko's old room. It was pretty bare, all things considered. She probably spent all her extra money on the kid. He slung his bag onto the bed and began to unpack. The company had tried to give him a month's leave, though he'd tried to whittle it down to a week or two, but they had insisted. After all, his wife had just died, and he surely wanted to spend time with his son, right? Well, not really. He didn't have anything against him, well, mostly. He seemed like a good enough kid, but he was quirkless. That was one of the main reasons he'd left in the first place. Imagine what people would say if they knew he'd produced a quirkless child. And besides, he didn't really have time to deal with a kid, and he definitely didn't want one. His best course of action would be to figure out how to get rid of him and get on a flight back home as quickly as possible. After all, there were still some people around here he'd rather not run into. He pulled a small stack of shirts out of his bag, removed Inko's from the top drawer of the dresser, and slid his inside, huffing a small puff of smoke as he did so. His disenchantment with his wife and son weren't the only reasons he'd jumped the country. In his younger days he'd ended up making a couple of disreputable acquaintances, and he'd always had a bit of a gambling habit. A real nasty combo, and thanks to that he'd ended up gambling with a few of the wrong people. Some members of a certain Yakuza, to be specific. The shunned Kiwami. They might not even be around anymore, thanks to the increasing hero activity here in Mizudafu, but still, Yakuza could be hard to root out. And with their kind, as with any villain, really, money could often get a person's throat cut. Hisashi huffed another puff of smoke and emptied Inko's entire dresser, shoving her clothes under the bed and stashing his own in their place. It wasn't like anyone from the shunned Kiwami would even notice him. He'd been gone 10 years, almost 11 now, and they surely had bigger axes to grind than to bother him over a couple hundred yen. And weren't they in some kind of turf war with the reservoir dogs last he'd been around? Maybe they'd killed each other off, or got arrested, or something. He finished unpacking and flopped down on the neatly made bed, fishing his phone out of his pocket. Man, he was tired. An all-night flight halfway across the world would do that to you. He scrolled through his missed texts, skimming over a couple of dry condolences, work-related things, and whatnot. Once again the sound of Izuku's crying reached him, and he frowned. No way was he going to sleep with that noise in the background. He had half a mind to go tell him to shut up, but, well, he'd cry himself out soon. Hisashi could at least be accommodating enough to let him grieve in peace. For now, anyway. That brought him back around to the important matter of what he was going to do with the kid. He rubbed his lightly stubbled chin, blowing a small smoke ring. He always did that when he was thinking. He could put him in foster care. That was the obvious option, and pretty much the only option aside from keeping him. It wasn't like he had any relatives to foist him off on, and the black markets he used to frequent before it started leaving a bad taste in his mouth weren't interested in quirkless children. Not that, no, he may not be a paragon of virtue, but he wouldn't stoop so low as to sell a child, for heaven's sake. He had at least that much decency in him. And keeping him, that was just. No, he didn't want a kid, had never wanted a kid, and this one happened to be quirkless. That was, unfortunately, the nail in Izuku's size-small coffin. Nobody wanted a quirkless kid. He might even struggle to get foster care to take him. Unless, could he get some kind of benefit from keeping him? A little extra cash wouldn't go amiss, but it probably wouldn't be enough to make it worth it. So foster care it is, then. His mind made up, he rolled off the bed. If he wasn't going to get any sleep, he might as well take a shower, or work on Inko's funeral arrangements, or start packing her stuff up to sell or donate somewhere. Hisashi stood outside of Izuku's bedroom door. Kid was still crying, although with much less vigor now. He'd been going at it for close to 4 hours. How was that even possible? He should have passed out or something by now, or used up all his tears, or literally anything, but the brat was still crying. Hisashi had managed to ignore it, but he was tired, and the walls were so thin, and honestly, couldn't a guy just get a moment of silence? He raised a fist about to knock, then thought better of it and pushed the door open. He was expecting to see a small lump on the bed, crying into a pillow, maybe wrapped in blankets and surrounded by tissues. You know how kids tend to be. He was certainly not expecting to see what almost looked like a crime scene, if it wasn't so sparkly. There was something shiny trailed across the floor like blood, leading to a small lump of a child curled up under the desk, his back towards the door. Things were strewn about, hoodies, a blanket, notebooks, hero merch. But Hisashi didn't notice any of that. All he saw was the trail of what looked like gold. His brain froze and he glanced from the golden substance to the kid, then back. Izuku didn't seem so have noticed him yet, and he carefully, quietly closed the door. He stood statue still in the hallway, hands hanging limp by his sides, eyes staring at nothing. What the heck was, what? That wasn't a quirk, was it? He stood there a beat longer, then hurried to the kitchen and snatched a picture off the fridge, the one where the lighting made it look like he had glitter on his face. Only now, on closer inspection, he could see that his face was the only place the glitter appeared, and if it was just a trick of the light and camera, shouldn't it be in more places than just a sprinkling across his cheeks and nose? And if it was actually just glitter, would it really look so natural? He stared at the picture for a long moment before returning it to its place, then glancing back towards the hallway. Inko, you sly girl. He thought, mind as dark as the skies outside. Little Izuku has a quirk after all, doesn't he? He couldn't be sure yet. It could have been something else, or even a trick of the light. He'd have to do a little investigating. But maybe, depending on the details, maybe this little trip to Japan wouldn't be such a waste of time after all. Katsuki scowled, lower lip moving outward, although his glare held less fire than usual. The first signs of spring were beginning to show, and it was unseasonably warm today, which he greatly appreciated, a prime time for blowing up some extra's face, but instead, he found himself meandering along the sidewalk, no extras in sight. He wiped his sweaty palms on his pant legs, pausing to kick a stray pebble out into the street. Several of the favored extras, as they seemed to think of themselves, had wanted to hang out, but he wasn't feeling it today. He kicked another pebble, watching it skitter across the pavement. His folks were going to have a late night at work, some big fashion expo or something, so Katsuki was simply killing time in the favorable weather. He glanced up at his house as he walked by. He'd already been home and changed, but he was just too restless to stay indoors. He hated himself for thinking about it, and it made him angry that he was bothered by it at all, but he'd been curious about what had happened to Deku last week. It wasn't like him to just ditch school in the middle of the afternoon and be gone for a week. Now he was really overdue for a thrashing. He felt his brows lower farther as he turned into the yard, tromping across the faded grass around the side of the house, then towards the old trail into the woods. He paused, staring at the now overgrown trailhead. The path used to be wide and clear of debris, maintained through constant use, Especially back before his quirk had come in. Back when he and the nerd still played together. Moving his hands into his low-slung pants pockets, he swaggered onto the trail, following the old, familiar path through what used to be his whole world. There were scorch marks here and there, a burnt limb, a blasted patch of earth, where he had used his quirk once, some time ago. It had been a while since he'd last been out here. The trees thinned slightly as he came to the edge of the shallow ravine, just a head or two deeper than his own height, at the bottom of which ran a small creek. It was down to a trickle, as it usually was this time of year, but it would be swelling soon. Katsuki watched the water trickle past for a few minutes before continuing along the path, finally reaching the thick tree trunk that had conveniently fallen across the ravine, making the perfect bridge. He strode out into the middle and paused, turning to face the stream's downhill path. He'd fallen from here once, when he was little. He'd been fine, but that stupid nerd had gotten all in a panic and rushed down and looked at him with those stupid, annoying, wide, shiny eyes and asked if he was okay. As if a quirkless nobody could ever help someone as great as him. He snorted a mirthless laugh and looked up through the bare tree branches at the pale, late winter sky. He'd never admit it, but he kind of missed those days. Not Deku, of course, just all the fun he had when he was young. Back before this strange weight had started building. Back before he became awesome, before everyone started pushing him, telling him how great he was and how much greater he would become, before the weight of all those expectations started pressing down on him. Katsuki growled. He was great, and he would be the greatest hero one day, ever greater than All Might, but, well, couldn't a guy catch a break? Not that he needed one, but it would be nice. He sat down with a huff, one leg hanging over the edge of the log, the other drawn up to his chest as he regarded the world around him. What was Deku up to anyway? Maybe the principal had thrown him out. That would be very on-brand of him. But in the middle of the day? For real? Only a couple of months before graduation? He clenched a fist, his thoughts straying to the fading bruise on the side of his head. Had one of those extras squealed? Had the teachers somehow found out about Deku smacking him in the head? Was that why he was gone? Did they think they had to protect him or something? Once. As if he needed to be. Protected from someone as weak as the useless Deku. If that was the case, though, wouldn't they have told the class he'd been expelled? Wouldn't they have made a big deal out of him attacking another student? And how horrible and unstable he was and how it was so good he was finally gone? Seemed like a move they'd pull, proudly declaring that the nerd was gone forever, that they had beat him, smiling as the extras hooped and cheered. But they hadn't. So what had happened? He disappeared the same day of that villain attack downtown, but what connection did that possibly have? Gotta be a coincidence. He drew his fingers along his cheekbones, brows furrowed in thought. Unless... Auntie Inko? No, his folks would have told him if something had happened to her. The hag and Auntie were real close, even though they didn't talk as much these days, so that theory was pretty much out. Maybe something had happened to the nerd's good-for-nothing father, though it seemed odd that Deku would take time off school for some guy he didn't even know. Yeah, he'd eavesdropped on a couple of conversations between Auntie and his folks, sue him. But it was nice to know that piece of crap was across the ocean. Why had Auntie ever married that guy? Katsuki shook his head. Why should he be bothered about what went on in the nerd's life? As soon as they graduated, he'd be heading off for UA, and even if Deku was stupid enough to try and get in, he wouldn't make it. They'd never see each other again. Unless he ever ended up rescuing the nerd or some crap. Was it weird that that thought made him a little? What was this feeling? It was so weird. He didn't like it, whatever it was. This wasn't sadness, was it? What the heck? He snapped at himself, palms sparking as he jerked to his feet. This little stroll's got me way too nostalgic. I should go train or something. Get my mind off this crap. With another huff, he stomped back down the trail, shoving thoughts of the nerd from his head. He had an entrance exam to prepare for, anyway. The last meal Mom ever made, the one she put in the fridge for Izuku to eat since she was going to work late, was oyakudon. Very delicious oyakudon, the way only she could make it. Honestly, he was surprised Dad hadn't eaten it before now. Maybe he just wasn't a fan of Japanese food anymore. Izuku had fully expected to cry when he finally ate it, the afternoon after Mom's ceremony, so he was glad Dad had gone to the store for groceries when he pulled the plastic bowl out of the fridge. If it had been Kacchan, he really would have cried. And for the first time ever, he was thankful that it wasn't. Even though he would probably sell his soul for one last plate of it. But instead of bursting into messy tears, he managed to keep it together, sniffing only occasionally as he ate, trying not to think about the fact that this was the last thing she made for him that he would ever eat. He hurt too much to cry. His ribs, lungs, eyes, everything was so sore, so tired and aching. Him and Dad were the only ones at her funeral, aside from the people actually in charge of things. It was a simple ceremony, short and to the point, for which he was grateful. He wouldn't have made it through a long, drawn-out one. Actually, he didn't even make it through this one. He cried, but only a little, managing to hide the evidence inside of his shirt, although he was suspicious Dad might have already figured it out. But if he hadn't brought it up yet. Izuku wasn't sure how to feel about anything anymore, really. He'd spent the whole week either crying or completely detached from reality, trying vaguely to prepare himself for whatever was going to happen next, just trying to survive each bleak, dark day. Trying to actually want to live. And at first, Dad had acted completely as expected. Distant, aloof, without doing much more than glancing at him, with the occasional, "You good, kid?" And Izuku would nod, even though he really wasn't. He sniffed again, his ribs aching in protest as he forked another mouthful of the cold oyakodon into his mouth. He wiped his eyes with his free hand, careful not to smudge the fake freckles on his cheeks. He could at least do that much, keep his quirk tail covered up. He had contemplated abandoning his disguise and just living with it, but... He closed his tired eyes. His shoulders and neck were sore from a week of inactivity. Maybe he should go for a run later. He really didn't want to, but it would be good for him. And besides, he had to get in shape, and stay in shape, for the entrance exam at UA. For the first time ever, he felt no surge of excitement, nerves, or, well, anything. It felt like his dream of being a hero was part of his old life, the broken one, the one that cut him up and tore everything apart as it shattered, the pieces of which he was just finally beginning to sweep up and contemplate tossing in the trash bin or trying to glue back together. But UA had been his lifelong dream, his one and only true goal. He may not feel like it right now, he may wish he was dead, but he had to at least keep going towards that. He had to. Even if all he amounted to was one more low-level hero to boost their numbers, maybe there would be enough of them to save somebody else's mother one day. Izuku wiped his eyes again and took the last bite of his meal. He set the chopsticks down, hands trembling slightly, and stared at the empty bowl. "Thanks, Mom," he whispered, then climbed to his feet, shuffled over to the sink, washed the bowl and put it away. He dried his hands on his shirt, then turned around, hands braced against the counter behind him, head lowered. He stood there for a long time in the dark kitchen, the only light coming in from the window, feeling like crying but unable to. Dad had been gone a long time, which was fine. It was good, actually. A shaky sigh escaped him and he pushed himself off the counter, trudging to his room to change into something more suited for being out in public, as opposed to his edge-shot pajama pants and vastly oversized all-might t-shirt. He glanced at the cardboard boxes that were beginning to stack up in the corner of the living room. Boxes full of Mom's things. He sat on top of the large refrigerator, sand clinging to his shoes and pants, knees pulled up to his chest. The sun was just starting to come out, warming the top of his head. He'd been here for hours now, long enough for hunger to begin gnawing on his stomach, but he didn't want to go home. He'd made fairly substantial progress on expanding his hollow and had begun working on an entryway to a second one, also in progress. However, the fridge was still here. He'd expended the last of his energy on it and had managed to slide it an inch or two, but that was all. He was beginning to contemplate just leaving it, letting it be his seat for when he came out here. His phone vibrated in his pocket again and he fished it out, staring glumly at the screen. Dad again. He'd been texting him every once in a while, wondering where he was. Izuku was honestly surprised he cared at all. He didn't seem like the type. He stared at the screen for a moment before swiping the message away, not bothering to respond. He'd go back soon anyway. After a few seconds, He opened his music app and scrolled through the songs that popped up. He hadn't listened to any of these in a while. Finally, near the bottom of the list, he spotted a half-familiar album cover. He paused, then hesitantly pressed on it. The slow, melancholy piano intro drifted through the cool air and he curled up tighter, eyes downcast. He had forgotten about this song. He used to listen to it all the time. It was one of the few electronic pop songs Mom had even half cared for. The music slowly swelled, building momentum, before the vocals began. He closed his eyes, humming half-heartedly along with the tune, his voice cutting in and out. He ended up replaying it about 6 times before he finally dragged himself off his perch, pocketed his phone, and headed home. Going out had definitely been the right call. He felt a bit better now, somehow, like the pain had been pushed to the back of his mind, replaced temporarily by the taste of cold air, his pounding heartbeat, and the echo of the song. And going back to Tacoba Beach had kind of made it feel like he had gone back in time, back to when he'd gone out there after school, worked on clearing out his little hollow, then sprinted back home in time for dinner. He slipped out of his shoes, then his sand-filled socks as well, before heading deeper into the apartment. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. She won't be here. Don't expect her to be, he told himself as he peeked into the kitchen. Dad was sitting at the table, a couple of papers spread out in front of him, rubbing his temples. He glanced up. "Where were you?" he asked, his tone unreadable. Izuku dropped his gaze and wrapped his fingers around the door frame. "I went for a run." Dad stared at him for a beat longer, eyes searching Izuku's face, before turning back to his papers. "Answer me when I text you from now on, kid." "Okay." His voice came out as a pitiful squeak. He stood there a minute longer, replaying the lyrics of the song in his head. He should say something. He'd pretty much ignored Dad for an entire week and vice versa, and he should really ask him what the plan was. He swallowed. He really didn't want to know, but he needed to. He needed to be prepared. He swallowed. Dad? Call me Hisashi." "Oh, Hisashi?" It felt weird calling him by name. Completely wrong. Disrespectful. "Spit it out, kid." Izuku quailed slightly. Did he really want to know yet? He'd know when the time came, and did he really want to have to dread it in advance? Should he really ask? After all, Dad, Hisashi, was busy, it looked like, so maybe he should wait? But he was expecting Izuku to ask a question. Are all those papers for?" He blurted instead, not sure whether he was relieved about asking something else or disappointed in himself. Well, he didn't really have the energy to feel any of that, as the darkness was beginning to creep back over his mind. Hisashi's mouth twitched slightly as he rubbed the corners of his eyes, a look of weariness on his face. "These are mostly bills. It costs a lot of money to put someone in the ground, kid." Izuku flinched, eyes dropping to the floor. "Ceremony costs, burial costs, plot cost, the coffin, everything. And I didn't realize how much it cost to rent this place, either. A lot more than 10 years ago, that's for sure. And I have to pay for my flights to and from here. That's pretty expensive too." He sighed and ran a hand through his pea-green hair. "I don't know where I'm going to get enough money to pay for all of this." Izuku stared down at his bare feet as he hummed a non-committal noise. Feeling unwelcome, he turned and headed for his bedroom, unaware of the smirk that spread across Hisashi's face as he left. Poor Izuku. Poor, naive, little Izuku. This was perfect. Absolutely perfect. From the brief and few communications he'd had with Inko over the years, he knew that Izuku was a smart kid, which would have made Hisashi's plan rather hard to manipulate, but his grief was the perfect thing to break down his logic and suspicions. Yeah, okay, he felt a little bad about trying to cash in on Inko's death, but, well, she was gone, and had therefore left Izuku to him to do with as he pleased. And he wasn't hurting anybody. Not really. And also, unbeknownst to the kid, her funeral had been relatively cheap, as were his plane tickets. He'd purchased the cheapest coffin, the cheapest plot. And he'd flown on a cheap airline, with a company discount on top of that. But Izuku didn't need to know any of that. All of this was feeding into his slowly unfurling plan. The morning after he'd first arrived, while Izuku was in the shower, he had snuck into his room to investigate the shiny, distinctly gold-colored substance, only to find the floor scrubbed clean. To say he'd been frustrated was a huge understatement. However, he checked under the desk and happened to find the shirt Izuku had been wearing, and it was drenched in the stuff, stuck permanently in a hard lump. There had also been a little on the floor beneath it, which he had managed to scrape up and hide in his pocket before Izuku ever emerged. Then, earlier today, during his shopping trip, he took the piece to a 2-bit jewelry store and had it tested. It was gold. Pure, astonishingly pure gold. And it came from Izuku. It was his tears. It had to be his tears. It was the only explanation, especially after observing him at Inko's funeral, the way he refused to cry, the way he hid his face inside of his shirt when he finally couldn't hold it back any longer. He was still to figure out the freckles, though, as they seemed to appear normal now. But that was neither here nor there. It was only the tears he was interested in. No way was he turning loose of the kid now. Izuku could hear his classmates snickering and whispering, feel their eyes following him as he wended his way through the crowded halls of Aldra, shoulders hunched, head lowered, eyes downcast. It felt like he was a specter or something, an alien, or someone out of time, wandering the halls. Here, but not belonging. This place belonged to his old world. His old life. And he never realized it was possible to hate the place this much. There was the door to the principal's office, where his world had shattered. These were the halls he had run through on his desperate dash for escape, as if he could outrun those horrible words, could outrun reality. Aldra was where his life had ended. He pushed open the door to his homeroom, the familiar sound of 20-plus obnoxious middle school students chatting pre-class slamming into him, amplifying his misery. He glanced up briefly, his eyes landing on Kacchan's smoldering glare. The taller boy held his gaze, his face demanding, chin raised. Interestingly, he didn't sneer or anything, just glared. Izuku dropped his gaze back to the floor and shuffled towards his desk. Hey, the quirkless dweeb is back. So, they didn't expel him. What a shame. That would have been great, huh? Just before graduation. Priceless. Wonder why they didn't? I heard he died. Shame he didn't. Hey, I forgot my pen. Lend me one, will ya? What? No way. Get your own. I'm going to the mall after class. Wanna come? Yeah. Of course. We're gonna get him later, right, Bakugo? Izuku stuffed his backpack under his desk and dropped into his seat, then propped his elbows on his miraculously graffiti-free desk and dropped his head into his hands. Yeah. We'll get him later. Bakugo's voice floated through the melee of noise, a harbinger of doom, and Izuku could feel his burning red eyes on him. But he didn't care. Couldn't care. Kacchan could do whatever he wanted. Burn him up, cover him with scars. He didn't care anymore. Someone kicked his leg and snickered as he walked past his desk, but Izuku didn't look up. Didn't acknowledge him in any way. He just sat there, face in his hands, trying and failing to block out the world. Several more people bumped into him, quite harshly, before class started. A couple paper airplanes and other similar projectiles made their way through the air to bounce off him and make him flinch before the teacher attempted to take roll call. Izuku never looked up, barely managed to mumble a weak "here" when his name was called. In fact, he barely did more than scrawl the occasional uneven note across a blank notebook page. The teacher never called on him during the lesson, which was normal, actually, but he felt weirdly grateful, like somehow he was showing him a small kindness, even though there was no way it could possibly be. Izuku had known for a long time, even though he never actually admitted it to himself, that his teacher, all of the teachers, actually disliked him. Quite a bit. Because he was quirkless. The thought held no sting this time, however. Not today. Not anymore. Gradually, over the course of what would have been an embarrassingly simple English lesson if he was in his old world, his mind began to drift off. His mind never drifted off before. He had always known he needed to pay attention, to learn as much as he possibly could. Knowledge was his only advantage so far, and he needed every edge he could get. But he just couldn't pay attention. Besides, he already knew how to speak English. Had known for years. If anything new came up on his next quiz, he'd just have to, well, fail or something. Fail. He twined his fingers into his hair, tugging at it, using the slight pain as a distraction from the storm of emotions and half-formed thoughts swirling inside his head, made worse by his overwhelming fatigue. Man, he was so tired. So tired. Sleep had been a rare luxury the entirety of last week, and when he could sleep, it was fitful and plagued with nightmares. It felt almost more exhausting than being awake. With a quiet sigh, he pressed the heels of his hands to his eyes, sort of trying not to smudge his face disguise. Oh, what the heck? It was makeup. He should just call it that and be done with it. It was too much work to try and convince himself that it was something else. Speaking of which, he needed to buy some more soon, but he didn't want to think about that right now. When he had dragged himself out of bed that morning after another long night, he had been a ragged, unkempt mess. He had stared at his reflection in the bathroom mirror, at his tangled hair, little bits of gold stuck onto the tips of several locks, at his droopy, bloodshot eyes and the dark bags beneath, at the scattering of star-like freckles across his face that Mom had liked so much. In other words, he looked like a homeless delinquent with some glitter on him. And he almost left it that way, except for the fact that it would probably draw people's attention, and that was the last thing he wanted right now. So, despite his fatigue and overwhelming desire to just lie in bed in the darkness all day and never get up again, he'd cleaned himself up as best he could manage. He'd cut the gold out of his hair. He'd washed his face. He'd covered up his freckles. Even then, he had almost gone back to bed, except Dad, Hisashi, had insisted he go to school. He'd said a lot of things like, "You don't want to fall behind," and "It'll be good for you," and "Doing things will help you move on," and besides, "I have a lot to get done around here," and stuff, but Izuku hadn't really listened. Didn't want to listen. He had only eaten a couple bites of the soggy, tasteless oatmeal Hisashi had made, then slung on his backpack and, with the man practically propelling him out the door, began what felt like the death march to school. And now he was here, sitting at his desk, trying not to fall asleep, trying not to think, trying not to anything. Just trying. He had been trying his whole life. Trying to survive being quirkless. Trying to understand why everyone said he couldn't be a hero. Trying to understand why Mom was always so tired. Trying to understand why his best friend started hurting him. Trying to keep up. Trying to go on. Trying. And it had been so hard. But somehow it felt harder now than it had ever been. He was jolted from his thoughts when his head slipped out of his hands, and he barely caught himself from smacking his head against the desk. Had he fallen asleep? It didn't feel like it. He shook his head, trying to clear it, and finally became aware of the commotion around him. Students were standing, talking, practically yelling, it felt like, milling around, filing towards the door. Izuku blinked blearily and glanced at the clock on the wall. Lunch break already? Lunch break. He sighed again, a heavy and shuddering sound lost in the sea of noise. He was not looking forward to this. Not in the slightest. Before now, ever since that one spectacular day where he had put Kacchan in a wristlock and otherwise spent the entirety of lunch PRD happy and unbothered, he had been kind of excited for lunch. He could slip through the crowd, using his smaller size to hide, sneak, and dart around, practicing stealth and quick reactions. But not today. Today he stood at the entrance to the cafeteria, staring dully ahead at the chaos. It took tremendous willpower to make himself step forward and enter the sea. He was immediately buffeted by bodies, elbowed by some, and barely avoided the outstretched leg or two. He saw the kid with boulders for hair cast him a nasty leer from his place in line. Finally, after wading through the line, clutching a tray laden with nothing but a small bowl of rice and bottle of milk, he began the journey to his empty corner. He fully expected to be tripped up or knocked over, to spill his food on the floor and for everyone in earshot to turn and stare and laugh and point and for students walking past to step on his fingers as he tried to clean up the mess. He was certainly not expecting to be stopped by the girl with the tiger mutation quirk, the same girl he often hid behind while sneaking around this room. He was on his way past her table, hunched in as small as he could make himself, when she caught his eye and quickly stood, all 6 feet of her blocking his path. He looked up at her warily, hyper-aware of how red his eyes were and how pathetic he must look and how much bigger she was than him and how neat her quirk was. She rubbed the back of her neck. Midoriya, right? He nodded numbly. Well, she stammered, fidgeting in what would have been a soft, feminine way if she wasn't so tall and intimidating. I was in the hallway the other day, and I saw you and the policeman and that hero, and I heard about, about your mom. Izuku's eyes burned and he looked down at his red shoes. He would not cry. He was sick of crying. I'm really sorry, she blurted, making him jump and look up at her again, nearly spilling his tray in the process. Her eyes were scrunched up, like she was trying not to burst into tears. Strange. Why you are? His voice came out cracked and toneless, barely more than a hoarse whisper. Of course I am. I know exactly what it's like when you lose somebody dash. She rubbed her slanted eyes furiously. Sorry, I'm such a crybaby. I just wanted to say sorry, since I'm the only one who knows and I know what it's like, and even if people did know they probably wouldn't, dash. He nodded slowly, eyes downcast again. Thanks. She nodded back, giving her eyes a final scrub before composing herself. Well, you good? I mean, obviously you're not good, but He nodded again. Hey, good. I'm really sorry. Izuku nodded slipped past her as she hesitantly lowered herself back onto her seat, her friends instantly hounding her. He could still pick out their voices as he wended his way along. What gives, Tora? Don't you know that's the quirkless boy from Takeda's class? And what were you talking about anyway? What were you sorry for? I won't say. Sorry guys, but I'm not gonna say. It's not my place. Oh, come on. It's literally the quirkless boy. It's not like he has feelings like we do. Izuku resisted the sudden urge to run to his table to get out of earshot as quickly as possible, but he didn't. It would draw too much attention, plus his chest ached too much to run, and he doubted his feet would obey him. For a brief moment he had felt a little better. The Tiger Quirk girl had talked to him. She'd been nice. She'd acted like she actually cared. And then her friend had basically called him less than human, and now he was back to being completely miserable again. Finally, he dropped onto the bench at the empty, forgotten table, setting his backpack beside him and staring at the little bowl of rice on his plate. He was hungry, really hungry, but the thought of eating was kind of sickening. Instead, he just sipped at his milk. He was constantly thirsty these days, possibly because of his quirk, and he had cried way more tears than the average person could ever possibly produce. It took no small amount of effort to force himself to take a bite of rice, then chew, then swallow. Then again. Bite, chew, swallow. Until it became too difficult and he shoved his tray away, resting his head in his arms on the table and waiting for everything to be over. The rest of school passed by in an agonizingly slow torrent, his shins collecting more than a few bruises over the course of the day, as usual. It seemed odd that Kacchan hadn't confronted him yet or stalked him in the halls, but then again, maybe he had stalked him anyway, and he was just too tired and depressed to notice. Mercifully, after what felt like eternity, he found himself out on the sidewalk, the not quite as chilly anymore breeze tousling his hair. He hooked his thumbs in his backpack straps and, still slumped, eyes on the sidewalk, began dragging himself home. He hoped he was imagining the sound of stomping footsteps coming up behind him. Deku! He wasn't imagining it, then. Great. Well, he wasn't really looking forward to going home anyway, and if Kacchan beat him up at least he'd have something to do when he got back other than curling up on his bed and watching the numbers blink by on his clock. Maybe Kacchan would kill him this time. Maybe he'd let off a really big blast in his face and he'd be killed. Then Dad wouldn't have to worry about him anymore and he could sell everything and go back to America. But then Kacchan wouldn't be able to become a hero anymore. A searing hot hand latched onto his shoulder, the fingers digging into his collarbone in signature Kacchan style. Thought you could just run off scot-free, huh, nerd? You haven't paid for hitting me the other day yet. Kacchan snarled in his ear, jerking him sideways, his free hand snatching a fistful of his hair and yanking. Izuku let out a pitiful cry of pain as the taller boy dragged him back behind the school, ducking into an alcove that blocked them from view. He'd suffered quite a few beatings here over the years. It was Kacchan's preferred spot after the alleyway. Kacchan released his hold on Izuku's hair only to grab him by the collar and slam him against the wall, holding him just high enough that only his toes reached the ground. Bet you think you're hot stuff after all that crap you pulled, huh? Bet you think you're really something. Hitting me in the head with your stupid backpack? Did you seriously think you could get away with that, nerd? He shook Izuku like a doll. What were you doing this last week anyway? Hiding? Reveling in your so-called victory? He opened one hand just enough to release a small blast against Izuku's chest. He gave another pained cry, the wind knocked out of him, gasping like a landed fish as Kacchan shook him again, his head smacking repeatedly against the brick wall. Well, where were you? Answer me, Deku. Izuku could feel tears in his eyes, a few small, golden drops finally managing to escape, forced out past his eyelids by a day's worth of hurt and pain and despair, and finally this. Mom died. He finally shouted, a twisted sob robbing him of what was left of his breath. Last week. The snarl dropped from Kacchan's face with startling swiftness, crimson eyes widening, mouth dropping partially open. What? He stared a moment longer before releasing his grip, eyes still wide as Izuku dropped to the grimy pavement, trembling, rubbing his chest and trying to swallow his sobs. What's that? Kacchan's voice rose in pitch as he pointed at Izuku's face. Izuku climbed unsteadily to his feet, his legs feeling weak and shaky, mopping his face with his sleeves, vision blurred, chest aching. Why couldn't Kacchan just stop? Why did he have to do this to him? What is that stuff? He demanded, his voice sounding odd. Or maybe that was just the ringing in Izuku's ears, or the fact that anything other than a growl or a roar from Kacchan could be considered unusual. Just leave me alone. Izuku's voice cracked as he broke into a sprint, dashing past him and back towards the street, running as fast as his legs would carry him, golden tracks as his face. Katsuki stared after the nerd, eyes wide, hands still half-curled from holding onto the nerd's collar. Auntie Inko died? The nerd had said, last week. She'd been dead for a week and nobody told him? Why had nobody told him? A crush of conflicting emotions boiled in his chest. Anger, disappointment, confusion, a hint of pity that he quickly and not so successfully smothered. Where had the nerd been all week without Auntie? Who was he living with? They hadn't put him in foster care, had they? Quirkless nerds didn't survive foster care, everyone knew that. Or had they given him to his good-for-nothing father? At this point, he wasn't sure which was worse, nor why exactly he cared, but why hadn't anybody told him? Did they think he couldn't handle it or something? It wasn't like he was super close to Auntie or anything, so why had they kept it a secret? And what the actual hell was that gold stuff? Hands clenched in tight fists, jaw clenched so tightly it popped, he stormed off through the dissipating crowd of students, ignoring the frightened glances extras cast his way as they scrambled out of his path. Bakugo! Hey, Bakugo! Did you get Deku? Did he cry? I can't believe I missed it. Wrong time for a bathroom trip. Finger Kid yammered, coming up behind him, elbowing people out of his way. Katsuki whipped around to face him, lips peeling back in a snarl. Scram extra! He shouted, voice trembling with rage. Fingers shrunk backward, eyes wide. Shay man, I was just... Katsuki huffed and turned around, leaving him shaking in his boots, ignoring everyone and everything as he stormed home. Katsuki all but kicked the front door open, slinging his backpack at the couch before storming into the kitchen, hands sparking in agitation. His folks glance up, unperturbed at first, from the pile of papers and sketches strewn across the table. They must have noticed something different about his anger this time, though, since they quickly transferred all their attention to him. Are you all right, Katsuki? Masaru asked gently. Katsuki detonated. No. I'm not all right, old man. Don't call your father an old man. Mitsuki retaliated, their combined screaming earning a long-suffering look from the old man. Why didn't you tell me, huh? Did you think I couldn't handle it or something? He raged, yanking at his short blonde hair, eyes darting from face to face in search of an explanation. His folks gave each other confused glances before turning back to him. Tell you what, brat? Mitsuki snapped, her tone vaguely concerned. Auntie Inko, why didn't you tell me she was dead? An abrupt hush dropped over the room like a reverse explosion. Katsuki glanced back and forth between his parents, chest still heaving, anger slowly being squashed by clammy confusion at the shocked expressions on their faces. Inko. Inko's dead? Mitsuki whispered, covering her mouth with her hands. Katsuki stared, eyes widening again. He'd never seen her act like that before. Masaru lurched to his feet, striding forward and taking a firm grip on his shoulders. Usually he would have brushed him off and snapped at him, but he was too confused. Where did you hear this from? He demanded, uncharacteristically stern. You didn't know? He said, completely baffled, meeting his father's gaze. Who told you this, son? Deku told me. This afternoon, before I left school. His gaze drifted over to the hag. Now that he was thinking about it, he probably shouldn't call her that, a shock rippling down his spine as he noticed the tears in her eyes. He'd never seen her cry before. He said she croaked last week. Masaru stiffened, hands still clutching Katsuki's shoulders. If Izuku himself told you, it must be true. Poor kid, he mumbled, releasing his grip before moving to his wife's side. She shook her head. I'm calling her. I'm getting to the bottom of this right now. She shouted, snatching her phone off the table and dialing Auntie's number with trembling fingers. She pressed it to her ear, biting her lip as Masaru massaged her shoulders. Katsuki glanced back and forth between them again. How did they not know? What was going on here? Mitsuki pulled the phone away from her ear. Straight to voicemail, she whispered, her voice trembling as she dialed the number again, and a third time, each time being sent straight to, Hi. This is Inko. Please leave a message. Why don't you try calling Izuku? Masaru suggested as Katsuki slumped into a chair, feeling remarkably weak-kneed. Usually he'd be angry at the weakness, but he was just too shocked. Was this shock? He didn't feel sad really, mostly just, shocked. Mitsuki punched in the nerd's number, which he guessed she had for emergency contact purposes, or something, then visibly held her breath as the phone rang, and rang again, and kept ringing. There was a slight click. Hello. Izuku. It's Auntie Mitsuki. Where are you right now? Are you okay? She practically sobbed, clutching the phone like a lifeline. What exactly? Oh, Izuku, I'm so sorry. We just heard. Is it true? Oh, sweetie, please tell me it isn't true. You just heard. The choked sound of Deku's voice made his parents flinch, Masaru's massaging becoming more vigorous, the tears in Mitsuki's eyes finally escaping down her face. Did nobody tell you? He was crying. The nerd was definitely crying. Katsuki was very familiar with that sound. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, eyebrows lowering, suddenly remembering that weird golden stuff that had dripped from the nerd's eyes. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I don't know why nobody told us, but we know now. Where are you right now? Are you at home? Mitsuki asked. No. I'm not home right now. Where are you? Do you need someone to come get you? Are you okay? A moment of silence stretched out, all three of them staring at the phone, tension in the air so heavy you could cut it with a knife, the only sounds coming through the speakers something that sounded like wind, or maybe the sea. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to do. A broken sob crackled through the speaker and Masaru gently pried the phone from Mitsuki's death grip. Izuku, this is Masaru. I'm taking you off speaker now. Now, tell me where you are. I'm coming to get you. He glanced at Mitsuki and Katsuki, apparently listening to whatever the nerd was saying. He froze, a frown on his face. You're where? Okay. No, that's all right. You don't have to apologize. Just sit tight. I'll be there in a bit. Don't leave, okay? Mitsuki leapt to her feet as her husband headed for the door. I'm coming. No, stay here with Katsuki. Did he just growl at them? Katsuki watched in shock as his mom sat back down, her head in his hands, as the old man snatched up the car keys and headed out the door. Takoba Municipal Park Beach. Why on earth was Izuku at Takoba Municipal Park Beach? This place was dangerous. He could fall and break his legs in the piles of broken appliances and machines, or tear himself open on a piece of jagged metal or broken glass, or have something fall on him and get buried and crushed, and there would be nobody around to help him. He'd be trapped here all alone. All alone. Maybe that was the point. Masaru popped open the car door and stepped out, nose wrinkling in disgust at the putrid smell that immediately assaulted senses. If the danger wasn't enough to ward the boy off, surely the smell should have. Rotting fish and festering garbage. It was enough to make a person nauseous. He glanced around, locking the car with a click before heading towards the beach entrance, or what used to be the entrance, anyway. It was fenced over, though not well enough to keep people from entering, and Masaru could see the signs of where a pair of feet had scrambled over the rocks by the corner of the gate, and an impact mark in the sand on the other side. Unfortunately, the trail disappeared as soon as the garbage began. Which was to say immediately. How was he supposed to find the kid in there? It was a maze. Heaping towers of refuse, tires, old appliances, broken toys, driftwood, nameless objects of all sorts, everything under the sun washed up, covered in sand and rust, stacked on top of each other in impossibly tall heaps, left as such by the constant tide. Well, first things first. Masaru pocketed his keys, making sure they were secure before following Izuku's route over the fence. It was quite a scramble, a bit more difficult for a man in his 40s than for a 14-year-old, no doubt. He landed in the sand on the other side, dusting off his pant legs before studying his surroundings, a sinking feeling in his gut. How on earth was he going to find the boy? After a moment's hesitation and a suppressed GG, he set off into the heart of the beach, scrambling awkwardly over the piles of trash. "Izuku!" he called, his voice carried back inland by the rising wind. The kid probably wouldn't hear him. That wasn't a heavy enough deterrent to stop him, however. "Izuku! Where are you?" He slipped and landed rather painfully on his rear as the mangled remains of a rusted toaster slipped free, causing a small avalanche. Carefully, he picked himself back up, rubbing the painful spot on his side where something had tried to gouge him. The kid wasn't living out here, was he? According to Katsuki, Inko, rest her soul, had died about a week ago, and if that were the case, who'd been taking care of him? Had anybody looked in on him? Or had he been left in that little apartment, all alone? That thought was stomach-turning, but unfortunately it was a possibility. He'd read up on a lot of Quirk bias sentiments and Quirk extremist cults when Inko had called Mistuki all those years ago, sobbing the news of the boy's diagnosis over the phone, and it honestly came as a surprise that he hadn't been jumped or mugged or worse yet. At least he had Katsuki to look out for him at school, even if they didn't seem as close as they used to be. That was a substantial consolation. He climbed farther into the maze, nearly falling through the rusted-out roof of a half-buried car, pinching his nose whenever he didn't need his arms for balance, when he happened to glance towards a particularly precarious refuse tower and noticed something. He quickly changed course, stumbling over the trash until he reached the tower. A trail. It was definitely a trail. The garbage had been cleared away and piled neatly to the sides, forming a narrow pathway of white sand between the heaps of rubbish. It must have taken ages to make. So either Izuku came out here a lot, or this was someone else's doing. He hoped Izuku had made it. He didn't like the idea of the kid being out here with other people, at least not the sort that favored these kinds of places. But then again, he kind of hoped Izuku hadn't made it. It wasn't normal for a kid to spend so much time and effort out in a literal dump like this. Didn't he have anything better to do, like hanging out with friends or chasing hero fights? Maybe Inko had put her foot down against that particular pastime. "Izuku!" he called again, his voice traveling farther now that he was sheltered from the wind. He was moving quite a bit faster now, although not as fast as he would have liked. The path was narrow enough in some places that he had to turn sideways and shuffle along, and the terrain made him nervous. It was obvious that whoever had cleared this path had taken care to try and fortify the garbage towers, but they still shifted a bit every now and then. He passed what looked like the start of a branch-off trail, its progress halted by a rotted-out log that was blocking the path. "Izuku, are you there?" he called again as the trail curved, finally dumping him out into a fairly sizable clearing. He stopped in the entrance, glancing around, slightly stunned. It must have taken a ton of work to clear this much space. After a few seconds of scouring the area with his eyes, his gaze finally latched onto a small, dark shape curled up on an enormous, dented refrigerator. He had blended in so well with the rubbish Masaru hadn't even noticed him at first, but there was no mistaking that messy shock of wild, dark green curls now that he found it. "Izuku," he said, hurrying across the sand, watching as the boy flinched at the sound of his voice, then dutifully sat up, pulling his knees to his chest, face hidden. Masaru slowed to a stop, then lowered himself onto the fridge beside him. He wasn't quite sure how to go about this, honestly. Izuku was so much more, delicate wasn't quite right term, but much more gentle than his own son. Less confident, less prideful, less hot-headed, etc. And he didn't know what to say to him. He didn't know him well enough. "I'm sorry, Izuku," he finally said, keeping his voice low, glancing over at him. Izuku didn't respond further than resting his head against his knees. "I truly am." No response. But that was fine. He didn't expect the boy to say anything anyway. He had been choked up enough over the phone. "I'm sorry it took so long for us to find out. It's shameful of us, really," he continued, bracing his arms against the makeshift bench, leaning back and staring up at the clouds scuttling across the sky. "I'm so sorry about that, Izuku. I really am. You didn't deserve any of this." Izuku was shaking, his face pressed to his knees in a tremendous display of flexibility, arms wrapped around himself. Wrapped around himself. It struck him then. Depending on what had happened between now and Inko's death, Izuku had potentially spent an entire week alone. All alone with no one to comfort him. Crying himself to sleep at night, if he got any sleep at all. Masaru hesitated a second out of habit. On the rare occasions he hugged Katsuki, the boy would complain at best and rage at worst, but he always knew when his son actually wanted or needed the attention. Before he could think farther or second-guess himself, he draped an arm around the boy's thin yet surprisingly firm shoulders. Izuku tensed, flinching violently. "Again? What's with all the flinching?" Slowly at first, then all in a rush, he went noodle limp, curling into his side and heaving a sigh so wet and heavy it made Masaru's heart ache. It was only then that he realized Izuku was soaking wet. He glanced down in surprise as cold water soaked his side. Why was the kid wet? Why on God's green earth was he wet? It was way too cold out here for him to be soaked like this. How had he even gotten this way? Had he been in the sea? Why would he? Well, first things first. How are you feeling, Izuku? Are you up for a hot meal? He asked, disentangling himself just enough to shrug off his heavy coat and wrap it around the boy. Izuku tightened it around himself, staring off at the ground with tear-swollen eyes, though no more tears were presently falling. The skin on his entire face was slightly red and raw-looking, as if he had scrubbed it within an inch of its life. He must have tried to clean himself up in the sea. I am hungry, he whispered in a hoarse voice, so small and quiet his middle-aged ears had difficulty hearing it. But you don't need to bother, there's food at home. Oh, I got your coat wet. Sorry. I'm sorry. Izuku, Masaru chided softly, you have nothing to be sorry for, all right? Nothing at all. Now, come with me. You shouldn't be out here as wet as you are. He climbed to his feet, offering the boy a hand, which he hesitantly accepted. His skin was freezing cold. Izuku followed Mr. Bakugo up the footpath to the man's large, elegant house, shivering violently underneath the oversized brown coat hanging like a cloak around his shoulders. He was glad to have it on right now. What had he been thinking, going out in the water like that? Of course, he'd only meant to destroy the evidence of his tears before Mr. Bakugo arrived, but the waves had been a little more violent than he'd expected and he'd tripped over a submerged object and, of course, been soaked by freezing water. He had been so upset he hadn't even noticed how cold it was, but during the car ride here, he'd become increasingly aware of the numbness in his digits and his uncontrollable shivering. He wanted to go home and take a long, hot shower. He wanted to go home. His old home. Not the place it was now. The front door opened with a slight squeak, and Mr. Bakugo held it open for him. Izuku stared for a moment, unsure if he really wanted to go in. The choice was taken from him as his feet carried him forward against his will, almost as if his body was revolting against his mind in an attempt to do him some good for once. It was warm inside the house, the air smelling of high-quality, expensive wax melts. It was also quiet, unusual for the Bakugo household, and cheerily bright, very unlike the present state of his apartment. Know what? His rebellious feet were right. He'd rather be here than at home, even though Kacchan was probably here somewhere. To be honest, he'd rather be around Kacchan than Dad right now, even though he hurt him. He knew Kacchan. He was predictable. But Hisashi was a perfect stranger, and that was even more terrifying than a face full of nitroglycerin-fueled explosions. Mr. Bakugo closed the door behind them and, placing his hand between Izuku's shoulder blades, ushered him into the kitchen. He'd forgotten how nice this house was. He'd spent a lot of time here over the years, but it had been a long time since he was last here. Mitsuki, Mr. Bakugo said, announcing their arrival to the woman standing in front of the stove, her back to them. She whirled around, eyes wide and shiny, face pale. "Izuku!" she cried, charging forward and flinging her arms around him, crushing him in a painful hug. "Oh, Izuku, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Her voice was choked. "Done, cry, Auntie Mitsuki," he half whispered, half mumbled, gingerly resting his head against her shoulder as she stroked his tangled, wet hair like her life depended on it. "I'll try, kid, I'll try. What? Why are you all wet? You're so cold. Masaru, how could you let this happen? He was already like that when I got there." "Well, what the hell? Izuku, come with me. You're going to take a nice hot shower. You can take as long as you like, got it? And I'll get some of Katsuki's clothes for you to wear, and then I'll make you some tea and something to eat, okay?" She fussed, pulling Mr. Bakugo's coat from his shoulders and leading him off into the house. Izuku stumbled after her, not even attempting to remove his arm from her death grip. "You don't have to. I shouldn't stay so long." "What nonsense? I already told you. Take a shower, get warm and dry, then have something to eat. Biba dash. Brat. Bring some clothes down here for Izuku." She yelled at the ceiling, making him jump again as she kicked open the bathroom door, dragged a fluffy beige towel from a cabinet and turned the shower to full blast. Izuku stood in the doorway, feeling lost and a little shell-shocked, the salt drying on his skin beginning to sting a little. "But dash. No buts," she said, ruffling his hair again, her eyes reddening. "I'll set your clothes inside the door as soon as that brat brings them. Oh, here he is." Izuku turned to see Kacchan, looking uncharacteristically subdued, a pile of haphazardly folded clothing articles in his arms. His crimson eyes searched his face, landing briefly on his now visible freckles, only meeting his gaze briefly before Auntie snatched the clothes from his arms. "Okay, you're all set then. Take as long as you want to, okay? I don't expect to see you again for at least half an hour, preferably longer." Dash. And then he was moved into the warm, steamy bathroom, the door closed gently behind him, clutching a set of clothes that weren't his. Mist particles swirled in the air around him, suddenly bringing to mind memories of that first night, when he'd first discovered his quirk and Mom had, He glared at his reflection in the mirror, watching the viscous, liquid gold pour from his swollen, puffy eyes. He looked awful. He felt awful. Everything was awful. Stripping out of his sopping clothes took some effort. They were determined to stick to his clammy skin, but he finally managed to peel them off and climb into the hot shower, letting the water pour over him, watching the gold wash down the drain. If only the pain would wash away too. This was just. Well, it wasn't often that Katsuki found himself at a loss for words, but this was one of those exceedingly rare times. He sat on the stairs, frowning at his bare feet as if they had personally offended him, just out of sight of his folks. They were talking in hushed tones about Deku, like he was going to hear them or something from across the house while standing under a pouring jet of water and no doubt crying his eyes out. He scuffed his foot against the carpet, folding his arms across his knees. He hated this. Why did he have to be the one to bring the horrible news? Why hadn't the police or Deku's deadbeat dad or someone told them? Why did he have to feel like this? He knew he was acting like a pouty brat, but he didn't care. He just couldn't believe it. Auntie Inko was gone. For real. Actually for real. He'd never been real close to her, but she'd always been so nice to him. Not as pressuring as other people. She always kinda seemed to see him as more than his quirk. She actually saw him, and not just the future #1 hero he was going to be, which was an odd thing for anyone other than his parents and Deku. He leaned forward slightly, huffing, listening to them speculate about Deku's living situation, drowning the sudden flood of thoughts and memories of beating the crap out of him every day. They had already come to the conclusion that Auntie Inko'd been killed in the villain attack last week, and now they were whispering about where he was living, who was taking care of him, if anyone was, and what was going to happen to him next. He was wondering the same thing. Which was just wrong. Why should he care about what happened to the useless Deku? It wasn't like they were friends anymore. And another thing, he was feeling a bit weird. Weird and unpleasant. Deku's mom died and he just grabbed him and threw him around, like he'd always done, almost every day all these years. He ground his teeth. Luckily, Deku showed up just in time to distract him from the unpleasant thoughts he'd rather not think about and this strange and unfamiliar feeling of. It wasn't guilt. It was not guilt. It was startling at first, seeing the nerd wearing a pair of his sweatpants and one of his skull print t-shirts, which looked ridiculous on him to begin with, but was that a burn scar on his collarbone? Where had he gotten that from? That wasn't from, it couldn't be, was it? The nerd gave him a weary glance. Did he always have those eye bags? Before continuing past, shuffling hesitantly through the doorway into the living room, where, he could tell by the sound, his folks scrambled immediately to their feet, the hag launching into an interrogation while Pops tried to talk some sense into her and be, well, comforting or some crap. Izuku sat neatly on the couch, hands curled around the mug of hot tea balanced on his lap. Kacchan's oversized shirt hung loosely off his shoulders. The neckline was a bit stretched out as well, revealing more of his neck and collarbone than he was usually comfortably with due to, well. But right now, he didn't care. Couldn't care. He felt much better now, having stood in the shower until the water turned cold, washing away all the salt and sand and every trace of gold. A sort of numbness had settled on him again, mercifully. He had determined not to cry in front of them. Too many people knew about his quirk as it was. That Kirishima guy who wanted to be a hero. Shinso from the foster home. Probably Hisashi as well, and he was almost 100% certain Kacchan saw his tears this afternoon. He'd broken his promise to Mom many times over, and it had only been a week. A week. He was so useless. Such a bad son. Literally the worst son ever. The least he could do now was try and prevent anyone else from finding about it. And to keep them from finding out, he had to keep from crying. And to keep from crying, he had to force himself not to think, cramming all his emotions into the back corner of his mind and focusing instead of the hotness of the tea, the dampness of his hair, the gray of the sweatpants he was wearing, the texture of the carpet. He didn't dare look at their faces. He was sure that anything he would see there would shatter his thin veneer of holding it together. And besides, his freckles were on full display now, and he felt like if he looked up, they'd notice, and then they'd ask about them and then. He'd have to come up with some lie which they would immediately know was a lie because how could he have just climbed out of their shower and somehow have glitter on his face? He took a steadying breath and lifted the mug to his chapped lips, sipping the hot drink. Then, at their gentle prompting, told them everything that had happened since that day, leaving out details here and there, such as Kacchan beating him up and anything to do with his quirk, his voice a low, emotionless monotone so empty it unnerved himself. He never looked up at them once during the whole story, kept his eyes glued to the floor, letting his slowly drying curls fall over his eyes, but he could feel their eyes widening, feel the horrified and pitying expressions on their faces. Feel Kacchan around the corner, listening, though he wasn't sure why he stayed. He would have expected his old friend to hole up in his room while he was here. And that's when you called me and came to get me from the beach. He finished, his throat dry, eyes miraculously dry as well. His voice had hitched a couple of times, but that was it. A beat of tense silence filled the cheerily lit room. "Oh, Izuku," Auntie whispered, a hand over her mouth. "How long is your father here for?" Mr. Bakugo asked in a low tone, fabric rustling as he leaned forward. Izuku sipped his tea again before shrugging helplessly. He didn't say. Is he going to take you to America with him? Auntie's voice was choked and quiet, so out of character it stung. He hasn't told me yet. So, basically you don't know what's going to happen to you? Mr. Bakugo growled, also shockingly out of character, so much so that Izuku flinched and glanced up at him with wide eyes. He shook his head, hands tightening around the mug. Mr. Bakugo looked away, running a hand down his face and mumbling something under his breath that sounded like, "That piece of crap, only slightly more expulsy." Izuku curled in on himself a little bit, hands tightening around the mug, looking down at the floor again. He was beginning to feel ashamed that he didn't know anything about his impending future. He didn't know anything about his own father, didn't know anything about the plan, or what was going to happen to him. He didn't know anything. What if he, against all odds, decided to keep him? What if Dad somehow decided it was worth the bother to keep a quirkless, useless kid? What if he took him to America? He'd be living in a completely different country with a complete stranger. He didn't know anything about that country other than it was huge, had lots of heroes, and all might study there for a while. He'd be in a completely different country, where they spoke a completely different language, had a completely different culture, where he'd never see any familiar faces ever again. And what if Dad got rid of him? What if he wound up back in that cold, gray house with Shinso and those horrible people, all alone and forgotten forever? Locked up in some room because his official documents labeled him quirkless, and nobody wanted anything to do with a quirkless kid. Forgotten, clawing at the walls, waiting for someone to save him, but no one would come, he'd starve in that little room, die all alone, and no one would know. No one would ever find him, nobody would miss him, no one would care. Izuku didn't even realize he was hyperventilating until Mr. Bakugo grabbed onto his shoulder and shook it. Izuku? Calm down, okay? You're going to be all right, Mr. Bakugo said, meeting Izuku's frightened gaze. Auntie took the mug from his shaking hands, which he had almost spilled all over the couch, he realized, then sat beside him and pulled him into a gruff side hug. You're gonna be okay, she said, giving his shoulder a squeeze. You're going to be just fine, okay? When he didn't respond, she pinched his chin, turning his face to look at hers. Okay, Izuku? Dash. He bit down on the inside of his cheek as she pulled him into an even tighter hug, the emotions he'd imprisoned in the back of his head leaking free. No, he wouldn't cry, he kept telling himself that, but this time he would not. Besides, he felt like he'd already cried himself out of tears. Which was good, because the images his mind had conjured of that little dark room wouldn't budge. She released him, leaning back and taking his face in her hands, her own eyes shiny despite the confident expression on her face as she rubbed little circles on his cheekbones with her thumbs. Her eyes dropped to his cheeks, no doubt taking in the gold freckles scattered across them, though she didn't say anything, which was odd, but he really didn't care right now. Katsuki shuffled into the kitchen, throwing a glance over his shoulder at Deku, who was completely zonked out, draped across the couch like a soggy noodle, a throw blanket draped haphazardly across him. The old man was sitting across from him, reading a book. He clenched his jaw before stuffing his hands into his pockets and slouching over to the hag. She glanced at him as she stirred the pot of soup bubbling on the stove. Soup. She never made soup much. Only when someone was sick, or really unhappy, like somehow soup would cure it. He'd come to see it almost as a bad omen, but like it followed the tragedy. Not ugh. Katsuki, she greeted in a low, quiet tone, which was so unnatural and just wrong. He grunted, and apparently she took that as a sign that he needed attention or some crap, because she started ruffling his hair like he was a little kid. But he didn't bat her hand away. Okay, so maybe he had been fishing for it a little bit, sue him. He took the ladle from her hand, slowly stirring the simmering concoction. There was something weirdly soothing about cooking. It was the one thing his whole family enjoyed. Really weird now that he thought about it. Deku could probably think it was funny or something. He nearly ground his teeth again. Sorry, he grunted as she collected a couple of bowls from the cabinet, the ensuing clanking almost deafening in the unusual silence. She gave him a startled glance as she began setting the table. For what? She asked. He gave the soup an angry stir, sloshing some over the side. Earlier when I came in and told you two about Auntie Inko, he mumbled, snatching up a towel and mopping up the stovetop, his movements jerky and aggressive. Don't stop stirring, brat. The bottom will burn. She hissed, taking the ladle back from him and shooing him out of her way. He tossed the soaked towel into the sink and cast another look over at the nerd. She let out a weary sigh, turning the burner off with a click and sliding the pot to the side. It's all right, brat. She gave his hair another ruffle. It's a good thing you told us, or Izuku'd be all alone right now. She frowned, and he frowned with her, although he wasn't sure what exactly he was frowning about. His thoughts and emotions were all just out of whack. He didn't even know what to think right now. The quiet voice had them both spinning around to face the living room. The nerd stood in the entryway, looking maddeningly lost and small and so annoying. Why does he always look like that, and what the heck's with that glitter, you nerd, and what was that gold stuff earlier, and why? Deku glanced up at the clock, his eyes widening minutely with what Kacchan recognized instantly as fear. He'd seen that expression on his face a million times, although it was coming off as majorly suspicious right now. I need to go home. Dad's probably wondering where I am, and I didn't realize it was so late and dash. He fidgeted nervously, fingers gripping the hem of his shirt. Thanks is what I mean, and I'll bring the clothes back as soon as I dash. The hell, brat? You're not going anywhere till you've eaten dinner. Mistuki erupted, making Deku cower. But Dad dash. No buts. You're not leaving till you've eaten. Now sit. Katsuki cast his mom an amused look as Deku dropped into a chair, looking pale and small and enragingly Deku-ish. He knew what she'd really meant to say, but she always toned down the language around the Midoriyas. It usually annoyed him, but for some reason he found it funny today. His eyes panned over to the nerd, and the smirk slowly dropped from his face. Crap. This was all a bunch of crap. So much crap. Why was the world so complicated and full of crap? Izuku climbed out of the car, the familiar, comforting weight of his backpack weighing him down, a Rubbermaid tub of still warm soup clutched to his chest. It was dark now, the last bit of light in the sky painting dull yellow streaks across the bruised horizon, backlighting the buildings in a deeply unpleasant way. The wind whipped his hair sideways as he turned to look at the Bakugos. "Tea, thanks," he said, not sure what to say, hugging the little tub of warmth to his stomach. "Of course, sweetheart," Auntie Mitsuki said, leaning out the window. "If you need anything, and I mean anything, you call us. Got it?" "Weiss, Auntie Mitsuki," he stammered, shivering in the cold. He was glad he'd managed to convince them that they didn't need to come in and interrogate Hisashi, even though they probably still would at some point, but he didn't think he could handle that tonight. He was tired and miserable, although he felt better now with a full stomach and having been hugged by someone, but now he just wanted to sleep. He'd texted Hisashi before dinner, to let him know where he was, but he hadn't responded, just left him on read. Which was ominous, but then again he didn't really know his dad at all, so maybe it was normal. It's just that Mom always responded right away. After a few more goodbyes and a wave from Mr. Bakugo, the car pulled away, slipping off into the gloom of the night. He watched for a moment before scurrying inside. The harsh glare of fluorescent lights made him squint as he hurried through the foyer and up the stairs, clutching the tub of soup tightly to his chest. Despite running up the flights of stairs, Izuku was barely panting when he made it to his floor, fishing awkwardly in his backpack's side pocket for the key before unlocking the door and stepping inside. It was quiet in here, except for the sound of what was probably the TV playing. He set the tub of soup down and slipped out of his shoes, glancing around. Everything seemed normal, but for some reason he felt on edge all of a sudden. Hisashi," he called, feeling tense, clutching the straps of his backpack the way he had when he'd swung at Kacchan's head with it. The familiar sound of the couch creaking reached his ears. "What kid?" The barely familiar voice ground out, tone indicating displeasure. "Oh, I'm home is what?" He mumbled as he peered into the living room, eyes briefly meeting his father's as the man looked away from the TV, which was currently playing the news. Izuku caught a brief glimpse of the pro-hero Hawks speaking with a reporter, backlit by flashing red and blue lights before Hisashi clicked the remote and the screen went dark. Plus, there had been something about Mizudafu on screen. Was he in Mizudafu? That would be cool. He was such a good hero, the way he could rescue so many people so fast and take down villains so fast and do everything so fast. How did his quirk work exactly? It was obvious he had individual control over his feathers, but what else could he do? Surely there was more, judging by the way he could suddenly know so many things and know where to be and where danger was. Izuku, are you even listening? Izuku snapped out of his thoughts, blinking rapidly as he met his father's gaze. Sorry, he whispered. What were you saying? Hisashi sighed, running a hand down his unremarkable face. I said have a seat. We need to talk. Izuku hurried forward and dropped into the armchair beside the TV, the only other seat in the room other than the floor and the couch. Is this about coming home so late? I didn't mean to. It's just that the Bakugos found out and they had me over and I fell asleep and then they insisted I stay for dinner and I did text you dash. He launched into a frantic explanation, hands gesturing wildly. Slow down, kid, that's not what this is about, the man huffed, resting his elbows on his knees and steepling his fingers, although we should probably address that, that's not what I want to talk about. Izuku swallowed, fiddling nervously with the collar of Kacchan's shirt. It smelled like him, despite having been freshly cleaned, which wasn't helping his nerves at all right now since Kacchan's smell was always associated with fear and pain. Then what dash? Hisashi sighed again, covering his mouth with his hand and frowning. I'm gonna be blunt, kid. We're out of money. Like out of money. Izuku froze, eyes widening. That couldn't possibly be true. Mom had some money put away for emergencies. She'd been setting some aside every paycheck for as long as he could remember. There was no way they could have blown through that in a week. And wouldn't Hisashi have thought to save at least a little? And besides that she had a savings account with some money in it, plus Hisashi surely had money, right? Well, I don't mean out of money, Hisashi backtracked after giving Izuku a once-over, but we don't have much. He smacked the back of his hand against his opposite palm, puffing a smoke ring in thought. Finally he sighed, rolling his shoulders and not looking Izuku in the eye. Okay kid, so I know about your quirk, he finally admitted. Oh man. Izuku had known that Hisashi had to know about his quirk, but that still didn't stop it from feeling like a bomb just went off in his face. He said in a steadying breath, trying not to feel sick because why was he feeling sick all of a sudden? So, well, Hisashi said, still fidgeting with his hands, I've known for a while, and like I told you, Inko's funeral was expensive as hell. Izuku flinched violently, turning his face away and trying to force his eyes to stop burning and the lump in his throat from strangling him. He just had to keep breathing steadily. And hold out. Look, kid, I really didn't want it to come to this and trust me, I don't feel good about this either, but your quirk it can save us. Izuku stopped breathing altogether. His quirk could save? He finally turned to face the man. Hisashi met his gaze, eyes hardening in a way that would have made him very nervous if he wasn't moments away from another breakdown and had just heard someone say your quirk can save us. What do you mean? His voice came out small and choked. I mean if I can't pay for you or for this apartment, they're going to take you away and put you back in foster care. You already spent one night in the system, do you really want to spend the rest of your kid years there? Images of that cold, gray house flashed across his mind, the empty eyes, the cold, the gruff hands dragging him upstairs and flinging him around like an old doll. The fear. Dying alone in a dark corner because he was supposedly quirkless and nobody cared about quirkless kids? Izuku shook his head violently, drawing his knees to his chest and hugging himself in an attempt to still his shaking. Hisashi looked away, the faintest flicker of something on his face which Izuku didn't quite catch. Hisashi covered his mouth again, absently stroking his day-old stubble. He let out a heavy sigh before continuing. So yeah, I really do hate to ask this of you, but, well, I want to keep you. I know I never really came around, so it probably seems odd. And, well, I know about the system. I know what happens to kids like you. To most of the kids, actually. So, Izuku glanced up at the sound of his name, Will you do this? If not for me, then for yourself? It's a lot to ask, but can you let me use your quirk to protect you? Izuku blinked at him. He could barely think. His mind was a jumble of things like the Bakugos and how nice they had been, even Kacchan, and a tangled mess of fear and confusion and exhaustion so deep he wanted to break down and cry and missing Mom so much, and images of that dark place that he'd never come back from, and Hisashi acting like he actually cared and saying he wanted to keep him and Mom. Izuku nodded bravely, eyes closed in an attempt to hold back the tears which he had just offered to give up. He was so tired. He just wanted to sleep. He could think more about it tomorrow when he wasn't so exhausted and upset. Oh, good. That's settled then, Hisashi said. Now go on to bed. You look beat. Izuku all but leapt to his feet, tripping over himself in his haste to get up. He stumbled across the room and through his bedroom door closed behind him, flopping face first onto his bed and trying to forget the world existed. And back in the living room, Hisashi grinned so hard it felt like his face would split apart and he had to bury his face in a pillow to muffle his laughter.